Zoot, how are you, pimp? Zoot, I missed you. Zoot. Zoot, remember that time you talked? Zoot, remember that time you talked? Zoot. Dude, I can hear me. If you're talking, I can't hear you, dog. Leave and come back. I miss you, Zoot. I miss you like a fat kid misses cake, son. Zoot.
Yeah, what?
How you living, pimp?
I'm not the only thing that makes this stream entertaining.
That's incorrect. You actually make it boring. How you living?
Good.
What's good? What's new in your world? Zoot, what's new in your world?
Holy shit.
What's that, big dog?
Antidepressant prescriptions in England have more than doubled in 15 years, from 42 million in 2010 to 93 million today. What's the population of England?
Dog, you're asking questions that no one knows. Zoot, how's your day today?
Good.
Zoot, did you go to the gym today? Why not? Okay, I know. Why not?
Because I'll go tomorrow.
Okay. Are you still going to try to be a male stripper?
Nah.
Why not? Thunder from Down Under? Zoot, what are you going to talk about a week from Monday?
I don't fucking know.
Okay.
Not you.
Well, no, I know. You wouldn't talk about something interesting. So what's the plan? Are you ready to lose?
No, not yet.
Okay. What are you doing? Just jerking yourself off raw?
Yeah.
All right. How's that going?
I don't know. How much content how many times have I checked? How many hours was the game in the stream last year? Like this year? A lot?
Yeah, you want the exact amount?
Wow.
All right, one moment, I'll tell you.
Who's been in the most? Who's
It-
the
it-
other man?
it's a pretty close tie between Caspian Sea and Miss Aquarius.
Oh, yeah. I never say Caspian Sea though.
Yeah, I mean he got married, so I don't expect him to be in here. Like if you were married, you wouldn't be in here. You'd be fucking your wife. All right. So Zoot wants to know. Zoot wants to know how many hours. What, you had multiple accounts. You know that? All right. Here we go. You've been in here on one of your accounts. $224, and on your other account, 57 hours. So like 270 hours.
Oh, that's not even that bad.
Well, that's 38 days. That's a long time.
How long?
Hold on. Is that
70 hours?
is that true? Hold on. No, maybe not. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
How long did you stay?
Hold on. That's 11 days.
11 days, 6 hours. I've spent longer playing Skyrim though, so it's I've completed Skyrim, which takes like every mission in Skyrim, which takes 300 hours. So I've spent longer on Skyrim than I have in stream.
And how much of your Skyrim is recorded for the future?
0.
That's exactly right. How do people even know that you played Skyrim?
I got a save file.
You got a what? A save file?
I have a save file. Yeah.
All right, but nobody thinks that's cool. Zoot, do you know today is the NFL?
I mean, not many people think it's cool that you're streaming 24/7. Yeah.
Everybody thinks it's cool.
No one fucking knows who you are.
Dude, do you know that next year Melbourne is going to host the first ever NFL regular season game in Australia?
Oh, cool.
Are you excited about that?
Yeah.
I'm going to pay for you to go. I'm going to be viral by then. No doubt.
I've got an idea.
What's that, baby?
Can you fund this when you get rich? It'll make you a lot of money.
I'll fund anything you want, Zoot.
Yeah. Even though I don't think it really exists, and it's just a label, and it's just influenced like any. So all mental health conditions are just influenced for the benefit of pharmaceutical and psychiatry companies. I think we should make a show. Instead of Love on the Spectrum, we should make a show about autistic people losing their virginities to escorts. Now, that's a better show.
Yeah, I don't think they should be autistic, though. I think it could just be like you were 18 years old and desperate and wanting to fuck.
Okay, so just a show about people losing their virginity to escorts.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, Zoot.
That's like any dating show. Like have a TV show about socially awkward people or just people in general just losing their virginity to escorts.
Yeah.
Now, they could be
Here's the thing.
18. They have to be 18. But that's the only thing.
Yeah, and it would have to take place in like a place where prostitution is legal, like some counties of Nevada.
Australia.
Okay, or we could do it in Australia. That's a good idea. How much do we pay the women?
10,000.
Okay. That seems like a reasonable amount. Do the guys get paid?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty cheap show.
10,000. 10,000, 20,000.
Okay.
10,000.
What about $25,000?
Depends on the escort. If they want more and they have more of a following, if they have more of a following, then they're going to get paid more. If they don't have real following, they're not going to get paid as much. Right? If they have like 100,000, like 200,000 followers for like Instagram, maybe up to 50K. So between 10,000 to 50,000, depending on the following.
Do you think it's a good idea?
I think it will be one of the, like Australian people love their dating shows. Like, they're like more watched than sports. Like, Married at First Sight Australia gets more than sports events. Viewers for the grand final, like for the finale. Not grand final, but the finale. The finale gets more than like grand final sports events.
Okay. You guys love reality TV, don't you?
Yeah. So imagine you have socially awkward people meeting and going through with a date, and they go on a date, and then everyone's waiting, and they've got the guarantee of going for the best part. Who wouldn't want to watch that?
I love it. I think it'd be hilarious. What are you going to call it?
I don't know.
It needs to have a name that rhymes or alliterates. It needs to have a name that rhymes or has alliteration, like uses the same letter. How about Virgin Voyage?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. I like it. You come in here with some shitty ass ideas, but that one's good. All right, dog. Are you ready to play?
You think it's exploiting people?
I mean, I think any kind of reality TV has some element of exploitation in it. Are you ready?
Yep. Right, I also have a theory, Rabbi.
What's that, big dog?
That the diagnosis is like certain mental health diagnoses, like autism and stuff, they are making people like psychologically thinking they're different, and it's causing population control where people aren't having children because they think they're different.
Okay. Do you have your appointment on Wednesday?
Yep.
Good job, Zoot. Oh, I fucked up.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. That's it. You kids by you. Okay.
You know, when we talk about sensitive, when it's an emotion that you feel, normally it's associated with that's what we think of in a political world. What do you mean by sensitive and sensitivity in children?
Somebody has an open heart and their intuition is open, and they usually love animals or they love nature, and they tend to get overwhelmed by loud noises, smell, excessive talking. They don't like or a lot of
Zoot, big dog, you're up.
I just want.
That was a good move, dude.
Trustworthy.
Calm down, Zoot. Are you ready to go? Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move? Extra move, Zoot. Oh, baby. Give it to me. Oh, I could fuck you either way. What's the best way to fuck you? Probably this way. Flare, baby. Oh, wow. I got the heel leaf as well. I'm at max hit points. Zoot, you're up, big dog.
Oh my God.
Are you proud of that move?
I think it's good.
I think it was great. You get to go again? This is some bullshit, son.
Yeah.
This is some bullshit. Are you gonna go?
Think about this.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, let me think about it though.
All right, well, you have 5 seconds to think about it.
Oh fuck! I fucked up.
Why would you do that move?
Yeah.
That wasn't that bad, actually. Dude, did you know that I just evolved?
Yeah.
I helped you. Zoot, how many episodes of Seinfeld have you ever seen? Go.
What?
How many episodes of Seinfeld?
How many what?
How many episodes of Seinfeld have you ever seen?
Probably about 12.
Oh, okay. What's your
Yeah, I never really watched it.
What's your favorite sitcom ever?
Simpsons?
Okay.
Live sitcom though? Probably
Yeah.
2.5 Men.
Okay. Did you watch the Charlie Sheen documentary, son? Did you watch the Charlie Sheen documentary? Son?
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, good. It was okay.
Who do you think is his hottest wife?
Denise Richards was.
Yeah, for sure, dog. Oh, look at you with your extra move.
Oh, that
Zoot, look at you.
was a 10.
Look at you, and look at all these points you're going to get. You just healed? Zoot, that was really good. Dude, look at you. And you can evolve?
Yeah, Charlie Sheen's that guy who had everything that kind of just threw it all away and still managed to keep everything.
For sure, dog. Zoot, what did you think of this move? Oh, look at this, Zoot. Look at this move. Zoot, big dog, you're up. What the fuck, Zoot? Dude, look at you, dude. Look at the extra moves you're getting. That was incredible, Zoot. Zoot, did you know it's your turn?
That made a really bad move.
Well, that's okay. You did really well.
I don't think I meant that bad, actually. But I give you a heal. Might have not been the greatest move for you.
Did you know you're up, Pimp?
Do you think man would?
Do I think what?
You or I gonna win?
I'm gonna win guaranteed. Why did you like 2.5 Men, Zoot?
I'll answer your question in a second.
All right. The women they had on 2.5 Men, many of them were smoke shows. Beautiful, beautiful cast of chicks. Many of them. What up, Commander Kush? How you living, pimp? Commander Kush, how you living?
Living in Guild Wars,
Excellent.
best MMORPG of 2025.
Amazing. If I may ask, Commander Kush, how old are you?
23.
That's you're my friend. I know who you are.
I'm fucking unkilled.
I know who you are. Yeah, you are.
I am an unkilled. Yes.
Yeah, I remember you. How you living?
Living.
How's your life going?
You're not going another speed.
Don't say that. What's wrong? Why would you say such a thing?
I just go outside and there's Jews everywhere.
What are you saying, girl?
She's saying anti-Semitic stuff.
Yeah, she's Israeli. She's Israeli though, so she's somewhat gets a
That's
pass.
the funny part.
Yeah.
Oh, you can say anti.
שמת פה יא בן שרות לפני שאני אחסל אותך יא חולה סרטן.
There you go. Why you feel that way?
Okay, Rabbi.
Are you excited for the new year, Commander?
ראש השנה.
Absolutely. Do you have plans?
My parents are gonna leave the house so I'm gonna smoke.
Oh, that's tight. Where are your parents going?
Probably get dinner at my parents' house.
Okay. That's cool.
Where are you from?
Israel. I was born here.
Oh, you live in Israel.
Word, dog. I had somebody in here from Israel last night, and we talked for hours and hours and hours about some of the most fascinating shit I've ever talked with anybody about advanced propulsion and high-level physics. It was amazing. You missed out, Commander Kush, but that's okay. So, Commander Kush, you're excited to get high for 5786?
Yep.
All right, that's cool.
I swear to God, the world is going to end. I just know it.
All right. Well, you're allowed to have any beliefs that you want.
I don't think it would, but it would solve a lot of my problems.
There you go. You two are just extremely. You guys are extremely positive.
I said I don't think it would, but it would solve a lot of my problems. I don't want it to, and I don't think it will.
Where are you from?
Australia. Right. Rabbi.
Australia.
What up, big dog?
I feel like if the world ends, at least I fucking made it.
Congratulations, dog.
Don't you think that'd be a Jaden making it to the end? I mean, sure, there's going to be people in nuclear bunkers that live longer than me, but I don't know if that's going to. I don't know if that's going to be a great life living in a nuclear bunker.
Okay. Well, it's whatever you want it to be. Commander Kush, what kind of games do you like?
Rainbows.
Do you play chess, Commander Kush?
No.
All right. How do you smoke your weed?
I roll it.
You roll it? Oh, okay, like a spliff?
Yeah.
Excellent. Do you smoke cigarettes?
No.
Okay,
Just mixed.
I've got you. Excellent. Your parents don't want you to smoke, though?
Technically,
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
oh no. Of course they don't want me to, but they can only do it.
Yeah, welcome to the club. That's like basically.
Ma,
That's
בסדר,
what do you
עוד
say?
מעט. לא שכחתי, הכל בסדר. לא שכחתי.
You're
כן,
saying
כן, אני גם אצא לשם.
She's speaking Hebrew.
yeah. She's saying no, no something, and then yes, yes something. Commander Kush, what kind of career do you want?
I want to be a taxi driver.
All right. Did you get? Do you have to serve in the IDF, or did you get an exemption?
I got exempt from it.
Good on you.
Spectrum.
Oh, okay. So now you just get to smoke weed all day.
Yeah.
All right, that's tight. Zoo, do you know you have an invitation?
No.
No, I'm talking to Zoo.
Do you know? Do you know I've already won?
All right, Zoo, are we playing? All right, well, what game are we playing? Accept your invitation, son. There you go. All right. What do you do for the high holidays, Commander Coach? Nothing but smoke a little bit of Kush. All right, I understand. What about honey and apples and fish heads and the new fruit? What about those things?
Fish.
Yeah, that's what we do. You know that.
Fish is the greatest thing.
I know. I agree with you. Especially the aspect where we have the fish head because we're supposed to be leaders. I don't like that. It is what it is, though.
Yep.
Do you enjoy apples and honey at least? Or round challah?
Sure.
Okay, so you do something.
Okay. Yeah. I'll ask you a question while I 2.5 men, Rabbi.
Yeah, you were gonna tell me that. Yeah, why is that, Zoot?
Because besides from the Ashton Kutcher seasons, every character was cast by the wrong. Like Charlie Sheen was just Charlie Harper. Like, he was playing himself.
I
So
agree.
the role fit him so well.
I agree with you on that. That's, I think, an excellent insight. And who's the other brother?
John Carr.
Yeah,
That one.
yeah. He won an Emmy for that show. It wasn't the Ashton Kutcher seasons, but he played that role really well. And then the kid, frankly, the kid kind of annoyed me. I'm not gonna be deceitful, but he did have some zingers. And then they had that housekeeper. She did a good job. And the mom, I thought the mom was like one of the best characters. That lady did a really good job.
Well, the show went on for far too long and it ended fucking terribly because Ashton
Right,
Kutcher kind of made no sense, right?
right,
The ending made no sense.
right.
And,
Let me make sure I understand it correctly. So Ashton Kutcher was like this tech billionaire who bought that house after Charlie bit the dust, and he just let the brother and the kids still live there.
yeah,
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
he was lonely.
Yeah, I mean, still, get a girlfriend or like a dog or something. Like, why would you have the random people who lived in the house previously continue to live there. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Because they wanted to keep them quiet because they were fucking kicking because but also like
Yeah, had he left, that's not really a show anymore.
but also I mean he was getting like paid a lot for that. But also why did they continue to call it 2.5 Men when like the kid wasn't even showing off the fucking set as well. He kind of left like half towards the end of the season. It was just like it was like he was an adult as well, so it wasn't 2.5 Men as well.
It was 3 men.
What I mean?
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, they were just riding on the previous popularity of the show, and I get that. That show was a huge moneymaker. It made Charlie Sheen the most well compensated actor on any television show, perhaps ever. Still, and when that show went into syndication, the more seasons they could build up, the more opportunity there was to make money. So they squeezed it for everything that they could. It was not a show that I enjoyed. I didn't like the laugh track on it. I didn't like that. A really big thing that I didn't like, and this may sound unique perspective. I didn't like all of the sexual jokes that they made around that kid. I just didn't think they were appropriate. Zoo, you just made a mistake.
But I don't think there's anyone out there who wouldn't fucking want a life like Charlie Harper.
Oh yeah, betting a bunch of hot chicks, living in Malibu, not having to work. What was his job?
Jingle Rider.
He was a what?
Jingle Rider.
Ingle writer?
Yeah, for commercials.
Oh, jingle writer. That's right. And he used to sit at that piano. Yeah, that's right. And then what did the other brother do?
Chiropractor.
He was a chiropractor. That's right. Right. And that the kid Angus, whatever his name is, yeah, he just like disappeared. He was like the highest. He still may be the highest paid child actor of all time. That kid made bank on that show, and then just got up and left and disappeared from the public light. Which I'm not criticizing him. I perhaps would do the same, but it was just interesting that he could have if he just kept the momentum going, he could have had his own show. In fact, if he was willing to do it and he just played the Charlie Harper role, they could remake that show with him. Would you watch that? Oh, I made a mistake. Would you watch that show if Angus T. Jones decided he would play the role of Charlie Harper and they just did 2.5 Men um, today with two new characters as the brother and the son? Would you watch it?
No.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that could work. Did you ever watch Young Sheldon?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either. I don't like those Chuck Lorre shows. I like one of them, but it was a long time ago.
Which one?
He was a writer on Roseanne, and that was a very funny show in the United States in like the late '80s, early '90s. It got terrible, but at one point it was the biggest show on television. and then he wrote for Dharma and Greg, and then he produced Dharma and Greg, which was garbage. Though I did watch it, and then like some of them, and then he wrote like Two and a Half Men, and then he did Two Broke Girls, or he did Big Bang Theory as well, and I just I don't like laugh tracks like that, and they kind of annoy me.
I think Two and a Half Men is his biggest.
Uh, what about Big Bang Theory?
I think Two and a Half Men is bigger than Big Bang Theory.
Okay. Oh, look at you.
Why do I think that? Simple, because the actors were paid for.
Yeah, but there were more of them in Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, but you didn't have the draw card. You didn't have the draw card.
Zoo, what should I do?
But I mean, can you name all the main cast from Big Bang Theory? I cannot.
I cannot. No, they had. I didn't like that show. Did you ever watch Friends?
Yep.
Did you like it?
As a kid, I did, but like my mind doesn't like. As a kid, I watched it, but my mind as an adult doesn't like that show. When you're a child, you kind of like it. You can't really judge anything as a child.
I'm in agreement with you. I kind of feel the same way. There were some like unrealistic aspects of that show. A lot of them, and I'm going to discuss them. So you had like people who were living in, I think they were on the Upper East Side or Upper West Side of New York. Or no, they were in like the Village. That's a really expensive place to live. Way too expensive for some of their jobs. Like Rachel was like a waitress or like a server. Like she couldn't have lived there. Monica was a chef. Unless you're like at one of the best restaurants in New York City, it's really expensive to live like that. Now I know the story is this: they were sub-renting under their grandma, who lived in Florida or something like that. So that's how they got that apartment. But still, it was not very realistic. Then it's kind of weird. Okay, so they have the two guys who live across the hall. Joey, who is like an out-of-work actor, which would be really hard to make rent, and Chandler, who actually had a really good job. They didn't really go into it all that much, but he was basically like a data analyst, and back in like the 90s at age 26, he was making like a lot of money, so he was doing okay. You had Phoebe, who we barely ever see her apartment, but like she was a weird person in the show, and she made money by like basically being a musician, and that would just be a hard way to make money. Oh, she was a masseuse as well, and that's just a hard way to make money, especially if you're not like doing.
Yeah, probably unless she was an erotic masseuse.
Yeah, but she wasn't. Like I think they went into that in one episode, where somebody wanted more, and she just thought it was really creepy. And then you have Ross, who was a paleontologist, which pays well, but he like made so much money that he could like live across the street from his sister or whatever and just come over all the time. Then you had like the thing that is always criticized about the show on the internet is how much free time they had. Like if you're working a normal job, you can't just go have coffee at like noon for like 2 hours or whatever they were doing. Like you've got to fucking get to work, especially in New York City. Like you want to get something to eat, and they were just really, really casual about it. and also they always got that orange couch, which was somewhat unrealistic. Like, oh man, I fucked up. How often are you always gonna get the same spot? Even though the lore is that Gunther, the like manager of the coffee shop, reserved that couch for them. Nobody would do that in real life. They would be like, it's first come, first serve. Like, I've been a regular at a coffee shop before. It was like a coffee bean and tea leaf, and they didn't ever fucking reserve a seat for me. I didn't really stay there, but nevertheless, I'm not sure that they would. I'm almost certain they would not. Um, and I know it was a different time. And then there's some weird aspects of it. Is it my turn? Yeah, it is. Uh, Regarding Monica and her relationship with her brother, like, so Ross and Monica are brother and sister. But Monica was like really excited to hear from Rachel what Ross and Rachel's first date was like. It's like normally a sister wouldn't really want to hear about her brother dating someone. Like, that's not like something that's normal. Normally that would probably kind of gross her out, but it did not at all. Um, they had all this free time. I know I mentioned that before. And they do go into this one episode where they talk about the economic disparity between the six of them, where um, like Ross, Chandler, and Monica, I believe, they all made a lot of money, and Phoebe, Rachel, and Joey did not. And the three that made a lot of money would like pay for the ones that didn't, and they just didn't necessarily, or they would like want to go to somewhere really nice or something, and the other three were like, we don't always have money to go do that kind of stuff, which made it a little more realistic. uh Ross was just getting tailed like crazy. He was getting super hot chicks, and there was this one episode, oh, it was such a big deal, Zoot, where Ross um says the wrong name at the altar. He's supposed to marry Emily, this British chick, and he says, I, Ross, take thee, Rachel. Even though the person who is performing the wedding says, take the Emily, it's like, you'd have to be just an absolute dumbass to say the wrong name. And also, they like invited Rachel, Ross's ex-girlfriend, to the wedding, which is like, who would invite your ex-girlfriend to your wedding? Like, that is not something that's normal. Um, what else about the show was interesting? Yo, what up, Leia? How you living, girl?
I love poor people. Are you still poor?
So, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
Zoot, what in the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry. Correct.
Yeah, you've got that right.
Have you?
Yeah, but you're insulting.
But in the 90s, those apartments probably weren't as much as they are today.
Yeah, but let's talk about what you said. Dog, I'm rich enough that I don't have to work, which is better, and I don't get like a social security check. I live off my savings. So I'm wealthier than most Americans.
So how much would rent be in New York City in those apartments back then?
Back then it's kind of hard to judge. I mean, for today's dollars. Back then, probably I don't know. Their rent would probably be like $1,500, something like that, and that's with them not
$1,500 a week.
no a month. But that was in 1990s dollars. In today's dollars, those apartments are probably $4,000 each.
A month.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've seen like places like that in New York that recently that are like $4,000 a week to live in.
yeah. I mean, it depends where they were in Greenwich Village, but their apartments aren't. I mean, I guess they're pretty big, but there's just like one room and then like a bathroom and then two bedrooms. So they're like 2 bedroom apartments.
And
I don't know,
wasn't
maybe
it filmed in LA?
yeah, maybe $5,000 a month.
Yeah, but wasn't the show filmed in LA and it was just set in New York and it was just filmed in LA?
Yeah, I mean a lot of shows do that. Seinfeld does that, did that. A bunch of shows do that. It's just cheaper to film here as opposed to New York City.
Why is that?
The weather's always nice. The people live here, like the actors, so they don't have to move their families. All the production is here, and New York City is more expensive than LA. There isn't as much production space. There's more land in California than there is in Manhattan. So what they do is they generally shoot on sound sets, and then just do the exterior shots of somewhere where they want it to be. And they can do it with big cities like New York City, or they do it with small cities like Scranton, Pennsylvania from The Office. The Office was filmed in LA. Very rarely, like Breaking Bad is one of the exceptions where they shot in New Mexico, and the reason why they shot in New Mexico was the show was supposed to take place in Riverside, which is like I don't know, like an hour and a half away from LA, maybe like a little more than an hour, depending on traffic, and it was going to be expensive to shoot there, and
Okay.
so they shot in New Mexico.
All right.
No, they shot in New Mexico, but that meant all of the people from the show had to move to New Mexico for like a few years, or at least for some amount of their life. But the show was able to be made for like half as much, which meant that it would get like more opportunity to use the excess money in advertising and stuff, which allowed it to become bigger. Oh fuck, Zoo. Zoot, are you gonna
You
win?
like that show?
Breaking Bad, yeah, I saw it. It was good. There are some aspects I like about it more than others. Um, I just binged it once, and it was okay.
There's one episode that sucks though.
What one's that?
The one with the fly.
I don't remember that one. What happens?
The whole episode is about the fly getting into the meth lab.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember that.
And it just feels like filler. It just goes on for like. I feel like it was trying to be funny, and the show isn't funny.
No, it's
It's not
not.
meant to be funny.
I should say we as in, I'm one of them, but I find too that it's almost by choice.
It just feels like
Shut things down.
the person who wrote that episode, and I can't remember who wrote it, but
The other empathetic side of me.
That Gilligan guy?
no, I think it might have. I think it could have been him, or it could have been Ryan Johnson, who went on to make Star Wars. The Star Wars episode that everyone hated. It could have been him. Let me look it up who wrote that episode.
No one gives a flying fuck about that. Just play the game.
So after this game, I'm going to look up who wrote that.
All right, that's allowed.
I'm a little involved.
Are you proud of your evolution?
No.
Zoot, I know you don't care, but what do you think my record is in fantasy football this year?
12.
No, I'm 4-0. I have the best record in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu League. Thank God. And I'm going to try to win today. I've got a 58% chance of winning this week, which is better than 50%. I'll take it. But I'm playing yo-yo.
Why do you think you're so good at it?
It's really fortune, but I did a lot of research in drafting, and I pay a lot of attention to it because I have like the notifications on my phone, and but the thing is, I had a really bad draft spot, which means that which means that it was very hard for me to draft. Like, I didn't get good guys, but I've made the best out of the guys that I have. And the reason why I'm doing really well is, frankly, I had the best player in the league, the best quarterback, and he's done really well thus far. I've had some good guys, though, get injured, which has not helped. Look at this move, Zoot. Zoot, do you like Jelly Roll?
Yes.
Do you like Glorilla?
Who?
Glorilla?
I don't know who that is.
No one does. Look at this move, Zoot. Zoot, you are on the fucking ropes.
I think I can come back.
Do you really think you're gonna come back, Zoot? I can beat you in one move. I'll beat you right here. Oh, no, I won't. You just fucking saved yourself. Or that, taking away all that shit. Dude, you were going to lose. Dog. Dog. Oh, dude, this is a big one. Oh, you fucked up. Zoot, you lost. Unless you heal, you lost.
She wouldn't come to.
What'd you say, big dog? Oh, no, you just healed.
She wouldn't.
You just healed, Zoot. No way.
Oh, fuck.
Zoot,
Annoying?
Zoot, you're gonna win.
Yeah, but doing next move, you get to use the 8. Because I can't use it. Oh, fuck.
You won. What a fucking great comeback, Zoot. All right, Zoot, I'm sending you. Dude, what a comeback, dude.
Don't send me anything yet. Did you go get mad because I'm looking up something?
Yeah, no, I know. You're fine.
Yeah, so it was directed by that flight episode was directed by Ryan Johnson, who made Star Wars: The Last Jedi. People hate that movie.
All right, do people like it when you accept the invitation to Karam?
Oh, fuck off.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
You know you're extremely impatient.
Zoot, I wait for your ass every fucking night.
You're like the most impatient person I've ever met.
You're the slowest person I've ever met. So how about you hurry the fuck up? Zoot, you have a Karam invitation.
I'm going after this game. I'm going to play 3 games.
Okay. No, we're going to play Moncala after this.
Hey, Rabbi.
Zoot, you're done. What up, baby?
Do you like the update with it? Do you like the update?
What update? Oh, with that? Yeah, no, that's kind of lame. I get it though. I always do the purple devil guy. Zoot, are you gonna make that shot? That looks like it's gonna make it. Good job, dog. Zoot, you made it.
Do you think the devil's a bad entity?
Dog, I don't believe in the devil.
Why not?
Because it's not part of my religion.
Oh, isn't the devil in the Torah?
No, Satan is. Well, he's not in Torah, but he's in the Hebrew Bible, in Tanakh. But the devil specifically is like a Christian thing.
Oh, is Satan in the Torah?
It's not in Torah. It's in Tanakh, which is the Hebrew Bible.
Okay. Were they a bad entity?
We don't see Satan as being as bad as some people. We see the entity as being like a prosecutor in a court. They have a role, and they're just playing the role that they have to complete. But it's not like they're an equal to God, and it's like God versus the devil or anything like that, or whatever. Satan. It's not like that.
His voice is there in there?
We have what's like known as Morning Star, which
Are
is
they
like
bad?
the light bearer. It just means light bearer.
I've seen demons though.
How have you seen demons?
Sleep paralysis.
Okay. So the term Lucifer isn't in the Hebrew Bible, but Son of Dawn is, which is like that reference. But as I understand, like Christianity, they combine like Satan, the devil, Lucifer, all into the same thing, which we don't do.
So who's the villain then?
In many ways, the Jewish people, um, we don't always follow what God wants us to do, and we get punished for it. But generally, it's not like a good versus evil thing. It's just but basically the story of a people.
Is there a hell?
Not in the traditional sense. We have what's known as Gionim, which is basically what we believe where your soul goes for the year after you die, and then um, there's a prayer that we say every morning in a minyan with like 10 Jewish men, where we pray for the souls of the people get out swiftly, and then uh, on something called the Yort site, which is the anniversary of someone's death, we feel that they then get to escape, and the belief is that they may sit at the right hand of God if they were righteous, and they're supposed to study Torah. But it's not like the Christian view of heaven where you just get all the best stuff that you want. We don't like really go into the afterlife too much. It's not really written about in the Hebrew Bible, so any discussion of it just comes from the rabbis, and we recognize that they were just people, so we don't necessarily have hard lines of what occurs. And we're okay with that. Like, there's a sense of, as a Jew, that like there's a sense that it's okay not knowing what happens to you when you die. That you, oh shoot, I hit that thing in. That you don't necessarily have to know, like, because no one knows. So we're not going to make up things to make us feel better. But we do feel that if you live a righteous life, that eventually you'll sit at the right hand of God. That's basically the belief.
Okay. I do think heaven is heaven and hell are just more metaphoric terms. Metaphoric terms. Metaphoric terms.
Yeah, I mean that's what we feel as well, to some extent.
You do good things will happen. You do bad things happen.
Do you think you're gonna win this game? What are you doing? That's my disc. What are you doing? Why wouldn't you try to hit your own disc? I'm white, dog.
Because I made it a hard shot for you.
Dude, you made it super easy for me. Oh man, did I make it easy for you?
Are you saying
Have I seen have I seen have I seen Ant-Man?
Yeah.
No, nobody would see that movie. That movie sucked.
You say me getting it.
Zoot. Get in, baby. No way you make this. That's a major miss. Zoot, whatever you
The worst
do,
part is,
don't put the disc in the fucking hole.
it's not going in the hole. The worst part is I'm about to win.
You missed. Zoot, you fucked up.
Yeah, but I don't think you're gonna get it in.
Baby, don't doubt me. I dedicate this shot to your comedy career.
Oh. Are we playing my color?
Yeah, we are, big dog. I love Moncala. It's so simple, but it's so much fun. I remember when I first started playing it, I didn't know what to do, and I was like, this game sucks. But then very quickly, it's not a hard game to understand. And then it was like, oh, this game is fucking amazing.
Oh, maybe.
Are you going to go, Zoot?
Yeah. What's the worst Star Wars movie?
Dog, I haven't seen many Star Wars, so I'm not the person to whom to ask that question. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do? Are you ready for this move, Zoot? Oh, fuck you, dude.
What's your favorite?
What are you going to do, Zoot?
I'm gonna kill you.
Calm down, dude. You could be prosecuted in the United States for saying that. If I were a bitch, I could turn you in. But I'm not. I'm a cool motherfucker.
Yeah, well, then I'll just do a diagnosis for Perez. I'm all good.
Yeah, you don't already have it, though. Zoot, that was a really good move.
Yeah, this is a good move. Rabbi, that's terrible.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, great question. So I know what you're saying about the sense
That was your best move.
There's so many boys
Are you gonna die?
Calm down, Zoot. I hope I
I
don't.
looked into them.
Zoot, you're struggling with your Tourette syndrome tonight.
Yep.
Are you gonna go?
No.
All right, Zoot. What's gonna happen here? What are you gonna do? All right, big dog, you're up. What are you gonna do, son? That was huge. That just gave me the lead, Zoot, and the win. Zoot, it's over. Zoot, it's over. Zoot, you're done. It's game over for you, baby. You're done, big dog. Big dog. You're done, son. Game, set, match. I wish they had tennis on this app. That would be cool.
So, what do Christians and Jewish people believe, but that are the same? What's the difference?
The major difference is that Christians believe that Jesus was God, and we Jews reject that. We don't feel the Messiah has come. That's the major difference.
And Jesus was a Jew himself before.
Yep. So look at this move. So you might lose early. What are you gonna do?
I lost.
Yeah, you did. I'm gonna let you take that one.
I don't have any of a vote.
You lost.
Yeah, no. Lost by a lot. I think that's the biggest loss I've ever seen.
What was the score?
40-8.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever beaten anybody by more than that. That's like the biggest score I ever have.
Every follower of Jesus is a Jew.
Yeah, it's arguable because Christianity hadn't technically been founded yet. It was just in its infancy.
First. At least.
What are you saying, big dog?
It was the first.
Who was the first Jew? Abraham was the first.
No,
Abraham was the first Jew.
Abraham.
Abraham. You're up, big dog.
It was Moses.
He was a prophet who spoke with God on Mount Sinai and gave us the oral Torah and led us out of Egypt and died before he got to the promised land. And he wrote
What's the promise?
Israel, but he wrote, in our tradition, he wrote the 5 books of the Torah. They're known as the 5 books of Moses. But he was not the first Jew. The first Jew is Abraham.
Was he an important Jew then?
Oh yeah, definitely. Arguably the most important.
And Christians believe in Moses as well.
Yeah, I mean, Christian tradition is an offshoot of Judaism. It's basically a runaway Messiah story.
Experiences and find a way to appropriately respond that way. I found that very nice. Let's go to the first time caller line. John is in South Florida. John, you're on.
Dude, do you think you're gonna lose again? Dude, do you think you're gonna lose again? Welcome. What up? How are you, Jordan?
Regardless of your views of his existence, do you think Jesus was a good person?
I think a lot of Christian views have some positive aspects. Many of them are rooted within Judaism. What are you going to do, Zoot? That was a major, major fuck up. Zoot, you're on the edge of losing. I might just straight up win right now.
So
You're up, Zoot.
I live in a Christian country, like, well, Christian/Catholic country, like a lot of people here are Christian and Catholic. But I also grew up around a lot of like people going to school with a part of indigenous tribes that didn't really have the same uses. Yeah.
Very cool. Do you think that knowledge will help you win this game? Dude, you know if you lost like 3 games in a row?
Yeah.
Are you gonna go? Oh, Zoot. You're up, pimp. Major mistake. Ground control. This is ground control. The Major Zoot. You're fucked and just lost again. Zoot, you
Yes,
lost. Dude, this is going to be a huge win for me. Maybe bigger than any other we've ever had. Do it, Zoot. Look how big this win is. 43?
Rabbi,
Hold on. Is it 43 to
42
42-5?
Let's try and do something. I'm going to try and get the lowest score possible.
Okay.
What do you think that is? Do you think I can get to 0?
I mean,
I'm so bored.
we could just look that up. Hold on. What is the biggest blowout possible in Moncala?
Your turn.
I'm looking up the answer. 48-0.
I know how to do it. Bye-bye.
Hold on, big dog.
It's your turn.
I'm just letting it go. I'm reading. 48 to, yeah, it's possible.
I won.
How did you win?
Yeah, I won. You forfeited. You can go.
Okay. Well, I was looking up the answer to our question.
I'm going to try and get the lowest score possible.
All right. So that would be. I'll tell you which one to move.
Well,
Move your furthest one back.
all right, I follow from there.
Oh, it's my turn. Fuck. Okay, don't get anything. Whatever you do, don't put anything. Fuck. I fucked up.
Fuck off.
Wait,
Fuck.
you already scored.
Yeah, because we fucked up.
Yeah, I'm resigning. We're gonna try it again. All right. All right, Zoo, you have an invitation. All right, here we go. All right. Whatever you do, don't score.
Wow.
Yeah, you already fucked up.
Sure.
You already fucked up.
I fuck up.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, fuck up.
Okay, now you didn't. Good job, Zoo.
You fucked up.
No, I collected all your shit. Oh, you scored.
How the fuck are you meant to not score?
Move the.
How's it possible not?
Well, you just fucked
to
up.
score?
You just fucked up.
Alright. Oh, I'm always wrong. We're gonna try again.
All right.
I have a feeling if you go first, if I go first, I can do.
All right. This is the last one we're doing like this. Because I like playing you normally.
Okay.
muscle. How do you practice that?
Every day.
Fuck, you fucked me.
No, I didn't.
My intuitions today. How does this choice?
You fucked up, Zoot.
How does my body feel? Am I getting any images?
Josh?
Sound?
Yeah, just play it normally.
How does my intuition talk to me? Do I have a sense of a hunch that something is right, or a feeling that something's right? Really get to know your intuition.
You know, what happens if my intuition says I want to stay home from work and eat a large pepperoni pizza by myself? Is that intuition? Those are the wrong type of intuition, I guess. Dr. Judith Orloff, we're going to continue with her and any questions you may have with Dr. Orloff will be coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. Ryan Redgrave, coasttocoastam.com. If you want to email me a comment or question there, don't go anywhere.
I won.
Fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network. Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app. Just search NFL to dive in. The biggest headliners and live music.
All right, Zoot. Last game. Zoot, do you like Ed Sheeran?
I think he's a good singer.
Do you think Nicole
Sorry, I'm
Kidman
gonna
is
try
hot
and
as
look.
fuck? I just asked you a question. Do you think Nicole Kidman is hot as fuck?
No.
Oh, she totally is.
Alright, Robo, think about how we're going to do this.
Zoot, just try to win.
Oh, fucking hell.
Zoot, you're up, big dog.
I have a feeling that if you want to score 0, you have to go first.
Okay. That's a cool
Can you
story.
look that up?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm doing this. Big dog, you're up. Big dog,
What if I come back and win?
you're not going to. You're up, big dog. Zoot, you just lost. It's over, Zoot. All right, Zoot. I'll look it up, but I'm done. Yo, dog, if you want to win Moncala 48-0, who has to go first? The person with 48 or the person with 0? Nobody must. Either player can make it 48-0. Does that answer your question, Zoot?
Either player can make it 48.
That's correct. Zoot, are you going to the gym today? Yes? Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
I said probably.
All right. Are you going to pick up any chicks there?
No.
All right.
Why would I?
Why not? Zoot, did you know that I'm the champion of Moncala?
Cold soda.
Calm down, Zoot.
There's like 2 girls that go to the gym, by the way.
That's it?
No, there's probably more girls than guys that go there, to be honest. It's broken. I have one.
You don't have autism. You have Tourette's syndrome.
I don't think autism is real.
I understand. But Tourette's syndrome is, and you've got it.
I mean, we've discussed this before. Autism's like co-occurring conditions. Like, it's really just co-occurring conditions like global development, delay, intellectual disabilities. Still. Non-noted problems, but that's it.
Take care, pimp. I love that Moo Bear.
Real people, real stories.
These bots are fucking amazing. Amazing fruit. Don't even make that shit anymore, son. Dog. 2021. This is Ground Control to Major Tom. I hate that song. It's the worst. Psych, it's okay. I gotta take a shit. How you feeling about this fucking fantasy team? I like I'm number one in the power rankings. It's not the best. Dog, I gotta take a shit. Look at this athleticism going.
Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. Most investments today feel like second jobs. Real estate, you're a landlord. Stocks, you're a day trader. Crypto, you're a full-time researcher. You've got a life to live. Your investment should help you live it. That's why more Americans are choosing gold. Noble Gold has helped thousands protect their future with real physical gold. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com to get your free wealth protection kit. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Our guest is Dr. Judith Orloff. You can call in now if you have any comments or questions for her. We're going to spend the next 20 minutes or so, and we're going to try to get to as many of your questions as we can. Dr. Orloff, are you ready for some more calls?
Yes, definitely.
Great. Let's go to the wild card line in Milwaukee. Ian is calling in from Wisconsin. Go ahead, you're on with Dr. Orloff.
Hi, Ryan and Dr. Judith. Thank you so much for doing this show tonight. I myself am an exhausted intuitive, so doctors, please keep talking and reminding me to breathe. I wanted to share with you how I interact with children that I feel are sensitive. I don't have any kids myself, but I have a lot of friends who do. And I try to meet them where they are and see them for the beautiful souls they are. I give them my time. I listen. And I give them a lot of love. And I try to plant seeds of positivity.
Okay.
Well, how lucky they have you. How lucky they are, to have that kind of understanding and love. Bravo.
You know, I had an email from Ray who mentioned, asked Dr. Orloff how she sees the increase in psychic children impacting humanity in the future. Can you see maybe some of the work that you're doing, trying to harness and encourage this as opposed to discourage it, having a positive impact in the long run?
Oh, yes. I mean, there's a whole new wave of psychic children coming into our civilization. And you can call them orchid children, you can call them indigo children. And they're a wave of children who have sensitivities. They're also called old souls, people who've maybe been around for a long time or seen a lot. But they care about the earth. And the highly sensitive rabbit, the children's book, is for, in part, those children, to give them a roadmap of what to do and feel appreciated and seen. And so those abilities of the indigo children, they need to be tapped and they need to be directed and channeled properly so they're used well. And I think this is a very positive occurrence in our world today where all these children are coming into the forefront to kind of take over, which is a beautiful thing, and we want to support them. And that's why I wrote the book, is to give them support, and to give all children support, not just the indigo children, but all children who have this ability to be empathic and intuitive. And for us to really help them, it's a beautiful thing that we can do that.
Great. Let's go to the first time caller in line. Jeff is in Iowa City, Iowa. Go ahead. Your comment or question for Dr. Roth.
Yeah, hi, long time listener, first time caller. I've had I've experienced psychic visions most of my life. I'm in my 40s now. They'll generally 9 out of 10 times show up in dreams, and they're kind of driven by it's sort of a feeling in the background I can't explain that lets me know it's kind of like a psychic dream. And you know, it's kind of like sometimes they don't come true. It's like a psychic vision, like they'll come true sometimes, and other times it's just it doesn't manifest the way that the feeling was in the dream. And I've learned not to place bets on them just in case, but it's kind of it's been interesting to navigate that. I was wondering if you had any tips on that, because I have the ability to feel I'm handicapped in it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you have a really balanced view of what's happening. Sometimes they come true, sometimes they don't. A few tips for you is that when dream or psychic information comes through in a neutral sense or a compassionate sense, it's usually more accurate than those that have an extremely strong emotional charge to it. So sometimes in a dream, you could be like watching a movie. In a dream, you have a certain distance, and you're not overly involved, but you're seeing a scene unfold, a vision unfold. That's to be trusted. Um, and I think you can, keep a journal and write down your dreams and which ones come true and which ones don't, and try to see if there's any commonality in the ones that don't come true. For instance, are you dreaming about some psychological issue that you're working on, such as anxiety or depression or whatever you're working on? That it can come through in dreams as well as a form of trying to heal it. So you can keep the journal and see if you find any commonality in the dreams that don't come true. And in the dreams that do come true, I hope you listen to them.
Okay, let's go back to the wild card line. And Chris is in Clearwater, Florida. Chris, you're on with Dr. Judith Orloff. Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Orloff. Since you mentioned that sociopaths are wired differently and it's difficult to accept that there are those without empathy, refer to Dr. Daniel Amen. Like comment on him if you know him. He says he's conducted over 210,000 SPECT brain scans, and he writes that the prefrontal cortex is like the executive part of the brain. It's responsible for focus, forethought, impulse control, and empathy. And in my experience, like growing up with a psychopathic brother, I started learning through intuition to identify for and with energization, visualization exercises, with pranayama, inviting in God's limitless, loving prana or chi, orgone, ether, Holy Spirit, can repel sociopaths until they start to respect power, stillness, yield strength as God's vital force, which initially is actually hateful to them to fight. So we have to avoid conflict because we don't want to so much as inconvenience anyone, because we are aware that whether for better or for worse, we can't predict how our actions will make others feel. And maybe we don't intuit what are the most productive actions to take. Plus, we feel how others feel right now, or how others will eventually feel when we become deceased or otherwise out of the physical body and in touch with our emotionally expansive astral body. The vital force is full of seemingly conflicting feelings, happening simultaneously. We can't learn that those seemingly conflicting feelings are actually complementary, and we can become ecstatic. So we can't easily tolerate feeling how we've made others feel. I encourage folks to just focus on your third eye as constantly as possible. That's what Paramount Yogananda recommends. He says if you do that, you don't have to take his Kriya Yoga lessons. So I know that they're also very good. But I know that all sorts of other spiritual techniques come naturally, just by focusing on the third eye. You don't to yourself and everyone is everything everywhere. It's a good idea, good habit to say to God, there you are, you can play hide and seek with me, but your cleverness is in me to reveal you more and more. And not being emotionally attached to the senses, crediting God does unite and enhance your senses in a more profound, intuitive synesthesia.
Okay.
Thank you. And it does center you. You know what? All those different techniques that we've talked about are powerful techniques that do center you. And it's also good to just know the signs of a sociopath so you quickly identify them and you don't open your heart too much to them because they're not prepared to love you back. And so if you have all the tools that you discussed and you have some uh, tips for remembering this is a sociopath, right away you identify this so you're not going to make them your best friend. You're not going to make them your parent. You know, and realize that they have extreme limitations. Um, so thank you for sharing about them.
Okay, let's go east of the Rockies with David Carmichael, California. David, you're on with Dr. Orlon. Go ahead. Just missed David. That's okay. Let's go back to the. We'll go to the wild card line in Boston, Massachusetts. Boston. Good to hear from you, Joe. You're on with Dr. Orlon. Go ahead.
Ryan and Dr. Orloff, I'm flying to say hi to Nikki and John and Nikki in Texas. My friend Agnes and here's John, Wisconsin. I have cancer. I'm usually impaired. I wish I was pregnant. I come from a cruel and abusive family. I've never been together. How do I get people to help me? I need to get treatment, but the hospital promised to let me stay in a hotel. They've been good social worker and I always ask Dr. Orloff to quit. And they changed their mind. If I don't get treatment for prostate cancer, I get it. I can take a limit of my life. I cannot ride for over an hour in a car anymore. I get really sick. I communicate with I wish we send them thought. Make them realize it's important. And these people are not responsive to my calls, my letters. What do you do with people like this? These people have problems too, I think. What's your take on this? I appreciate your call, and I please don't care. Maybe contact me. I don't know, but I'll take your answer on the air. Thank you, Brian, for taking my call.
Okay. Dr. Orlon.
I mean, I can't comment on the whole healthcare system, but it's important, you know, for you to be very clear when you communicate in a concise way and don't get into long conversations. You know, like by saying you have prostate cancer, you need treatment. They obviously, need to respond to that so that you can get the treatment that you need. And so you might want to find an advocate who makes some of the calls for you because it's a windy system. And if you are meeting resistance, it's always good. The social worker, that's true. The story you told is always a good social worker place, right? I mean, that my heart goes out to you with that because that's happened so many of my patients at the VA. It's just very frustrating. But bottom line is you need the treatment. You can get an advocate, a social worker, a friend, anybody else to call to help you navigate it so you can get your appointments and get your treatment done. That would be
Great. So let's go back to, and we're going to try this, David west of the Rockies, Carmichael, California. David, you're on with Dr. Orlov. Good hand. And go ahead with your
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we're good to go. Dr. Olaf, I have this experience. It's sometimes hard to cope with my day, but I have this experience where I'll give you, for example, and I'll give you a more drawn out one, but quickly, I'll have the experience of picking up the pen at the same time not picking it up. It's a little bit hard to manage my concept of time. There's nothing neurologically wrong that anyone knows of, but when on the extreme case, I would be sitting in a room with someone, and we would be, I'd be like, you're gonna less work to do, and I would talk about like if they already have it, and they would be feeling like, I still have to have this journal, and I want me Sorry, but they never told anyone. And I think that how long it's been a secret.
Look at this move.
It's so hard.
See this athleticism.
Yeah. Just one big gigantic moment. Yeah. Because we don't last. Yeah. Time's only important.
Look at this move.
Yeah.
And this athleticism.
That's exactly it. The real mind fuck is that you're dying. As soon as you're born, you're dying. Dude, I watched a fucking guy get killed by a bear today. Somebody put it up on the bulletin board. It was a trained bear. It was a trained bear. And the trained bear had been in movies before, man. And the fucking guy, they had this bear in this pen, and they're training it, doing things. He just turns on this guy out of nowhere and rips his throat apart. And just tears at it and shakes him.
That's why I never want to go up into space and look at the past.
Yeah,
the pioneers.
I want fucking
bears up there.
Dude, I was watching that Sarah Palin, just the promos for that shit on Discovery or wherever it is, and that bitch is fishing next to grizzly bears, and I just want the grizzly bear to go, fuck you, I'm Union. I got Union during the Grizzly Man movie. Alright, it's your ass. I'm coming and just attack the fucking boat. And fucking,
very frightening.
They're very fucking, they are powerful animals, man. They can rip a horse's fucking head off with his paw.
I've talked about it too much over the past few weeks, and I talked about it yesterday on the Tom Green podcast, but there's a video you should see, folks. It's a bear eating a moose alive, and it's on the internet. You want to know how ruthless fucking nature is, man?
They're fucking brutal.
They don't even kill you, man. They just start eating.
Yeah, they don't care.
They hold you down and eat you.
While you're still flying.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah, kill me first.
This video, though, the crazy thing is, this is a trained bear. This guy had raised this bear and trained it, and his I believe it was his cousin, was in the rink with it, you know, as they were working with the bear, and the bear just, for whatever reason, just decided to attack him out of nowhere, unprovoked, just fucked him up, man.
Good.
You think so?
Yes. Why are you fucking with a bear? It's a bear.
Well, he's just
Let
trying to
it
make
the
some money.
fucking go.
It's what
Let it
bear
fucking,
trainer.
let it just chill.
Somebody's gotta do, like, if you're gonna have a movie where you have a guy wrestle a bear, someone's gotta train that fucking bear. We can't have a movie.
CGI. Yeah.
You know what? You ever see that movie? You ever see that movie Congo?
Yes.
Yeah, when they had those big crazy monkeys that were so obviously men with monkey suits.
Yes.
It was annoying, man.
CGI has fixed all this.
If it's
Michael Clark Duncan wasn't working then? I mean,
whoa. How dare
that's my favorite earthquake joke.
you? Okay.
Have you Neil Earthquake, the comedian Earthquake?
What is that?
He said that he went on an audition and saw for Planet of the Apes and saw Michael Clark Duncan in there, and he called his agent and just left. He said that motherfucker didn't need makeup.
How rude.
Is there
I'm sorry, that's hilarious. Alright,
There's earthquakes everywhere, man.
I'm sorry.
Even in Guam, there's
Are you
earthquakes?
trying to get back to the point?
Actually, do you know they're protected by the Mariana Trench, the lowest place on Earth?
They're protected by it? How are you protected by the lowest spot on Earth?
The immense cavern takes out a lot of the energy from the tsunami, how deep the water gets.
Really?
Yeah, so they are protected by a reef, and they're protected by the Mariana
So
Trench.
they've never been jacked by a tsunami?
No, they come, but they don't get the full width and breadth of it. You know, a lot of the energy is lost in the canyon.
Is that trench where they recorded that insane biological sound? I know they call it the bloop. There's one crazy sound that they recorded that's so many times louder than anything they'd ever recorded that was biological under the water, and they know it's biological. They don't know what it was.
It's like mayhem
Oh,
underwater.
dude.
Screaming Miller times two.
Man, that guy he's a little much, right, baby? Yeah, man. I love that guy. I met him at this
The full
podcast.
spectrum, bro. That's the full
Serious.
spectrum.
That guy is a killer.
Yeah, he's
I look
awesome.
in his eyes and I'm like, yeah, that's a guy I want to fuck with. Like, he would love to hurt me.
Well,
Like, it'd be just a
he
goof.
enjoys fighting.
Yeah,
He enjoys it. He's fucking good at it. He likes it. That's what he's supposed to be doing.
yeah.
You know, there's a broad spectrum of human beings.
Yeah, man. I totally agree.
Everybody's supposed to be doing their thing, you know?
Yeah, man.
Sometimes people find their thing and it matches up with their personality, and sometimes they just
Yeah,
fight
can
it.
you imagine if he
and
didn't
they
get
go
into
postal.
Can you imagine if he just didn't get into fighting and instead he was like, I'm just gonna work at Toys R Us, and like you're just like, oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
fucking fallen day waiting to happen.
That would be a problem.
Fallen day waiting to happen.
Yeah, that would be a fucking problem.
Like, I'm always nervous around Eddie Bravo late at night.
Why? Have you seen him drunk?
I've seen him drunk, and I think, and
Just the idea that he can kill you anytime he wants.
yes, that is very scary, and the fact that there is nothing I can do. And then he tells some guys that are like
double his size, how he'd choke him out from underneath. Okay, and I've never even heard that. I didn't know what that was. And he's laughing about it. Oh yeah, I'd climb up and then like fucking leg lock him and choke him out and shit like this. And I'm like,
it's so weird because I don't get that from Eddie Bravo as I do with Mayhem. Like with Mayhem, I fear him.
yeah.
And he's always just so happy and nice.
It's not competing. Yeah. You know, the difference is the guys that are competing, guys who are like actively fighting MMA, they all are super, they have to always be ready to train and to spar, and they're always thinking about competition, they're always training hard, they're always ramped up, you know? And most of them are really calm, like Mayhem's is about as exaggerated the personalities he's at, but that's just who he is. He's always been like that. I've done that dude forever. You have too. He's always been like that. But just the fact that they're in competition mode, that's like some primal shit. You're at 9 all the time, you know? Your senses are heightened. You're training for combat, man. That's like some serious shit.
Can you imagine that gym every day? Like the Spartans, they get the kids kidnapped, taken and beaten, and fucking toughened up, and then they escape at 18 and they go rape and steal a girl out at night. Sparta was fucking. I mean, these guys, they were warriors.
It's crazy to think about what pussies we are today. And people had to be like that at one point in time for us to get to today. They had to be strong. They had to be able to fight off fucking animals and hordes of invading tribes. You had to be strong to stay alive just a few thousand years ago.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's very strange.
A few thousand, 150?
Yeah.
150 fucking years, 2 lifetimes.
Dude, the Wild West, that was the 1800s.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, 1865 was the abolition of slavery, right? Was it 1875 or 1865?
65.
And then you've got, fucking cowboys and Indians going to war. Just fucking each other up.
Knife fighters.
Yeah.
Oh, those guys are nasty.
Did you see the thing where Obama got in trouble because he was talking about Sitting Bull? And he was recognizing that Sitting Bull was a hero. And, it was like, I guess it was part of some book that he had. He has some child.
Yeah.
And people were going, hey, Sitting Bull killed a lot of fucking Americans.
Yeah,
it's funny because we're acknowledging now that we've integrated the American Indian into the whole American culture, like they're a part of us. Now we're sort of acknowledging that the original Americans just fucked them. And this guy fought back, and this guy's a hero for fighting essentially us.
Well, it's mind-boggling when you say, we're the land of the free because of an act of terrorism.
Tell that to Willie Nelson. He's gonna be in jail.
I know, man. It's crazy. Yeah, dude. But we say that. We spout out his patriotism and stuff. And if you go to the Boston Tea Party, which is dum-dums, Republicans that are mad and we have a black guy who's saying, we're Tea Partyists, okay?
This is the move.
Talking about a terrorist act. That was a terrorist act. It was not an act of war. You know that, right? We call it rebellion because we're on this fucking side of it. But it was basically a terrorist act. If white guys today dressed up as Arabs, okay, and attacked a private company and destroyed property, we'd call it a terrorist act.
Okay.
All right, and that's exactly what we did.
Right. Okay, it's a terrorist act. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And that's how we bore our nation. And the same thing that, we accuse Afghanistan of being a terrorist because they want to kill us, or they killed this many and they don't want to be under our fucking rule. Out there, we'd be an empire, like the fucking British were to us.
Well, we're a lot crazier than that. We're more crazy than any empire ever. We have military presence in over 100 countries.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
We've got guns all over the world and jets and American soldiers ready to go. What's up? Dude's ready to go. Strategically placed in all sorts of areas so they can get jets to them in time.
Are you nervous about this fucking North Korea guy?
No. Not at all. No, I just want better trade agreements. And they don't have any food.
But he's about to die. He's already named his successor.
No, it's gonna happen.
But look at his son now. His son's ready to jump in. Like, he looks like he's a nice young guy that plays StarCraft. Finally, Dad's gone. I can play StarCraft with all my friends.
Yeah, right. I was waiting till that.
They play StarCraft. It's not as fun. Once you have nuclear weapons, you can use.
I'm telling you, man. They bomb the fuck out of that island. They
what happened is they attacked the island, right?
Yeah, they shelled the shit out of it for hours. They flattened it.
Really? Who was on the island? Who was on the island? Oh, they killed
South
people.
Koreans, yes, they killed thousands supposedly.
Really?
Yes, they blew up a fucking island.
You heard of 7? 7 people were in. This is a big part of the conversation. We should go Google.
Yeah, and they killed 47 South Korean sailors. They downed the fucking ship and said they didn't. Motherfucker, we got you on tape, bitch.
What happened?
They fucking blew up a battleship. Not a battleship. It's like a trawler of the South Korean Navy. They blew it up. Killed 47 sailors. That's an act of war.
2 dudes died. 2 dudes.
On the shell,
They both died of AIDS.
they both had the head. They were like, I'll see something I
There's a theme to our conversation. It's numbers. I think we need to leave out numbers until we know these bitches. It's 2 people died, bro. 2. Those humans.
Those humans. And the shelling, that's it?
That's it.
Oh my god. But what about the 47
But still,
sailors?
that's still 2 people that fucking died, man. That ain't cool. It's crazy. The guy's killing people. Yeah, he's killing people, and it looks like they're breaking the law.
Checked.
Well, maybe you're right, man. Maybe he's so fucked up he is going to try to actually go out with a bang.
I think he's fucking crazy, dude.
You never know, man.
I think don't underestimate cuckoo.
You got to be pretty crazy to want to be some sort of a leader like that, a leader of a country, a leader of a cult, leader of anything. To be that arrogant that you should be the main person, it means really just playing up on a flaw in human nature. The flaw is the necessity of the alpha, where we're always looking to the one person that we
really
led by. That's how all tribes of animals deal with it.
Yeah.
Tribes of wolves do it, tribes of monkeys do it, and tribes of humans do it. We need one person, even that one person isn't qualified, as long as there's one person in that position. That's why, this whole Sarah Palin thing is possible. You don't have to be qualified. You just have to be in the position. This fucking guy isn't qualified to be the president of North Korea. You tell me other North Korean people haven't said, listen, I'm a lot more reasonable. I could get shit done with other countries.
Yeah, we can have like meat and food
like that.
and cabbage and
Yo, there he is. How you living, pimp? You slanging dick like it's going out of style, son?
Sure, what's up?
Kicking ass, taking names, wink. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, my friend?
Nothing much. I just been smoking along and doing different things. Playing Oblivion, Remaster.
What's on your agenda for today?
Not much. I'm gonna be not much. Probably smoking, doing stuff like that.
Man, when I grow up, I want to be you. All right, you ready to hear an update on my life?
Yeah.
I have fully automated, it seems, to a very good extent, 3 very powerful Xbots. Every day that you come in here, I want you to check and see how many people have joined the server. Within the last, 96 hours or so, I've gotten 30 people to join the server, which is really good, dude. Have you ever had to get people to join a server?
No, I'm sure it's difficult.
Dude, it's so fucking hard because it's not even like, hey, let's be Facebook friends or something. It's like, I need you to go on this niche social media platform and accept an invitation, and there's only a limited amount of them that you can be in. So basically, you have to be more popular than other people's platforms or servers, or else they leave yours. It's incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
But I've gotten a good amount of people in here, over 2,000. It's taken me a year, but that's good. So what's new with Oblivion?
I am a white guy. I'm an Imperial. I am focusing on a little bit of everything. Archery, magic, hand, melee, whatever you fucking want to call it. And I am in the Dark Brotherhood.
Are there any topless chicks in that game?
Unless you want to, dude.
Okay, that's tight.
So no, there's not. But you could mod. You could pay. I think that might be the only mod. The only mod I've ever seen for it so far was that. Yeah.
All right. Did you know that it's 246 days until Grand Theft Auto launches?
Is that 7 or 6?
Dog. It's Grand Theft Auto 6. 7 won't be out for like
Oh yeah.
a decade.
I'm not a big fan anymore. But yeah, I think that's cool.
Why aren't you a big fan anymore, pimp?
I'll probably end up joining
You'll probably end up what?
quarantining, playing it. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, I've gotcha. So aside from masturbating furiously and playing Oblivion and smoking weed, what are your other plans for today?
What am I other what?
Plans for today. That's the agenda. That's the agenda all day, every day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I know you very well, Wink. I know your likes, your hobbies, what your passions are. I just named the top 3.
You did. Yeah.
All right. So, are you now going to... Well, first, how are you always awake so fucking early?
This is my time, recently.
You're in the United States?
Yeah.
Man, you get up fucking early as shit.
I mean, technically I got up at 11. And
11 p.m.?
Yeah.
Oh, so your hours are all fucked up.
Exactly.
All right. Do you watch professional football? No.
No.
Why not?
I'd rather watch Marvin's Mysteries.
What the fuck is that?
It's my favorite cartoon, dude.
All right. Is it regarding Marvin the Martian?
No, it's not actually. It's about a Canadian guy.
What are your
I like it. Marvin's Mysteries.
What are your thoughts on Marvin the Martian? Go.
Not much. I'm not. Who knows the planet he's from? I don't know.
If Marvin the Martian wanted to be your roommate, would you allow him to be?
No.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not roommates with aliens.
Do you know from where Marvin the Martian is?
No.
Mars, dog. It's in his name. How did you not know that?
I don't know. That's a good point.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Would you live with Bugs Bunny if Bugs Bunny were homeless?
Huh? Wait, start over. What is that?
Would you live with Bugs Bunny if Bugs Bunny were homeless?
No.
Why not?
I don't think I live with cartoon characters in general.
What about Peter Griffin?
Definitely not.
What about Jessica Rabbit?
No, well, you got me there.
I know the way to your heart, son. All right. If you had to live with either Peter Griffin or Homer Simpson, who would you choose?
Neither, dude.
No, you have to.
No. How would you answer it?
I think Homer Simpson probably does less, but he'd be calmer. Peter would always be like doing shit, and that would cause a lot of trauma. Um, so I think I'd get along with Peter more, but I'd probably just want to be his friend and not want to live with him. All right, fuck, Mary, kill. Lois Griffin,
No, I don't want to.
Marge Simpson, and Jessica Rabbit. Go.
I'm just about to smoke. I'm about to smoke. I don't want to.
I asked you a very important question, Wink. The people of the world want to know the answer. Fuck, Mary, kill.
No, I'm not answering.
You must.
No, I mustn't.
All right, then I'll give you another question. If you had to employ Peter Griffin, Homer Simpson, or Marvin the Martian, which one would you choose? Wink.
What?
Assuming that they could all work for you, who would you rather hire? Peter Griffin, Homer Simpson, or Marvin the Martian? Go. Are you thinking about your answer?
Nope.
Why not?
I'm just chilling, dude. I don't want to do that right now. I'm just chilling. Why can't we just talk?
We are talking. I'm asking you a question.
But it's a stupid question.
All right, well, what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about one of the things that you originally said you talked about when I first got to the server, like green hydroponics or fucking radioactive nuclear fusion, whatever.
All right, do you know who Bob Lazar is, the former S4 engineer?
I do.
Amazing. What are your thoughts on him?
I think he's pretty consistent. His answers. I think he seems like he's telling the truth.
Yeah, Wink, you're exactly right, man. I agree. I think he's a fucking American hero.
I saw the the 80s video of him in the car. That was interesting. Like he's like trying to get his story out.
Yeah, dog. Where he has the jet-powered Honda. Word, dog. All right, so let's ask this. If you were the manager of a fast food restaurant, would you hire Bob Lazar if he needed a job?
Yes.
Excellent. Would you ask him all the questions that you could? So, one moment. Yo, what up? Hey, that's a really cool symbol. How you living, dog? How you living, Hale?
Fuck you too. Fuck you too. Fuck you.
That's cool. How'd you like that, Wink? Oh, that was nice.
kept surrendering. And I
Into
kept
the
saying, I
regular
won't be
thing.
done. P.S. I'm forever young. You know,
Oh,
I'm
that was
not
so tight.
but I will be back to the week because we as thou wills that
Say,
I
say,
have a really deep spiritual belief that I
say,
have
no,
a
say,
chance at
no,
life and that I wasn't squandering given that, you know, I had tremendous I think I should have so when I think about just the path that I do also believe that I had to have the will to walk through the doors when they opened. And because it isn't just, oh, you know, magic fairy dust came and touched me on the head and look at what I got. You have to have a level of passion, you know, and a willingness to change. You know, like this is all about transformation, which is where my career ended up. That's the Oracle School is a personal transformation experience. It's not about teaching people how to work the Oracle cards. It's using the Oracle cards as a personal transformation tool, right? So how do we see ourselves reflected accurately in the world when we're sitting in the center of chaos, like especially now? So yeah, I look at the whole journey and go, wow. Wow.
This is amazing the path that you can take to get where you are. A lot of people will go back and reflect and wonder the same thing too. One thing you mentioned, by the way, devoted to helping others. So that's how you see the work you're doing today. You're guided by trying to help other people.
Yes, and I typically, yes, I mean, that is the only purpose. I mean, I really mean it when I say I got a second chance. Like I really mean that. And so one of the things that we learn in recovery is that you know you have to help others, or you don't get to keep it. You don't get to stay clean and sober unless you're helping others. So there's all the free stuff I do, and then there's the stuff I do professionally. But my motivation is because I have been given an extraordinary life, and I know that
Ah, ah, ah.
conscious universe because I've seen it with my own eyes. So when I've seen something, experienced something, seen the result of that something, and been able to repeat that, I want to teach that to other people. And that is what has motivated me. I know it's
Oh, that fucking stance. It's so funny. I'm hollering. All right, kid. Do you think you're taking an L this week? If we win Betson out, we're gonna win the whole thing. Of anybody's team that I have had fear, of which I had fear, it was Yo-Yo. I think Yo-Yo's team, even though we have a 58% chance of winning, Yo-Yo's team's gonna get us this week. We're taking Wandale Robinson, who I don't know why I made that decision. Are they playing a good team? That might have been the biggest fucking.
Manifestation is about what it is that we see and we continue to expect. That's why populations can be, you know, that are, you know, for example, conditioned through propaganda, for example, they're going to start to only look for that. and that is actually brain science. So so they're predetermined. What would be predetermined for me is the fact that I have a cancer, I'm a Libra rising, I have there's certain traits that I have. I'm not going to have access to unlimited potential because there's going to be a level of limitation based on what my interests are. I'm never going to be a mathematician, but I'm going to be an artist, right? So we have certain ways in which we are fated or predestined, if you will. But I will tell you a story. So I got a reading when I was in my early 20s, and from this famous psychic that came, and I was always talked to call myself a psychic because it was pejorative at the time. It was very fringe.
League winner. I don't know how I feel about that move. Sure gonna make tonight fun. You remember. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
And he told me very accurate things about my past, like my parents. My dad was 20 years older. My mom has said that. Said all these things. Very, very interesting. So I'm like,
Look at this move. I fucking hate those boards. Those boards are the worst. Whoa. It's the worst. Look at this move. All right, big dog. Are you really gonna put him on Joe Robinson? He's supposed to score 13 points.
There's like no way. I had such low self-worth because I had a violent thing in my early 20s, and actually at 19, and then again in my early 20s, there was a lot of sexual violence and all this stuff. And so, of course, that was what I expected was all I was going to ever have. It was the biggest disappointment. My poor parents who worked so hard. And so, yeah, that would have been my fate and destiny had I continued the way I was living. Oops, sorry, bleep. What's that? A bleep out of me. Sorry about that. My nickname was supposed to go pirate, so I have to watch my mouth. I'm so sorry. But anyway, beep, beep, beep. So, yes, so of course, it encouraged me. And then, so a few years later, I ended up, in the 80s, they used to say cocaine wasn't addictive, right? So that was the thing. Oh, yeah.
Look at this athleticism.
Of course, I got addicted to it. And ended up, and I always say I ended up
Damn,
sober straight into recovery. Went to a women's treatment center, saved my life in 1986. Actually, ended in 1986.
And I said, burn it all. And you remember.
I had that choice. So I got clean and sober. But getting clean and sober, devoting yourself to a spiritual life, being willing to do the work that it took to clean up everything, to see myself through a different lens, to recognize that I wasn't a mistake, that God made me and He doesn't make junk, and I could see myself as useful. And the greatest success that I had at that point, I had no money, I had not pot to whatever I'm going to say, whatever, I didn't have a pot.
Just all bad, which was good. But you know what? How about this? I want to know where this goes next, but you start to see yourself in a different lens is an interesting way to put it. Because I think a lot of other people may be wondering how can they see themselves in a different lens. So let's continue the conversation with our guests, Black and Reed, after the break on Coast to Coast AM.
iHeartRadio brings you Global Citizen Festival 2025 from New York City at Central Park's Great Lawn. Live performances from The Weeknd,
cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epics set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, Godfather's prospects for success were far from sure. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Not only is not going to work, trying to get rid of those guys is just out.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the varnish of their industry and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really makes the process so arduous. Leave the gun, take the cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the gun, take the cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola,
Yes, that was a real question.
Robert Evans,
Godfather's Godfather.
James Caan,
To me, it's a couple of best successful like that. Wash you off the right around the clock.
Al Ruddy,
Lots of night got a call from these Academy guys. It was a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives
Abdullah.
a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. The free iHeart app. Listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Under the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak.
Look at this move. Oh, you don't want to hear me say Havdalah, you little bitches? Listen to this Shinoi. Shinoi, why the fuck knows what day it is? I'm the biggest pimp of all time. West Side.
Extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison during their 20s. I'm Jamie Beatrice, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole. This way, we of the state legal system. They will come in and stand around the wall and sweat just like it would all of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their sentence. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
And in that way, there hasn't was supposed to be followed up with another album.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming of it. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
That's how we do. What up, what up? Yo, what up, David? How you living, pimp? David, can you hear me? Hope you're having a wonderful day, David. Shavuot Tov, pimp.
Selfies later on, then automatically makes it look too big. It doesn't
doesn't want to sell them, they're not muktzah. We learned about the concept of muktzah.
Shout out to David and David's dog.
Stone that's not clean. Or in Mark's example, you have a branch of a palm tree. It's for firewood. How do you switch that into not being hooked on shot? Because you're chewing on real school, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Machshava. Say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or some excitement, or this particular shot. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with the Chassidim and Akiva, he told his Talmidim in a time of an emergency, either Shever Brachas or Shiva, he said, go outside.
222s. 2022.
Typical day, without an emergency, you have to take action. Rabbi says you don't have to take action, you have to sit on that branch. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-muktzah purpose. It's actually a price that says if you have cotton or wool, they want to put on wool, so you need to don't get in some oil and tie to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be later and it's up. However, if you use it in that fashion for Shabbos, that's how you want to use it. It's a longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building materials. Sometimes your bed, you're not going to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your bed. However, if you used it for Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. Those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tiles, it was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for the dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it's bundled in the floor and it's muktzah. It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan agree in dirt, because dirt can't take action, you can't hide dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining silver, the Gemara says you shine is cool shine, but you cannot shine silver with harder, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But in that, you can say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another verse that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. So what do we do? These three explanations of the Gemara. Either this book is like something that's like sand, like nether and sand, which you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's the place between two prices. Or, the question is, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing silver. And that's the point. One price in the whole display, you go from the Rishon. The problem is, if you go from the Rishon, it also says in the price that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. From the Rishon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. It says that the Nazir is not allowed to cut his hair. He's allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, even though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to the view that says Lakshin Skavin Asur. It's actually my place in the field. So technical
Yo,
this
how are you?
this part it doesn't remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver.
What's good, son?
It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face. It's not, well, if the person has a beard, it might remove the beard. It doesn't say we're talking about a woman or Sarah is a puppet, people don't have beard. So the Buddha says that you can take brush, bricks, and wash your face with it, but I can assume that might be facial hair. The Rizvi says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rabbi. Rabbi says sesame pulp. There's something called barba. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third of hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. So if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is muktzah. The word tells us that Amemar and Rav Ashi used this on their face, and Mar Zutra did it. There's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man used beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is like acting like a woman, according to Mar Zutra's also. According to Amemar and Rav Ashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah.
But then they care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another trend, Rashi, that when people see a beautiful person, they get shut up that much more. It's a Beira to be mashmas food, to destroy food. You might have a question, can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting. So you do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread. It doesn't become moles. Now, originally, we learned Rabbi Rothschild says if you have hakmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation. What you do is you fill the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Rabbi Rothschild is concerned that you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's possible to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the sharing of wool would fall in and you're going to touch them in the rotten. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If it'll fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called Likusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out of Shabbos. Same thing if you have a knife in the wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of binding. The day is binding. If you have a knife, put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to use it. You're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. Berries, turnips.
How old are you, David?
If you have some of them sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard, and it will be like a
14.
or he'll plant
Okay,
them
you gotta go, dog.
That's not considered planting.
Take care.
He's just storing it. He's not hiding
Alright.
it. He's just storing it. Of course, the problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara told before. The Gemara remains in a question and a wonderful
in spite of all the chaos that's around you, then you have to be able to recognize that both and right, this and that will be true. And so I really believe that that if you are in that place where you're saying the direction doesn't come from somebody else, the direction comes from this deep well of divinity within you that knows that there is something for you. And if you can tune into that, which is about self-discipline, meditation, it's about your nervous system in life, which of course is very difficult these days, especially when we're conditioned to be constantly afraid. So it's skipping, it's kind of saying, okay, in spite of all of this, I have to do this. And it finds you, it's not something you have to go looking for. I think this is, you know, we've been taught in way of
reverse.
life.
You have a country, now that it's insulated. The boat, once
Once
ready, your place is not but your life is insulated.
yes, I'm still telling everybody to be in today about some tiny little concrete. Anyway, so you say, okay, what would be next? And like me, I would, I was like, okay, show me how to serve. Because everything is about service. And when it becomes service, and you are happiest, it's not rocket science. It's about finding what is my voice and then recognizing that is something you can follow.
Water that was boiled up by God because
the direction being, like, I'm going to go in the direction of where keep it up in mind,
certain I would say God, higher power, was very insensitive. He held that other question that not asking that other people that as if you let it be make on the hell.
So go where the doors open. And
it's
when
also
you know that you have a conscious
the
contact with
something that's
yourself,
you know that it's like
and
the device.
I can only express what I've experienced and then what I can tell people, and it works. So then you say, hey, it's not just my ego. It's like it's not about fame. It's not about being part of your prestige. Those things can come. They can come. They can be satisfied.
And we don't say, oh, you just started
When
over.
you recognize that
That
there's
point on,
purpose
once
in
you
your life,
take
there's
it later,
direction.
it's not
Your life
considered
on my
as
purpose.
fun.
And the purpose
Only this
is
served
my
on that
original
original
relationship to a
big
powerful
pot,
man.
or to
And
another
then
pot.
if you're
You're
applying
showing
like me,
you don't
I'm
care
like,
that you're
oh,
pulling
okay,
off
wait a
this
second.
anyway. So
This is
slow
virtuous.
sentence saying that perhaps you can go ahead and boil it up again. He's already in the process
Wait,
of pulling
I
off.
want to go over there. Which
If a person
is typical
takes his
for
first
so many people. It's like, well, wait,
and the
I don't
box
think that's
cover
the
is
direction
booked
I want to go in.
it's
But in
also
fact,
the
that's
thing
the
that
direction
you
that's
out.
going to make you happiest.
If the
Because
box is
the
slightly
universe,
ajar,
spirit,
slightly
God,
open,
knows you better
then
than
you're
you
allowed
know
to take
yourself.
the food out.
And knows
Obviously,
what
if the
will
pot
be
is not
most
open,
happy
it's
doing,
booked.
being,
Yeah.
contributing.
Or it tells us like
And
a
it'll
metal
always be
bird
surprising.
and put it
It
on top
will
of
be
a
surprising.
Look at this athleticism.
vessel. He did a really weird vessel.
Every year,
As long as he opens up the piece that he
and
sort of
I've been here since
has heard.
2005.
Of course, the opposite is also true. I think earthenware, the metalware thing, metal, really
super enthusiastic about this thing I developed.
and then finally, for dessert,
Anyway, so
it's also
this really
the
works. It's
frost
amazing. Like,
ice
let's
cube
put it
in
up
the sun,
so,
the frost snow.
but that wasn't something I had planned either. That was not my direction. My
Frost
direction
happens
came
on
like,
its own.
this is
How can I love
something I can do that makes me feel more
and I'm going to start
grounded,
the
less
third.
anxious.
Then it was
And then when I got
is this the right
that
so
place,
success behavior?
then it just
That makes
comes to
sure
you. It's not, you
animal
don't have to
keeps
go
out
searching, but the more that you search
animals that
for
flavor
it,
of
the
the
more it's
love
right.
because you're not
That's the other
there.
thing. Like, it's
Animals
not
are
going to show up, so you have to be still and
there.
know that, like,
What
that
we
still
surround
small
around
voice
us,
within you is going to
is
tell you.
a chain that you put your animals
That
to
it
carry
is
to
love
value, some
in
sort of
such a way
jewelry
that,
that we're
and that's in, like, for example,
what's considered
oh, that book, people are going to read that book, oh, that thing over there, that may be interesting, and you start to follow the crowd. Anyway, so I teach this thing every year, I have for years, like a vision board challenge, which is really about creating an artistic symbol, metaphor, map of reality that you want to call it, right? So and then what I started telling people was like, well, to be honest, what if there was something better? Because I always thought I could reach it, and I could manifest for anything really. It's not that hard. But is that what is best for you? So it's like, how do I change what spirit wants to be? So I started doing this extra thing, like this big board.
So
And I get these big circles and
the whole animal or its head, that's enough.
Vision
Let me
boards now.
take it
See,
off
like,
the hand.
surprise me. Like, put these big
Or just tell the stories
circles
lately.
and
Why did one of
round
these
and
big
round and say, okay,
heard this
universe,
really
pick
good?
for me, because I
Send
think
money to
I
a very
know what I
distant
want.
place.
I think I know the
It's a
direction I want, which is a year.
difficult for
Or I
us to send
really
out
lost and
6
don't
month
know
journey.
what my direction is. So
Therefore,
I'm going
take
to
these
show
barley
you this
instead of
you
the
show
bag of barley.
me. You show
Just feed your ducky barley.
and
That's
you
all it
will
needs
be
to be
shown.
like a little duck.
But if you say no,
Except for the bread.
Well, it's interesting.
But if you have
about
very
the artistic side to it, the art of manifesting, part of it
and
is
instead of giving it a voice,
wiring your
you give it
brain,
it's not really
creating your reality.
That's
And if you
considered
think
very
about
job.
how at some point in your life you have tried this and you gave up, forgot about it, is there
What
certain
about the review? What if you don't think it is
things dormant for a while?
just family?
They can write that down, or is it
Give it
starting
a
to scratch again?
roll.
And the other thing,
are you talking about a dormant
It's a price that says
Sorry.
just dormant visions, dormant imagery, like if you're trying to acquire your glory, and trying to make it to the point where you are taking the steps where you want to go. I think about what people
Very
today
thin.
do in
You're
2025.
very
What they would do is they would look at ChatGPT and they would say, tell me how to do
more than
this,
necessary.
which is, I'm guessing, not the best way to do it. You're not intuitive.
Or just tells the story that ladies don't
Oh my God, so many people are doing that. Can I just say how opinionated I am about that? Can I mean,
College
I
night
can
is
say that
because
about that, but
you sat in the
let me
ladies'
tell you
over
that
there,
why
even though he was more
the
functional than ladies.
manifestation process that I teach is
She said,
different.
the lady has some question.
There's a
She
million
finally
ways to
explained
do
what happened.
this. Mine is only one way.
What's that long?
I
Learning to find
profess to
out.
be the biggest
Not a
expert
very
on the
book,
planet about this, but it worked for me, and so
I
and
used
it's
on
worked for
Shabbos
other
when he was
people.
a movie.
Hence, I'm sharing this
if it works for you, great, right? So that's kind of my attitude to this. But the way I do this, the reason why it works is because most meditation techniques rely on in mostly the mind. Like these are your mind and your desire. So you are looking at your head, right? So it's like these are conceptual ideas. And you think about them, and you cut out pictures, let's say if you're doing a vision board, right? And that then becomes something that's a little bit more visceral. But with the drawing technique, you have to response, right? So you're engaging your brain's motor, visual, and emotional centers all at once. So when you draw simple shapes and patterns, just like our earliest ancestors did, FYI, this is not new.
How's everybody
There's been
doing?
so much research on
Another day
the
we were
first
learning
people
about
that did
different dishes and
baby
colors
lines
and animals
like
like we have
600 million years ago in India and cave walls. Those things. And then all these earliest ancestors that would make these stick drawings to ask the universe to bring them a successful hunt and things like that. So when you add the body into it, you take your hand, you take your hand, you're taking a stick and you're drawing something, and you're feeling this effort that you've done, and you're engaging with your emotional body, and you're saying, I'm grateful for this in advance, and you're taking it out of your head. And it becomes so interacted at the head, right? The mind is more than psychology. It's a body, mind, spirit way in which we engage the world, and then we begin to expect it, and we're coming from this extraordinary sense of gratitude and a lot of praise. We praise it in advance. Thank you for this perfect outfit trick. And you say, God, what you done through me by what? So give me that thing I want. And then we start to say, like, surprisingly, people engage to know exactly the form of it. Like, I'm not going to be happy if I get this exact thing. It doesn't work. That's why it doesn't work. So your ambition that may have been like, look at you ending up doing what you're doing. Did you find an attraction to it?
He says, another city. And that is the norm.
Now, this is one of the biggest radio shows.
Mama says,
you are the host, right? You're this host here. You landed here. That tells you what this is. You're grateful, right? Aren't you grateful for what?
At an extra level of grateful in a way,
drive, ambition,
or
and ambition
crazy
drives you to do as much as you possibly can to be in a position to advance. I think those things go hand in hand.
Yeah, and the thing that prevents people, I think, from finding a direction is their apathy. Everything conditioned to be afraid all the time. I think, without going into too much detail about this, but there's no way you can't see that. Especially in social media, there's propaganda everywhere to polarize people. There's this whole sense of feeling unsafe in the world where you're taught that you're unsafe, but you're going to follow an instinct rather than intuition, and you're going to start to look for potential threats in the world, and you're going to start to expect to see those things like the reticular activating system of your brain is going to dish that out for you before you reverse something, before you can see it. So people, for example, who
Look at this. Look at this. I'm president.
let's say people are expecting to be a partner, to be a partner, and that is true. They have to say, you know what, God's going to give me something better, and I'm going to believe it with all my heart and soul that this is not what I'm supposed to land for me. And I feel like something else.
Unprecedented. That's what it says.
Drug addicts, the alcoholics, etc. First get into a situation that may be, like with other addicts and alcoholics and sickness stories, and think, how are these people living these incredible lives? It's because they believe that God had a better plan for them, and they took that, they followed along, they're blessed, their gratitude, their service, and then opportunities come. You can see opportunities when you believe that they are there.
when you don't believe that they're there, and you're like, well, I don't know, let's see if it works. You're not going to see it.
And the double scientific animal in the background just before you can start to see home working hand in hand. Show them what kind of reason
1,000%. You know, that the spiritual and the psychological, or like just brain science. I'm a nerd, but like I should here's the thing. I only know about neuroscience, but we did so much research on this book to realize like, oh, this really works. Like there's a whole thing now called the neural arts. You know, there's a whole multidisciplinary study of how any kind of art impacts, you know, the brain, you know, and can actually shift, you know, why literally can change a life. If you draw, that's why art is so important to culture. That's why we have our feelings, you know, we hear music that music of our day, for example, back brings us in emotion, and we feel certain things, and those cascades are pulling through us, and so if we are drawing intentionally, then we start to see synchronicity. So that science is yes, and actually Rabbi Rothschild was one of the first people that why I got into this.
very interesting. The water was getting together.
Biology of belief and how what we see, because we're completely surrounded by stimuli all the time. And that literally the universe is filled with zillions of stimuli, but we can't possibly sort through all that. So if you look at the RAS in particular activity system, the brain is a balance level, like it decides who comes out the club, right? The club goes, okay, I'm only willing to see these things, right? So you figure, okay, you get it.
Sleeves.
Well, I just want to make sure we have some time here in the next hour to take some questions from listeners. So maybe you're ready for that. It sounds like we have a few coming in already. I'm looking forward to continuing with the Learn and Read and Chase book this. And also, the Art of Manifesting recently won for other very popular books. You can find her online, glennfairley.com. We'll continue our conversation with her and we'll get your questions in the next hour. What do you want to know?
Because one time that I'm Shabbos, it's in the right. It doesn't have the signature to it, but it's in this here. But when it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's without a and even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't serve the soul process, it's without never made a part, never made the body of the needle, and you're planning on making that hole, then right now it's not without powder. However, it's not full of still something purpose. Shabbos all down. Saturday was the free IRS has a
Look at his body. Look at his muscles. Break it down to 9. أنا ما أقوم شاكل شاني بالنسبة في تبان الله أن يكتفر.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. iHeartRadio Podcast Radio.
The sound before that looks like you are trying to get ready to carry a load. A saddle is also
Break it down to 9. أنا ما أقوم شاكل شاني بالنسبة في تبان الله أن يكتفر. Berkshire Kavod totally bad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berkshire Kavod totally bad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berkshire Kavod totally bad.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reducing the amount of water we use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers is cutting the water off one question. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/free. The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Katie Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman a dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderous disturbing urge to kill. This podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, on the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio, Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface is built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction. We'll make it easy to access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone to your dash. And Android Auto is available for vehicle, iHeartRadio, signal, iHeartRadio. Everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio's there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
the animals, NFL is really sent to the last survivor. One of the most incredible stories in that. It was a story where a person's wife died and left their child orphans. And the father couldn't provide for the child in the orphanage. The father hated the rest of his child. Look how great this person was. Or look at this person that your story. That's not very. Another incredible story. One for another today. Was a person married a woman and never realized the food that she died was enough. So I said, look what it's doing. So I wanted to ask you questions. That's a terrible woman. And especially her, she had a high number of what kind of she was. He never looked at her in a way, and he noticed that this is her. She said so far, those have been upside it. That it's protect his heart from the wolves. The wolves will protect the heart. Go after the enemies who stick them all up in the sky and can protect the wolves. So another time you are that is high up exactly so they don't think. Similarly, the opposite is results. And that's the part of female high up so they don't think they can make it. Wonderful.
To talk to a member, call the Wonder Card line, 818-501-4109.
Without stopping dollar, because this stuff is going to ask really what is not permitted.
The intervention
Is ignorance. It means that you grab the seal of downward with the veil door, free from the discussion of not producing, not having tear life, not having a if the place that it's they justify the people that are skilled in society. Ron Racing says it's a question of salty dirt. It's one last hour. Put up tonight. In other words, it doesn't come to us. It's soft or step into it. Sick take your cast and questions this hour. She says, if you go out, put on these speeds. It's coming out here just this week. It'll be interesting to watch you learn investing things. Perfectly right practice to rewire your brain and rebuild reality. We're just a few days away from that. Coming up, others, Spirit right out the book, listen to the Orange and a couple of other books. Our first year, you will listen to our conversations here. If you're trying to try this rewiring your brain and maybe keeping yourself back on track, or the people says like you see to answer matters about your life. It's maybe if you hop on the line now, please make your call. Like we'll enjoy hearing your questions. What's there coming up after the other host goes AM. But since people don't like thinking, therefore the boys are different. Also, the difference is that if you're in a place that they never tried to happen to get only try out one, then nobody's going to make a mistake. Never had. Richard says that if levels should go out and help on Amazon, 100% actually that's the one who likes the most is it's a leather that's strapped underneath the belt. And that is leather with a strap. This piece of leather is a strap from this one's industry to the camel. So the camel cannot go out with this strap that might fall down the edge of the hour unless it's also strapped to the front of the camel. Therefore, you're not permitted to fly animals all satellites in front of the other items. It's not looking at the market itself. A lot of grabs hold their ropes and their leashes and hold their hand provided that they don't grab the ration on it. Love or not, Amazon, flying sharks, ropes, or semi-English. Put a needle through one piece of cloth of semi-English. This is just a game. It's still not the best shot. And make sure that we focus celebrate 100 years of high-flying ducks. The Rovers begins to bring the whole right down and close to the ground. The one on the left is stops. We're much very one. I love it is human being and
Most investments today feel like second jobs. Real estate, your landlord. Stocks, you're a day trader. Crypto, you're a full-time researcher. You've got a life to live. Your investment should help you live. That's why more Americans are choosing one. No gold is $1,000 to protect their future with real feasible gold. Visit goldinvestments.com to get your free wealth protection kit. That's goldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicated. True results investing in precious metals include gold and gold trust. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making investment decisions.
Search all three options. And Rabbi Yehuda said the middle option means
Our guest this hour, and like Baron Reed, if you have a question for her this week, just type call us if you haven't already. We have some apologize. I'll send an email to you. Your question, running record, Shabbos post email. Collect how you're operating and doing so. Studies and sleeping.
Oh yeah, well I too. One of them is just thinks it's breakfast and so is looking for a seat and is staring at this, like that whole picture. And the husband and he sits next to him.
Are you ready to take this call?
Oh yeah.
You know, maybe some people listening right now, what type of calls do you like to get? What are some things that you would like to talk about?
some sort of
Well, okay, but it has to be anything about the process. Because actually, if you finish talking about that, I'm happy to do reading. So that's why they work for a that I teach with. I'm happy to do quick readings for people. So, for example, if somebody they have to couch their question in, this is my situation. We're going to what's my next step with this? I don't think that's determine predictions. So I will answer questions like that. But yeah, I mean, I've been on the show before. Anything goes. Like, let's hear what they got.
All right, let's start with the wild card line in Jimmy.
Another shot is
After North Carolina. Jimmy
it's really close to go. I'm personally going on support the car says if so,
Jimmy.
made a Jimmy right now. That's the goal of the person. But shot was here that when it gets good,
hear the feedback that like Jimmy also another shot there too.
It doesn't make sense.
She took her on with one mirror. Go ahead.
The shot of one of them, it's really good. That makes sense. That fits the word. I don't know if the other can say that. Passion, I go have something called it's exploding out of the young traveler events and now the young crowd later on in its life. Look on the other town, you skip the hedgehog, has sharp, spikes, men, shoots, and rats. What she said is, how over was it and the whole word of
So what you're describing is so many people right now experiencing something like this like you're an empath. An empath means that you tune into people's emotions and you also tune into emotions of the world. So I'm sure that, you know, like with everything going on in the world, you're also sometimes feeling like you're overwhelmed by emotions. Would you say that's true?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And then when you're dealing with other people, so the way I found it, it's like turning on a tap, turning off the tap. Because meditating was again repetitive for me, and actually actually, I did another one that's kind of artistic based a long time ago, where it's called a broadcast, and I really write all the stuff in there, say, like just for today, you take this from me, and so I do this kind of mini little ritual thing, very simple. You don't have to have any talent at all. Just stuff in the box and okay, I have to do this today. And imagine that if I ask the question, is this mine? So whenever I'm tuned in too much from something and I see it, and I'm also very emotional, like I get super depressed when I tune into things. So it's like I have to banish it. Like it's got to go. So I ask, is this mine? And my body will tell me it's not mine. And so I'm able, it's sort of like I can take it off the this metaphoric box, if you will. It doesn't have to be a real box. Just say, okay, put that over there. This is not mine to all. When you start to recognize what is mine, what is not mine, but it is meditation that you have to calm your nervous system down. Otherwise, you can't really turn it on, right? And nobody teaches us this stuff. So it's kind of like, how do I get my parasympathetic nervous system back in line? So I share something with you. So right now, you know what really worked for me, and I didn't even realize that's what I was doing until I got into all this stuff again. Because I knew, like I was a beautiful best book should have been called Beautiful Destiny, by the way. That's so if you do though, you can't turn your arm, right? You just say, okay, I can't go to this, like I gotta put it on the paper. And you just like scratch it onto the paper. And honestly, it really works. And I have had to do that because like you, it's really overwhelming, and I can be so overwhelmed by too much information, and that's how come I trade. I take drugs and all those things back then, and now I have to find a different solution. So then putting it in your arm, feeling, and also just imagining this is fine. You'll always know, because then your body will say, no. Which I don't know.
I think it was helpful. I think
Thanks, Brian.
It's just a Brian. He's down in Florida. Roberto, welcome.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'm not good. One question for I've been flying fast and I'm trying to enhance my awareness, my conscious from the search manager up to the education manager. I'm just trying to get my point of view, my perspective, and what, no matter what I do, it feels like nothing working.
Okay, so can I ask you what do you expect out of this? Like, what did you say? Whatever I do, nothing is working. So, I'm not exactly sure what your question is. So, as a blind person, you've gone through blind, which means you don't have all the five senses at your disposal. What you actually have is a greater sense of also empathy and a sense of the world because you can't use your sight, right? So you have a different kind of sight. But what are you looking for when you're standing alone? Get it?
I'm looking for work. I'm looking for the love of my life. I'm looking.
Okay, I see your point. Okay. So expanding from the place where you are to create something different, has to start with the belief system that there is a power greater than yourself that can deliver this for you. But is it delivered in a form that is right for you? So maybe you're saying it's not working because you have a time limit, or you're kind of saying like I need it by such and such a day. So you have to sort of allow the universe to present this to you in an appropriate time that is meant for you. Like I wanted to create a partnership for myself in my 20s. I didn't think I was 44. Right? So it's like the universe, when I was ready for this next step, that's where I got. And so I had to trust that I would continue to do this spiritual work on a day-to-day basis. And then you start to see synchronicities or experiencing them, as I use when you see experiences synchronicities, these meaningful coincidences as they arose. So it's not over. I just put a card for you too. It says that you're thinking that it's all you do. So you got to kind of read it like upside down, which means that you are thinking that you're the one that has to do all the work. You have to partner with God, Spirit, universe, say in this partnership, you show me what my next move is. But you like trusting that the universe is going to deliver. have to. That's my next right action. Does that make any sense? Yeah. So you already haven't even started. All of this is still in their brains. It's going to happen. It's just, you just have to keep trusting on a day-to-day basis. One day at a time. Do the work, trust, follow the
Looks like on the first time all in one, EMG is in the finish up there on the words of the EMG. It looks like you want to reading from BlackBerry.
I am a writer. It's just what I've done my entire life. Everything. I'm always meditating. And I've written a book I've been published. And I've written a book that I really, really believe in. And I really believe it was going to get published quickly, that I can have people find me or publisher, and I should know maybe you can read and play. Yes, perfect. I love this question. So I chose three cards. So I'm just going to jump into it. So, is this more of a memoir style? This book? No. This isn't from your perspective or your own. So this is a nonfiction book. It's a fiction. So memoirs is a surprise. The memoir is your experience, your spiritual experience, your life experience. That thing is actually what I'm seeing around you. Start writing down. This one has, if this is a fiction book, it has a inside the book, it talks about some form of teaching. Is that correct? Is there some magic in it? Is there some sort of storyline in it where the person reading it is going to learn something about life? Is that correct? Yeah. Yes, okay. This is subject to attention. So you've got serendipity, which means you cannot plan. Like, you're going to get no's until you get a yes. Basically, that's what this is saying. Chop wood means keep going, keep doing this. It's, you decided that it was a failure. You said, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen really fast, and it didn't. So that's like, oh. It's the fact that you had an expectation that it was going to happen fast, that you've now made it be, that it's not right. It does show here very clearly that it is going to land, but not in the time frame that you expect. So the treasure island card is always about opportunities that come to you, and so looking at going, well, why is it happening? Why is everybody else is happening sooner than mine? And it's going to happen in a way in which you didn't plan. So don't give up on this. You're just, we are meaning makers. If you make this mean, if let's say you went at this and say, I'm just going to put it out there and see what happens, you feel very differently about it. It's just doesn't happen. What's wrong? Nothing is wrong. It just hasn't happened yet. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, don't give up on this. This just has been, have you found the right on yet?
Shabbos got him like, oh, how's everybody doing? Sometimes it's like compared to the sit in the back. It's not a sit. So it's already in the sit. And they were saying, whoever says the sun says the person, like you go on your butts and they look right for each other, they're mistaken. What happened was they weren't like sure their father went around winning cards. They stayed in their place and they sent their messages out. And that's considered one time they try to spend their salaries and they received the return, and therefore they weren't as good as their father. Rabbi says, since they were Levium, they were entitled to the life service. But they demanded the life service since they were by the advisor, and in return, the other Levium were affected. Rabbi says they would give their money to the Alabama business. They would take back their money without giving the Alabama anything. But in return, they should pay for this very clear. That's wrong. But it says, take the force extra nicer.
So where you're heading is more of a system idea. So starting to practice a particular type of body work, for example, that you're now attracted to. But you are an innovator. So part of where you well is, like, oh, do I stick with the rules? Can I add this little bit? Does that make sense to you? Right? So being able to synthesize different modalities together is where you're heading. This is a very successful path that you're on right now. And you have this kind of deep knowing that when you question it, it's because in itself, as it is, specifically as structure as it is, as it presents itself, it isn't going to be enough for your life. That makes any sense. You're going to have to. That's what I mean. It's not going to be enough. Right? The way it is as it is won't be enough, and expansion is what you're meant to be moving towards. Yeah, you'll get it, and then you'll end up doing something professionally. Yeah, for sure. But you're going to bring the company in something you're already doing. So it's like, for example, like being a therapist and you want to add different modalities, like I said, it's going to expand your entire world as a result of doing this in one day.
Saw signs that
Hey, thank you very much for calling. I think we have maybe a minute or two here. Let's try to go to the wild card line and Jeanette. It's in Bexhill, Pennsylvania. Go ahead, you're on with pleasure.
So I can't tell you what your first is. I can tell you that the fact that those two things came up, it doesn't portend necessarily that somebody's going to die, but it does potentially portend that your son is trying to get a connection with you. Right? That there is, and if you saw those two things prior to his crossing over, then in fact, was making him try to communicate with you. And really, it was very loving. And there was also a suicide in your sight. I'm going to be honest. They were all educated, really
also says
Well, I think we got a perspective there. I think you're able to help one for the sake of time. We'll run. But I want to do some more readings, things, some questions, and sounds great. You're on the board. Glenn, Barry, so continue with her. If you have any questions, to email Ryan Rector, coast to coast, am.com. Don't know that.
Rabbi says, I will be rich and have some otherwise,
Taking some kids to the first baseball. Starts with the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's updated, brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The leaders of Mexico and Canada are holding trade talks without the U.S. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum met with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in Mexico City on Thursday to discuss trade and security cooperation and investments in both nations. Harvard Medical School is reducing its research work by at least 20% during the current fiscal year. The decision to scale back research is linked to the federal government's decision to impose steep taxes at Harvard's endowment, and UCLA could be getting most of its research funding grants back after they were frozen by the Trump administration. Daniel Markdale explains.
On Thursday, a federal judge announced she was inclined to extend an earlier ruling research grants after UCLA was accused of anti-Semitism in connection with last year's Palestinian protests on campus. U.S. District Judge Rita Heflin did not make a formal ruling, indicating she is leaning toward reversing most of the funding freezes and suspended grants while studies into vertical generation.
Powerhouse NVIDIA has announced plans to buy a $5 billion stake in its rival Intel.
what items should women in a year says the U.S. Congress to research for them. Let's say China, and if it's on your first item to make them talk about rating what's here with the brand of gold which is left. That is sort of the topic. That's sort of we thought to take it out of the deal. We help those brands using the year that NVIDIA's AI infrastructure. And if I remove it and walk these
Tesla is working on redesigning its core animal passenger aircraft itself. The head of design for the electric car company said in a podcast that Tesla was looking to combine manuals and electronic release mechanisms in the doors, which are now separate in order to make it easier to escape the car in a situation. I'm Monica Nelson, a consumer. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this. A few miles from the last spire lies the South River. In 2021, the words became a home to activists from all gathered to stop the destruction of massive
usually a woman does not hang it around her neck like that. She just want to choke herself. She wear a choke herself. The forest occupational things like that. And therefore, the society is an exception. Whoever wears a belt, that's part of it. And it comes hard because it rides that's very each other. And they like it really tight and create a double chin. In those days, it was a sign of wealth. Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement had that double chin. And therefore, that does big. That's morning. And there's no problem trying to take it off. So to a friend, because then her skin will be exposed. It's like, for that's all shots. The mission says, the woman does not walk out with it. That's everything from Wonder. That's where the pulling are. Basically, it's a headband that goes from here to here, around on the forehead. But Yosef said that it's some sort of amulet. Rabbi says it's an amulet, and it's a local amulet. She's permitted to walk out with that. The woman is permitted to go out with sort of a bathing cap, what we call today a slip.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
As we don't do it, it's more like jewelry. And it needs to have this is a patch that's new or cervical, which goes the opposite way. They're a patch that she's permitted to go out with, but she won't go sleep, but then her hair will be exposed to public, and she won't. Everything is a headband like what we were today, only to go down no joke. The poor women are decorated with colorful screens, and the wealthier women are decorated with gold and silver, sovereign China's home. And if the wealthy woman decorates gold and screens, she's looking to that she might be able to show her friends, because the opposite, she doesn't want to show that to her friends, she wants to show her friends gold and silver. If she's been a lesser hold, there's something called a bubble. Especially with the water, today we're holding this bubble. Lucky grams are made out of wood. And since a woman doesn't want to remove that because it might expose her beard, therefore she would wear that in just the upper bedrooms. And that is because you don't want everyone to all over you. It's not all about it. You should become disgusting in the eyes of the husband. Islam is another piece of fabric that comes to cover probably here that's sticking out at the bottom of the bubble. That is also a issue with the friend, and therefore, there's three Allah says concerning Islam. The way Islam was made, it's a fell. And fell is not Shua Al-Place, where she gets a shot of the it's woven and like a piece of fabric made out of threads. And this one is basically they talk to right there. And both press them together rather than single straight. And therefore, there is no shot. There is no shot. It's not a begging. And it's not a begging. So I love this of giraffes. You're fine. You put a color book on your begging. Pretty spread, whatever color. It is not surrounded. This is not free. Other elephants, and finally, Rav Shimon says, no, this exists for being this system is ground, and therefore it's permitted to go off of it. How is permitted to wear one of these?
Just received an email from Aaron about egos. We're going to try to get that question on. If you have any ones you would like to ask our guest directly, Colette Barron Reed is here for the next half hour, so give us a call. She's doing some readings. You may have some other questions you have. Feel free to call in. Give it a shot. And if you want to email me, Brian Redgrave, coasttocoastam.com, paranormaldate.com. If you're looking for someone to hang out with, someone that has things in common with your interest, if you hear things like this and you're, oh, that sounds interesting, but I don't have anyone else to talk to about it, okay? Maybe you try paranormaldate.com. I think George Norrie is a smart dude because he kept hearing from people as he travels the country that, hey, George, I need a place to meet. So he understands that other people have similar interests, but they have nowhere to turn, where to find this sort of thing. Or if they do go to the traditional sites, and you do mention you're into certain things, then all of a sudden, oh, look, they unfriended me. That's a shame. 90,000 members, we have fun, paranormaldate.com. What is it? You had to continue. We'll says there. If you have a question or you would like a reading, we'll try to get it over the next 5 minutes or so. On Coast to Coast Slave.
Show alliance with there's a couple that says slave. Some are made out of clay, some are made out of metal, sometimes they're worn on the necks. Oh, these all they are made by the master. Some of them are made by the slave itself. Well, we're talking about the slave that made for envelope. And therefore, these certain substitutions for spirit like master. And I think it all order is fitted with everybody. If the order master made the envelope, and it's on the neck, it's made out of clay. She won't have it on She won't remove it unless she's fearful of the master. And if it falls off and breaks, it has a line she won't pick it up and bring it back down. If it's odd, clothing, then it's also called out for the perhaps she'll get the head that she's stripped from the clothing, fold it up, hold it up and poke it, turn it and check it out. This is the right same reason. In those days, those were hustle. I think she was alliance. She was alliance. They were weird.
Life insurance, where you put it off, can't afford it, too much hassle, think you don't need it. There's lots of excuses for putting on life insurance, but if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you can be covered in 10 minutes. Family protected. Ethos. That's the easy online life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
This is just a game. It's a wonderful generation of perhaps the law is required to let's celebrate this over so we had a statement yesterday regarding the change in the game is moving and you look there today, that's a concern of stopping us regarding the bills for holding the concern of holding and therefore we're letting carry it. An animal is also locales with the bell because it looks as if you're really to the marketplace. In order to sell something in the market, you want to look good, you guess you up, like here, bell is the like it's got an animal going out. The envelope for a slave is not outside regular takes out it has to be good folded, has to be clean, or it has to be important.
We're cycling into apologize for how the cross on the situation that caused her to have a lot of pain. That's why that happened.
This become total even got out.
Well, that's what we were thinking about her break. I'm sure she's listening.
That's
So
the bell for slave.
let's go back to the wild card line. And Jennifer is calling in from California. Jennifer,
Animal.
Blueberry.
It's only different than so without the flapper, it's not the no longer a clean with the flapper. It's the designed to service the human, the whole where the animal is, therefore it's the cowboy. A bell, holding door, it's attached to the door. It's not a door. The door itself is the house, which is part of the ground, not the cowboy. If you go on your line and you want to get the bell off the door and use it for a cowboy, that is susceptible to the noise. In order to be susceptible to the noise, all you need is about to shove up and think about it. But the reverse, if it was a bell for an animal, you want to get the bell for the door. It remains public because in order for it to be complete, susceptibility, you need to do a shake nice so you can shake something in the bell. And just by hitting it up, screwing it in, and nailing it into the door, that doesn't change the bell itself, it changes the location, but not the bell itself. Any bell that was designed made a sound, such as the bell for an animal, bell for a child, crib, bell, bib. All these bells, if they're only finished once with tabs, they will build inside. It'll crush the fabric,
This is a pathway that started 7 years ago.
once you have that inside,
What did you do 7 years ago? When did you start studying? What did you start doing? What did you stop doing? That's 7 years ago.
why does anybody, a body says it's because anybody can take the fabric and
That's it. So
reattach
7
it
years
to
ago.
the
You said 11. I'm like, no.
The question
You
is,
started 7 years
learn
ago.
that if you have
So
scissors that come apart,
absolutely, you're actually a natural healer. So
that
that
they
can't
are
help you
broken.
yourself.
Because it's one part of the other, if you put part A with the sheriff, part B becomes funny. While you're using the scissors, the same thing for the carpet. Only while you're using it, you touch the metal as the wood or vice versa. Put it aside, if they are attached, one part is not keeping the other part up. Certainly, by a bell, it's the flapper attached to the bell itself. They should be considered one.
There is a
Therefore,
direction
robot
that
never
you
goes
find
to
yourself going. You know
reason why the bell itself
like do
is
this.
fun,
Does that make sense?
where the flapper itself is not the
Yeah.
outdoor
So
itself,
you're
but
in it.
the actual
You're
bell
in it. Don't get off.
is the actual bell. It makes sound,
Yeah,
even
it's
outside
what you
make the
want
bell.
to do. And I think
Make it
you
against
can
something
know that
else.
and get
It will
one
make
out.
that sound.
Just know
Yes, it might not be the exact sound that it makes, but nevertheless, it's a sound.
you will
Similarly, the basket. You have a basket that holds food. You have a very large hole in it. If you pull out of it, it's still enough water to fill up as long as the whole pomegranate. In other words, it might not serve to visual purpose, but it has somewhat of a purpose. So to this bell. As tomorrow, we'll see other reasons why they
wanted to know confidence still on confidence without inflating your ego?
Okay, so yeah, I love that. So confidence. So let's just talk about what is the ego, right? So the ego is your identity, is how you identify yourself, and it's the part of the self that's envisioned that, like, everything that you know about yourself up until now can create a sense of how I see myself. So when you and confidence for me has never come from my ego. Because the minute I think it's coming from my ego, it's false, and I fall on my face.
How
So
does
I
that make
found
sense?
my
How's
personal
everybody doing?
confidence, this is what I believe.
I think
Most
yesterday
students have found that as well too. When you are in partnership with the power of raising yourself, you realize, well, I am confident in this partnership that I have alone. And so that's not false confidence. That's the confidence that I have purpose. I'm here on purpose. God doesn't make jump. Here I am. No matter what, it's just for me to be kind today. I have purpose. So confidence also comes with testing that. Like, testing that out. Like every day, seeing the synchronicities, realizing, I'm confident that there is purpose, and whatever that is, the universe is going to show it to you. Show me the next thing, and you see. Show me the next right action.
East of the runways, it looks like the ball in Kansas City is looking for a big ball.
It'll make me sound a little better. It'll sound nevertheless. Therefore, that is the person is the lettuce. They sit on a chair.
Let's see, you're saying pretty much your words are going to go. So, all right, so do you want to give me a little bit more information, because it says here that there's a question of time. So time is that there is an unraveling of some kind that's going to take time. What does that mean? Does that make any sense to the question that you just asked me?
That's not enough to make it happen. So the words say, Lord, that's something. Stand up. Let me do my job.
Okay. So he's committed to that. So unfortunately, and I'm going to be just very straight with you, this is going to take a long time for his, I was called rehabilitation, if you will. And for you, that you blame yourself in some way for this too, and it's nothing to do with you. I don't know if that makes any sense, but this is showing you feeling that you could have done something different and this wouldn't have happened. Do you think that's true? Yeah, you have to stop that. This is nothing to do with you. This is an act of, in the moment, you're solving this thing, and if you're in death on the other end of it, or something that there's a big loss, and you are in the middle of this, and holding the bag, going like, what did I do to make this possible for this to happen, and you didn't do anything. So first things first, you have to realize that you've done all you could to raise this young man. And his action is something that's going to change his life. It's taken quite a long time. I do see some legal things involved too that will, that will eventually work out, but not right away. So I don't know how else to describe it to you. You're going to have to watch yourself and find a new way of coping with this. Does that make sense? This is not your fault. Okay.
All right, let's go west to Seattle. Marie is for oil. It looks like Holly is looking for a reading. Let Mary on. Holly,
Hi, Holly. Yeah. Thank you for taking my call. I would love a reading about my life right now with my career. And I'm just thinking about what's coming for, and I have really not called my heart on my neck. So I feel
And they're treating you the way you treat a young child who wants something that they're not going to get. You try to distract them with other things. You see, I don't have kids. I'm around people that have kids all the time, and they'll go, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. And then you go, hey, what about this? Take a look at that. Isn't this cool? Look, a dog. This is that. This is that? I mean, Kesh Patel is walking around like the most compromised person on earth. If Kesh Patel is not afraid of something, I don't know what fear is. These people are running around, they're going to unmask everything and expose everything and whatever. Again, I wasn't the one who ran on that premise, they were, and none of that has happened. In fact, whatever cover-up's going on, they're extending it. They've now become a part of it. They are helping facilitate it. Every comment under everything these people post is, what the fuck are you doing? Speaking of a 7-Eleven, I don't think Kesh Patel could solve a robbery at a 7-Eleven without fucking it up.
Yo.
By the way, it's just, the guy's the head of the FBI.
What up, Pakistan? How you living? Pakistan, can you hear me? Pakistan. Pakistan, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
I love Helix. I'm telling you, it's the best mattresses in the world. Everyone that comes and stays with me says why these mattresses are great, and I say it's Helix. You gotta go. This Labor Day sale is amazing. It's too good. I'm telling you right now, you will never regret getting a Helix mattress. It is the best thing that most people are going to have in their house. I'm telling you. Everybody's sleep is better with Helix. You get some nice full air and a Helix, you are good to go. It helps with snoring, back pain, sleep apnea. It helps you sleep through the night. If you sleep too hot, it cools you down. Go to helixsleep.com/TimD. I'm telling you, helixsleep.com/TimD. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know we sent you. Okay? The Labor Day sale is killer. It's 20% off site-wide. Are we not?
Look at this athleticism.
25% off site-wide. It just went up 5% in a second. That's how good it is. helixsleep.com/TimD. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care if you hate Jimmy Kimmel. I'm pretty sure this administration, when they came in, they were talking about America first. They weren't talking about Jimmy Kimmel. This is how they distract you from what's actually going on. Let's get rid of Jimmy Kimmel because he's pissed us off. By the way, Sam Altman, let's give him more money because we're in an AI arms race. Well, who does that help? Now, I don't know, 20 people? 20 Trump voters? And they were all at that dinner in D.C.? You know? Is your life better? Are you making more money? Do you feel better? Do you feel financially more stable? Are you excited about the Israeli real estate project in Gaza? Does that get you going? Do the renderings make you happy? Get the renderings up again. Do the renderings make you happy? You don't have health care. Do the renderings do it for you? They're nice renderings. But does that make you excited? Is that what you voted for? Is that what you're happy about? Is this what you're excited about? Do you show them to friends of yours who have recently lost their jobs? Do you show them the renderings and go, take a look at that? That's going to be pretty fucking nice. Imagine that. Some of them you can walk right to the beach. They'll probably have a long boardwalk. You go right to the beach. That's what this is about. This city of the future that's being built on the mass grave of all of these people that we're funding. That's what it's about. An AI city of the future built on a mass grave. You're funding now. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel said a joke that people don't like. Let's see what this is. We're not even a year into this administration. It's very obvious that this whole thing, the wheels are coming off. Tucker Carlson's become a liberal hero. Is that because things are going well? Is that because things are going well? Is that happening because things have gone in the right direction? It's wild to watch. Every liberal friend I know in LA, okay, cocoons himself in a blanket, drinks a matcha, and watches Candace Owens for 19 hours a day. And I like Candace, but is that because they're doing a great job
job in Washington? Is that because things are going well? You know? You know what I mean? I'm just telling you, you have a situation here that's starting to look more and more like a very big op that a lot of people are going to be easily distracted by Jimmy Kimmel or whatever. We're still in the Ukraine war. We're still doing this. We're going into World War III. I imagine we're going into World War III. How do you get out of this without World War III? How do you get out of the levels of corruption being exposed without World War? I hope we do. It would be nice to. But how do you get out of it? It's clear that a lot of people want a wider regional conflict. I think Netanyahu does. I think Putin does. And it would be nice if there was someone in our country who didn't. I mean, I don't know, but we're heading. You can feel it. The pieces are coming together. We see different parts of the world aligning economically. We'll see it militarily. We see a lot of things happening. We don't have, there's not a ton of significance to some of these events, but there will be later. When you look back and you go, yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't great. That didn't make a lot of sense. Russian warplanes breach NATO airspace in dangerous provocation over Estonia. Israel's bombing like 12 countries a day. We've got problems, all over the world. We have a pamphlet being handed out, I believe, in Taiwan saying, everybody get ready. Get ready, everybody. Taiwan issues handbook to prepare citizens for Chinese invasion. What a lovely read. What a nice read. Get ready. They're coming. So, during all of this is happening. We're talking to Jimmy Kimmel. We're talking about Jimmy Kimmel. It's important to talk about. It's important to talk about me being fired from Riyadh. It's the most important thing, perhaps, next to World War III. And the fact that the people in charge of the country believe it's their job to colonize Mars and make us an interplanetary species, and you're not getting a knee operation. You're not getting a knee operation before they make us an interplanetary species and colonize Mars. And a lot of people in America think it's cool. They think it's cool. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. I don't know what to tell you. It's the wildest time that I've been alive, including COVID. Somehow, there's more of an eerie feeling now than COVID. Somehow it feels like we're waiting for something to happen. I don't know what it is. It feels like that. And not in a crazy, Fibonacci sequence. What are the numbers? What are the dates? Not in that way. But just in a general sense of malaise that people have. People have this. You talk to people about it. You go, how does it feel? Nobody feels good. Nobody feels great about this. We aren't in, listen, we've probably never been in control. Now it's obvious how little control we're in. It's really obvious. There's a group of people, there's a group of oligarchs, there's a lot of highly placed interests that all have agendas, and they're all breaking bread, and they're all carving it up, and most people in this country don't have much of a say, and you just gotta hope that they have your best interest at heart. You just gotta hope that that you figure into their grand plan. When Peter Thiel or Sam Altman or any of these people, or Bezos or any of these guys talk, Zuckerberg, when any of them speak, you just have to hope that they're thinking about you. They're thinking about you and your family and your ability to pay for things. They're already going out and going, don't own a house. It's not for you. Doesn't make sense. Buy stock. Buy crypto. Why would you own a house? By the way, not owning a house hurts your social life. You can't have people over. You can't sit in the backyard with people. You can't talk to them. You can't go, hey, what's going on here? You can't share experiences with them. You live in a tiny apartment. You're embarrassed about it. Nobody comes over. There are no social bonds. That's the point. That's the point. You don't get to talk about the future of your community. That's exactly the point. You just sit there in your tiny little apartment. I have friends in New York. I did this for years. When I was doing comedy, you sit in your tiny little apartment in New York City, or whatever city, by the way, Cleveland, doesn't matter. You sit in this little apartment, you don't have anyone over, and you consume the internet. Get online more and more and more and more. It's a tiny little cell that you live in, and then you radicalize yourself on the internet. Some of us are schizophrenics, go do crazy things, then the draconian surveillance and police state comes in. They don't have an interest in people having a yard. They don't want you outside. They don't want you outside. It doesn't help them out. Putting your phone on, in a drawer and going outside and sitting down with 6 people and having dinner and talking about your community isn't helpful to them. It doesn't make any sense. They want you on the phone in a cell that you rent. They want you paying more and more money every year for a cell. And all of these companies related, all of these mega conglomerate corporate landlords, everything's a mall. They build these malls, and then on top of them, they have apartments that cost $6,000 a month to live on top of insomnia cookies, pig. Oh, DoorDash really easy. They just throw the cookie in the window. It's disgusting. No one should live like this. No one's supposed to live like this. And everybody thinks it's okay or it's whatever. What did Jimmy Kimmel say? You're paying a lot of money to live in a cell. You can't have friends over. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting for most of you to have your friends to your apartment. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. I've been there. I couldn't have my friends to my apartment, and my friends are animals. And it was still embarrassing to have your friends in your apartment because it's a tiny little apartment. You've got a corner of dirty clothes. You have the takeout and the garbage. You live in a cell. And then the behaviors of someone who lives in a cell are what they want. Someone who can sit in their backyard and have a glass of wine and invite the neighbors over and go, what's going on? How are you? What do we feel? What's going on in the schools? What's going on in our society? They don't want that. They want you to be afraid of your neighbors. They want your neighbor to scare you. That's what they like. They like the idea that your neighbor terrifies you. I have neighbors, they scare me. I don't want to see them. I hope I don't see them. That's how you destroy an entire country. You don't just do it. You do it with the way people live. This is the way you destroy a country. You make everybody afraid of their neighbors, fearful. You tell everyone, don't assimilate at all. You don't have to. In fact, we don't want you to. We don't want you making friends with anyone. Why would you assimilate? Speak your own language, have your own customs, do your own thing. Don't go near anyone else. Don't assimilate. Don't become an American. Don't think like a free American person. Live in the cell. There's a cupcake ATM. Get the cupcake out of the ATM. You know? You have to plan for the unexpected. It's so important, and especially for your family, your children, husband, wife. Ethos. You can get life insurance in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process, 100% online. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions. Get a quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you get same-day coverage without ever leaving your house. Life insurance is more affordable than you think. With Ethos, you can get a free quote and customized rate. It fits your budget. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies as low as $2 a day billed monthly. Ethos is a trustworthy company that disrupts the traditional life insurance industry. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos number one no medical exam needs a life insurance provider. 3 million families have completed their applications and trusted Ethos to help find the right coverage. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 2,400 reviews. Protect your family's life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/TIM. That's ETHOS.com/TIM. Many people are struggling with hair loss, and I'm telling you the best way to handle it is Nutrafol. Nutrafol is the number one dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting in your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are packed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard and third-party certification for supplement. I'm telling you, see thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. For limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. You go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code Tim Dillon. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com. Spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code Tim Dillon. That's Nutrafol, promo code Tim Dillon, TIMDILLON. It really is just the way people live. So when these billionaires are telling you you don't need to own a house, it's not just that they don't think it's a good financial investment. Their interests are not served by you having block parties and seeing other people. They'd rather you live in a cell where people bring you Thai food and you watch YouTube videos about people or reality shows about people that do have homes. That's what people do. People in Los Angeles go to their cell on top of a P.F. Chang's, eat those lettuce wraps, which are good, and then watch reality shows about people that can afford to have a home. That's pornography now. You come thinking about having a place to see your friends. They don't want you to have any friends. They don't want communities. It's the hollowing out
I hate this fucking
of the
show.
entire thing that serves their purposes. And the only thing
Well, this is
left
something
is the
else.
bread and circuses and the Kimmels and the this and the that. It's the only thing left. And you're radicalized easily one way or the other. They're pulling strings because you have less and less of your own shit. You don't have a community. You live in some global world where, like, every single thing is the most important thing. And then you go online and go, you're doing my take, I think about it. You're supposed to care about shit that's like in a 10-block radius of where you live. You're not supposed to be involved in the Middle East. You're not supposed to be funding a real estate project in a place you've never been, in Gaza. It's not natural. It's insane. You're just not supposed to do that. You're supposed to care about things. You're supposed to know who got murdered 2 blocks away. Why did that person get murdered? You're supposed to know that. You're supposed to be interested in the crime in your area. Why? Because you live there. But now that there doesn't exist. It's malls and cupcake ATMs. It's fucking, private equity companies that build, mega structures that look like storage lockers, and you just sit there and get mad all day on the internet, and you don't know your neighbors, and you don't care if they get murdered. In fact, you might want them to. You have no stake in the game. And all of this isn't new, and it's being expedited at a level I've never seen. It has never been more obvious that they are trying to get rid of human beings and human relationships and human communities at an incredibly fast clip. Human behavior puzzles them. Sam Altman doesn't know what humans do. Sam Altman's confused by human behavior. He doesn't get it. He finds it inefficient and messy. It perplexes him. Okay? This is, and allegedly, that guy that worked for him died in a real weird way. Okay? And Sam Altman, when Tucker pressed him about that, acted like I did when my doctor asked me if I went to McDonald's. So, let's get real here. These people don't care, and they think human behavior is a problem. Cultural practices that they don't understand. They don't understand people going to church. They don't understand festivals and fairs. They don't understand people having a community where they exchange services in physical locations. They don't understand people that care. Their job is to make you terrified and broke. They want you on the Citizen app. You don't want another person telling you you're having a bomb. You don't want that interaction happening. They want you on the Citizen app all day, hearing about crime that you don't care about because your communities aren't tight-knit. Communities where people know and care about each other. There's strange corporate hellscapes filled with, like, part-time residents, and they've turned every city in this country into a foreign Dubai, like Disney Wonderland, where people can launder money and then take a bunch of laundered drug money and go buy Labubu's and Erewhon. They don't want anything resembling life. It's obvious they don't want anything resembling human life. You're supposed to just walk around and participate in some viral scam. That's the only reason you exist to these people. The only reason you exist to Sam Altman is so that he can monitor you in some way and that you can take part, wittingly or unwittingly, in some viral scam that someone's cooked up. And you can buy some food item or little critter or cryptocurrency that someone's talking. That is the sum total of their humanity to these people. Why buy a house? You don't need a house. What a bad investment. What does that word even mean? Investment? What are you talking about? You know what's a really good investment? Sitting there with 7 people in your backyard having dinner and talking about life. They don't want it. It's a threat to them. It's actually a big problem. So I mean, it's a tremendous clip. It's the frequency of which this is happening, how quickly it's happening, everywhere. It's not just any one thing. It's architecture. It's business. It's political. It's cultural. But really, at the end of the day, it's all of these things working together to take you out of the world on the internet, where they want you to live. You're a view. You're an anonymous source of data. You're something to be marketed or terrified, but they don't consider you a person with inalienable rights. They don't consider you in any form or reflection of God or greater intelligence outside of the thing that they're going to create. They consider you an obstacle, and that the way you live is an obstacle to their ultimate goal. That's what they consider you. You are something that's in the way. Your football game and your couple of beers outside, or you invite people over to your home, your family, your faith, your community, your culture, all of this
to them. I don't care if it's liberal or conservative. I don't care if you're a fundamentalist Christian. I don't care if you're Jewish, Muslim. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you do the winter solstice. They don't either. Their entire thing is to get rid of physical communities that are based around these things and usher people into a digital landscape by telling them not to own houses, not to drive cars, not to own things, to use ride shares, to be on the internet, to live in a cell, and to be happy. It is what it is. You'll own nothing to be happy. It's a famous article. We all bring it up. But it's true. And what Jimmy Kimmel says at the end of the day doesn't really affect your life in the way that you think it does. He should have a right to say it. You should be criticized for saying it. People should attack him on the facts, not physically. You should attack the facts because they weren't present in what he said. Okay? But there's something bigger going on, and everyone feels it, and it worries me that other people don't. There's something bigger going on all over the country, and it's not about Jimmy Kimmel, and it's not really about left versus right. It's about this inertia that's moving humanity into a perpetual state of constant war, depression, anxiety, anger. I'm not proselytizing. I'm not telling you to do this or do that. I'm not saying to you that you can only find meaning in life one way. I believe there's many ways to find meaning in life. However, it's clearly obvious that the algorithms are manipulating us to hate each other and kill each other while everyone else is building resorts in other places of the world. In Gaza, in Qatar. They'll be building them in the Ukraine soon. Watch. And all the while, your life gets worse. You become angry. You lack the ability to live the life your parents did, or their parents did. And all they have to say to you is how lucky you are. How lucky you are that you don't live in a place like China. Wow, how lucky you are that you don't live in a place like China, as they make America more like China every hour. So, you know, you just have to understand what's happening. You have to resist it in the ways that you can. Don't listen to them when they tell you not to buy a house. Don't listen to them. Do not listen to them when they tell you that it's worthless to have a patch of dirt and grass and friends and a community. It's absolutely not worthless. In fact, it's the only thing that may save you. Don't tell them it's worthless to learn how to cook or grow food or be sufficient, because everything is at the click of a button. Don't tell them that it's worthless. Don't listen to them when they say that it is worthless to try to see the humanity in somebody who doesn't agree with you. You know, it really is disturbing. The people right now that run the show are not people. They make these mistakes. They do these interviews. Guys, someone keep them behind closed doors. They keep being interviewed. Frankensteins keep coming out to be interviewed. I think Frankenstein was actually good. I didn't read that book. Was Frankenstein good? Yes. That's not what I mean then. It was bad then in Frankenstein. The mom. That doesn't apply. Why did they fire me? Not fair. But what I'm telling you is this. Take a minute. Charlie Kirk was a human being. He's not a dangerous radical. You may not have agreed with him. Who gives a fuck? The guy was a human being. You have to rediscover that you are a human being as well. You don't have to like me. You don't have to think I'm good. You can hate me. You know, I'd like if you didn't shoot me, but, you know, at the end of the day, getting rid of human communities, replacing them with digital communities that are created via hate and algorithms, and moving people
out of these physical places and destroying the bonds we have with each other. Be very suspicious of people who tell you to not own a home. Be very suspicious of people that tell you they talk about investments and they own 12. Be very
Look at this
suspicious
athleticism,
of all
folks.
these people. I've been saying things like this for a long time.
This motherfucker looking more and more like a fat Ayatollah every day.
To the point where we're getting close to the point of no return. And if we're easily distracted,
I come my
we're
nipples
just
first,
fighting
still.
each other, we're not going to be able to demand that we stay human. Because there are interests and
Yo, dog.
agendas operating
How many hours of fantasy football?
that want to rob us of our humanity, and they're winning.
3 hours 40. 3 hours 39 minutes. And counting. How's your team gonna do?
I hope everyone has fun
Think we lose
at the
this week
Riyadh
to
Comedy Festival.
Yo.
I will continue to live like a Saudi in my own country because I can. I am now fully with
Come on, you
Iran
little bitch.
against Saudi Arabia. I didn't want it to be this way, but it is. Alliances shift constantly. This is
Look
the
at this
game.
athleticism. Look at this move.
I hope everyone enjoys
Look at
it.
this move.
And if you're a Saudi, I hope you continue to listen to the program. Continue to listen. Continue to support us here. And again, it's no reflection on you. I blame a few people who ended up being cowardly. I do not blame the Saudi people. Even the executioner who's doing the beheading. I don't even blame you. I don't blame you. With the mask on doing the beheading, I don't blame you. I actually don't blame you. I don't blame you. Truly, I don't blame you. Okay? I blame Joker too.
I would too. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
Look at this move.
Let's address it out of the gate. Let's talk about the biggest free speech issue right now in the world. Let's tackle it head on. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone wants to know what it means. I was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival. It is the most important free speech news. Everybody has a take. Everyone has an opinion. It's inescapable. Go to a lunch, it comes up. You're at a christening. You think you're safe, you're not. Did you hear? Comedian, podcaster, Tim Dillon fired from Saudi Arabia's first comedy festival. Shocking developments. What does it mean? What does it mean? I'll tell you how it went down. And then we'll address that thing at ABC with Kimmel. I also heard that there's an issue there. But my agent called me and told me, first of all, I'll lay out the whole thing. I was supposed to perform in Dubai. I mixed up Dubai and I said Abu Dhabi. Apparently this is a big deal over there. This is like a real problem. My agent called me and he goes, you said on Joe Rogan that you were performing in Abu Dhabi and you're actually performing in Dubai. They're cities and they have a rivalry. And I go, dude, who gives a fuck? What do I stop? I made a mistake. This is not a malicious slander. It's a mistake. He goes, well, they're very angry. They sent an email to you need to be controlled. I said, well, good luck. Whatever. I don't have to do it. I don't care. And then he called me a few days later, and I thought he was going to talk about the Kimmel thing. When he called me and he said, they heard what you said about them having slaves. And I said, I was being positive about it. I was defending them. He goes, well, I know that. I know you were defending them. I said, I was defending them for having slaves. I literally said, slaves are probably hard workers and, for the most part, agreeable. But they didn't like that. You can literally support somebody too much. I've learned this. You can actually, by the way, in life this happens. Too many compliments, too much support, and then they turn on you. I was saying that slaves were proud of some of the buildings they built. That's what I was saying. I was saying that if I was a slave, not that I want to be, if I was a slave, and I built a really nice thing, I might say to my slave children, Daddy built that.
So this is
That's what I was saying. That I would say, hey, Daddy built that. When my slave children said, ooh, look at that, I'd say, Daddy built that. I was going that angle. Apparently, this got to the people in Saudi Arabia, and they were unhappy about it. They're huge fans of comedy. Now, I am very clear about the way I will do a gig. If I accept a gig, I am not going to break the rules of the gig. Meaning, Amish people call me. They go, Tim, we're going to pay you a lot of money. We want you to perform in the Amish, Pennsylvania Dutch country. But we're Amish. So we don't want to hear about iPhones or Calci, which they should hear about. It's phenomenal, this Calci. We'll get to it later. But if that was the rule, I would respect it while I'm there. While I'm in Pennsylvania Dutch country, eating shoe-fly pie, respecting their culture. You have a culture. You've got Sharia law. Would I like Sharia law? No, I don't want it. Actually, I don't want it. I'm good. But you have it. So it's not like I have bits in my act about the prophet anyway. So I certainly wasn't going to show up in your country and insult the people that are paying me the money. One, it's illegal. So I wasn't really planning to go to a Saudi jail. But on my own show, in my own country, where I have the freedom to speak and say the things I want, I'm going to be funny and I'm going to be who I am. And if you're not buying that, you don't have the right to tell me on my own show. People were coming up to me saying, why did you go to that country? They have slaves. In Tribeca, they were assaulting me, these people. I'm just leaving a lunch and they're coming out. They have slaves, they say. And of course, I addressed it in a funny way, and they fired me. And then they told me, they go, my agent, they all call me, you don't have to talk about this, they say. Don't talk about it. Remember when you talked about Joker? I said, what? They go, it hurts you to talk about these things. In what? What is even left, you bums? The only thing left is what I'm doing. Nobody, what? What are you talking about? So, and what I mean by that is, like, there's, the business doesn't have any teeth anymore. They can't tell me what to do or say. They're not even offering anything. They're not even offering anything. We don't want people thinking you're a problem. But they already, how do they not think that? How could they not think that? A Google of me and a read a 60-second scroll. You buy me, you buy what I'm going to do. Joker was a bad movie. Why would I lie and say it's good? Everyone thought it was bad in the world. Okay? Every article that came out was like, hey, this thing sucks. What was I supposed to do? By the way, I was in it for a second and I made no money. What loyalty am I supposed to have? And the director was mean to me. So I'm supposed to go out there and talk about how great it is. Well, you're actually just misunderstanding the movie. It's actually really good. The Joker doing dance numbers is good. It's good that it doesn't have a plot. It's actually good. It doesn't work. And who the fuck wants to watch that? You know? So they were like, well, you don't have to tell people that you're not going because, we don't want people thinking you're that person that gets fired. Yeah, whatever, they get. What do I give a fuck? I mean, what? Who cares? I'm gonna get fired again. I'm gonna get fired again from people that are not even Saudis. I'm gonna get fired by people who don't chop hands off. I'm gonna get fired by reasonable people. I'm going to get fired by people that don't practice Sharia law. I will be fired by many races and religions. I'm going to be fired by others. This is the most controversial the people who fire me will ever be. Let me relish in this. Let's take this win. The future people that fire me will be good. Mothers and fathers, family people who probably fired me for a completely rational reason. I just rolled out of bed and I just decided to do something they didn't like, and that's completely fine. It is what it is. This is the first time I've been fired by people that actually do really bad things. So let's take this win. Let's take this win. I'm now with Iran. Iran's against them. I'm with Iran now. You pushed me into the bosom of Iran. Do you understand that? I'm going to Tehran to do their comedy festival. I don't care. I'm being pushed into the arms of Iran. Those types of Muslims. What are those ones called? Shia. I'm Shia now. I was going to be Sunni. I think Saudi is Sunni and Iran is Shia. Right? Yes? Maybe? I'm Shia now. Shiite? Right? That's what I am now because you've done this to me. You fired me and created a Shia problem. I'm a Shiite problem now, biatch. So, who cares? By the way, I get to keep. My agent knows this. He knows often if you represent me, you're going to get calls that people are unhappy. He just thought it would be like the usual suspects. The people around this town, this dispiriting dump called Los Angeles, he thought it was going to be those people at the, the Riviera Country Club calling me going, we don't really, this guy's like, what is he doing? Why did he have cancer on them? Why did he open his mouth? What's wrong with him? Why is he dressed up like a Muslim, then a Jew? What's going on? I don't get it. That's the normal calls. He didn't think he was going to get a call from the Middle East. He didn't think I was going to get fired by a theocracy in the Middle East. Neither did I, but I'm with Iran now. That's what happened. This is geopolitics. You understand? This is why the Middle East is so effed up. Because there's no fucking unity. There's no goddamn unity. That's all. So I will be with Iran. I don't know what to tell everyone. Now let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel, which, by the way, I think is much less interesting than what happened to me. But as usual, it's dominated the headlines. Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know Jimmy. I've never met Jimmy. I don't watch his show. My friends know him and really, really like him as a guy. He's like less annoying in real life than he is on television. This is what I hear from people whom I trust. I think Jimmy was a funny guy. I don't watch what he does now. It's very political. He's very, kind of annoying to most people. Even the people that are in the middle, it's annoying. The people that are apolitical, it's annoying. It's way over the top. Colbert, him, everybody went way over the top. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He should still be on the air, and I'll get to why. But setting the stage here, they all went way over the top. Johnny Carson said years ago, I'm not political, I'm here to put Americans to bed. These guys went fully the other way. They alienated half the country. It's their right, by the way. It's their right. Is it a great business move? Probably not. Probably not. If you opened a pizzeria, you wouldn't call it fuck Trump pizza, unless it was in Portland or something. If you're trying to appeal to a demographic of people that is of many political stripes, but they're not. They've given up on that. That's fine. That's their right. It's their right to politicize their show to a point where it's unwatchable. And by the way, that's anyone's right. Okay? I'm going to play the joke he made. It's a weird joke, and it's a not factually correct thing. But here's why I'm going to not only defend it, but I think it is ridiculous to pull this guy off the air. I think it's ridiculous to pretend it was about money. I think it's ridiculous to pretend that it's not a political hit job. It's a political hit job, and we know it. Was ABC, is it the cash cow it was 10, 20 years ago? Absolutely not. We know late night TV is dying. We know all of that. That's not why this show got yanked. And pretending it is an insult to people's intelligence. Okay? It's an insult to people's intelligence. This was a hit. Politically motivated hit job. Okay?
Even if it has a handle where it's not that most, it's
something that most people who talk for a living should care about. If you talk for a living. If you're making money, entertaining people, informing people, whatever it is you think you're doing out there, anybody who's doing that should care a little bit about this. Let's watch his joke, and then let's talk about the fallout.
Hits and blows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and put everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
How are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
Very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction of the Triborough to the White House, which is something they've been trying to get us to do for about 150 years. And it's going to be amazing. He's at the fourth stage of brief construction.
So here's the thing. Not a bad, it's a fun joke. The setup to the joke where it's like they're doing everything they can to pretend this guy's not a MAGA guy. Nobody thought this guy was a MAGA guy. People thought he was a far-right internet kid or a far-left internet kid. No one thought he was like a card-carrying member of the MAGA group. So he's presenting the premises is false, whatever.
Says the Mishnah.
Highlighting Trump's absurd reaction when asked about Charlie Kirk, you start talking about ballroom.
And put it on the foot.
I mean, it's the president's own words, and then he does, joke about it. The fifth stage grief, fourth stage grief, construction, whatever.
Heel the foot.
It's kind of. So now listen, it's being done in a climate that's very charging. The guy got shot in the face. His wife and kid will watch it for the rest of their life. His wife and children. The reactions to it, some of them were abhorrent. Some of the reactions to that were, including some of the mainstream media outlets, scoring political points.
Women in
the guys with the hole in his neck is insane. And it's radicalized a lot of people. And I'm not saying that was everybody's reaction, but there were people that reacted the way. Now, by the way, again, I'll say it again. I dressed up like a dead healthcare CEO and satirized how people feel when someone divisive dies. I'm not against people doing comedy. Art comedy, black comedy, whatever you want to call it. I think that the reactions to the Kirk thing were people that were rationalizing, not in a satirical way, but in a very genuine way, rationalizing this guy getting shot. Rationalizing him being killed, going, this is good, more of this, we need this, okay? And if you're on that side where you believe people that are like should just get shot in the face, and what am I going to do? Like, it's important to many people. It's not a bit, it's not a joke. There is a difference between a guy guy that's denying life-saving treatment to people. He's a healthcare CEO. And the guy sitting on college campuses debating kids. I don't care what you think about his view. There is a substantive difference between those two people. And I wasn't for the healthcare guy getting shot in the head. I'm not for random people getting shot in the head. I'd gladly pay higher taxes if people got healthcare. They never seem to. Taxes go up and they never seem to get that. But there is a substantive difference. And the idea that, like, people watched this whole thing and some of the reactions were so beyond the pale, it's going to be hard to get those people to care about what's happening with Kimmel. It is. Folks, I'll tell you right now, you got to get healthier. About Lucy, 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. Lucy breakers are nicotine pouches. With an extra surprise, each pouch. Broken up to these extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription and Netflix delivered straight to your door. God, I love all of them. It's amazing. They're so good. I use a medium strength. Let's level up the nicotine routine with lucy.co/TIM. Promo code TIM. Get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy. Change your mind again. That's lucy.co. Use code TIM to get 20% off. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of middle age and everyone is age verified. 1 in 20 people just want to get scouts. That's what they want. No one in this country has any interest in a bipartisan standard where people agree that they're going to be bothered. America's about being bothered all the time by people you don't like. People in this country are going to make a lot of money saying things you don't like. You may be listening to one of them right now. That is annoying. People don't like that. They're never going to like it. It'll never be satisfying to hear someone you don't agree with say things you don't like and get paid lots of money to do it. But that's part of the deal. Part of the reality of living in America. Nobody likes this. You need to turn it off. They hate watching. You project onto this person things that you believe they are. Maybe you're right. You can't think it's a great idea that the FCC, the chairman of the FCC, goes on a podcast because they can do it the easy way or the hard way. So you're thinking about revoking broadcast licenses and then pressures affiliates to drop this show.
And in his hands, he has
because this guy said something the president of the United States doesn't like.
He has like a sort of a
president of the United States that also follows it up by going, hey, Seth Meyers, Fallon, Seth Meyers, you're next.
They're not on him properly, and therefore he cannot go out on shots.
Do we have the FCC see the video of Barr?
To scare the children. Another shot is
like going and talking about this. Okay, let's listen.
Or they are still, all three of them, they are not
Catholic that we can take.
They don't serve a purpose.
Frankly,
and therefore,
I think that
they're not vessels, and therefore they're not able to go out with them. What we learn in our mission is, like we said, the man is the one that says, go out with respect. If Yossi says it's usher, in order to remember it, the Yossi is going to stop it, and the word usher is a sound.
Running the possibility of fines or
when you heard one of them say that Ramirez is the one that says it's usher, they're basically went like this with his hand, so they were calling and said, you gotta figure it out. He said like that. He also retracted it. It says like we have in our mission because he says, the development of Khalitza, on a level that has a wooden shoe, so you see the shoe to be wood. Other levels that he said, and he brings it right from our mission. The Ramirez says, wooden shoe is considered a shoe to go out with a
they're building.
In addition, he says that if the yellow wears his left shoe on his right foot,
it's what they're building.
And if you wear somebody else's shoe, you can
all
also
of the tech people decided they were
Ravuna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shoe study it's a plaster shoe that goes over the regular shoe.
Contracts are going to build AI models.
Khalitza with this, it becomes speech
that they don't like from students that attend the protest.
What is with you?
They're building China, and they don't want you to notice. And if they can weaponize politics so that you stop caring, they can transform America into something that's kind of unrecognizable. This isn't without precedent. During the 2020s, lunatics ran through a lot of the institutions in America, from the media to the universities, demanding that people they disagreed with be fired. They demanded those people be deplatformed. They demanded those people be made, into sacrifices publicly. Those people, they wanted those people to be broke. They wanted those people's families to be targeted and harassed. And we watched this in 2020. And it was disturbing to me. I remember the Covington kids, that grimacing little kid standing there in the Native American beating a drum in his face. And then celebrities, people I know, were calling for the doxing of that literal child and his family. But then upon further reflection, they didn't do anything wrong.
But if I says, I'll bring you a right.
This is a human
that you don't lean on.
impulse.
It's
a human impulse to get whipped up into a frenzy and join a mob and run around with pitchforks and proclaim that you are morally superior to other people. This is something human beings enjoy doing. There's not that many things that get people off.
That he uses
this is one of them.
That are called matter.
Going and joining, picking up a pitchfork and running down the street
5 of them will
with the mob is something that people get great enjoyment out of. It's fun. They like it. They like tearing people limb from limb.
The
problem with that is that it doesn't end. See, it doesn't end. The left does it to the right does it to the left, and then eventually the government decides that people hate each other in this country enough that the government can then chop this thing up, sell it for parts. While you all hate each other and fight each other, they can hand the country over to oligarchs. Many of them are friends. They all have dinner in Washington, D.C. They're all talking about how they reach out to people in the media, people like me. They reach out to everybody, and they tell you that it's going to be good. That they are the guardians of free speech. They care about your ability to say things that ruffle feathers. They're with you. And they're actors.
Oil and salt
and behind them are very wealthy people, some of whom you know, many of whom you don't, by the way.
You can do that on Shabbos and you can whisper in his ear, these are all the hush and
and have trouble finding
this oil is thinning
not in
out.
some crazy conspiracy Knights Templar way, but in the genuine way of like many of the people who have huge ownership stakes
in other words, if
in companies are not public figures. They exist on the periphery. They have large sums of money, and they're pretty quiet about it. But they follow that money into places and they strangle industries. And all these people want to merge. They want to do mergers with their companies. They want to monopolize industries. They want government money and they want government grants. So they shut up. They don't say anything about kind of this encroaching,
anytime you do a lakash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person,
autocratic
we bring la halacha
system.
All the mishaberas that we say,
and it doesn't come from any one angle. All these people think, well, they'll just I don't care. People go, I'm from the right. It'll come from the right. It'll silence everyone I don't like it. Which you shouldn't want anyway. But it will never work like that. Because what is left and what is right isn't fixed, it's changing. It's changing. 3 years ago, the right would solidly supported Israel. Right now, they don't.
Exactly the same amount.
3 years ago, it was unthinkable for a majority of the right to turn against America's funding of Israel. Now you are seeing people under 40 on the left and the right
and you
agreeing
measure
that America should not be funding
salt
whatever the hell
factory,
Israel's
and you
doing,
make it
building,
on your neck with a
Las Vegas or the Gaza Strip. Nobody's in for that. Nobody's in for that. When the Israeli finance minister comes out and goes, "Hey, we spent a lot of money on the war. We got to get paid back a little bit. We're doing a real estate project. It's on Trump's desk. It's all fine." People under 40 going, "Hey, man, I can't own a house. I can't pay back my student loans. Why are my tax dollars funding you guys going and building Miami in Gaza? Who's that for? Who's that for, and why are people funding it? You know, if you work at a 7-Eleven for 12 hours a day, on your feet, dealing with every drunk who walks in, grabbing, they want a pack of cigarettes, they want this, they want a hot dog, they want, you got protein bar, whatever. And you do that job, which is not an easy job. Whatever job you do, but think about that, and you're getting paid whatever. I don't know what 7-Eleven pays, but let's imagine it's not ideal. Your tax dollars are going so that real estate developers can build luxury condos with like floating bathtubs in Gaza. There's no way anyone elected Trump for this. There's zero possibility that people elected Donald Trump so that their tax dollars could go to luxury real estate development in Gaza or in Qatar. There's zero way
And here's a very interesting one.
that any of this, take a look at that.
To
be fair, it does look nice. To be fair. A little bit of an AI render.
Person has really high fever.
But nobody elected him for that. And now if you criticize that, they'll take your visa. If you're a foreign student,
and you say the passage,
they'll just shut you down. Shut the fuck up.
the second passage, referring to that
So
the snare wasn't eaten up, so the
Kimmel was losing money for ABC, maybe. I don't know. I heard he wasn't. I heard he wasn't making a lot of money, but I heard he wasn't losing it. But by the way, whether he was or he wasn't, who cares? He was losing it last week and he wasn't on the air.
Again, and you said
It's directly related to that joke. The FCC commissioner said it. I don't think it was particularly a good thing for Jimmy Kimmel to say this guy was mad. He wasn't mad. By the way, it's easily correctable. You can correct the record without destroying someone's ability to speak.
Just like the fire
This is something that, you try to die on the hill of this.
My fever, my
Now,
fire should run
the
away
only
from
thing
me.
left in this country, unfortunately, seems to be power.
Blisters.
Everybody thinking that Jimmy Kimmel being removed and indefinitely suspended from ABC means that you are winning.
Says
You're a fool.
Israel is royalty.
Your tax dollars are going to build casinos in Gaza. You're not winning. This is not what winning looks like, by the way.
Provided that it's
Kimmel had planned to address Carr's comments on his show Wednesday night, according to people familiar with the matter. Before his on-air appearance, Dana Walden, co-chairman of Disney Entertainment, spoke to the host about his plan. The people said, after the conversation between Kimmel and Walden, she and other senior executives thought that the Star's approach could make the situation worse. People familiar with their conversation said, I mean, one of these issues is the Kimmel writers' room is monolith.
The nail of a person.
I don't think there's anybody in there that voices any alternative opinion here and says maybe we should slow down. Again, not a reason for the government to get involved if the president be threatened at late night. But there's an element of the right wing
obvious that it creates
that wants this stuff to keep going on. And it's because they felt culturally powerless for a very long time. And they want these institutions to kind of bend the knee to the president. And it's happened in other countries, people are hungry, and Viktor Orban and all that stuff. Obviously, people like Putin. Nobody wants to live in a country where a late night comedian is, subject to removal because he said something that the President of the United States doesn't like. Also, here's a sidebar. Is Jimmy Kimmel the deep state?
That says you take.
You know, well, Tulsi Gabbard goes out. Well, I lied, but she goes out. But you know, Obama's guilty of treason. They don't really present a ton of evidence, and then they just drop it, and they move on. And then they go, well, this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy, and then the Epstein files, they all vote to not release them. And then they go, well, Jimmy Kimmel, let's get him out of here. And then, you know, Steve Bannon's got a documentary in 20 hours about Epstein. Well, release that. You got all these hours. Nobody over there, they all think you're really, really dumb.
You say a couple of
and
words,
they're treating
you
you
have a bowl of
the
fish.
way you treat
Same
a
thing,
young child
say these words.
who wants something that they're not going to get. You try to
Now the Gemara
distract
brings at least 14
other
different things that are
things.
considered documentary.
You can see, I don't have kids. I'm around people that have kids all the time, and they'll go,
Or he says,
I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. And then you go, hey, what about this? Take a look at that. Isn't this cool? Look, a dog. This is that. This is that. I mean, Kesh Patel is walking around
if you say my barrel should be stronger,
like the most compromised person on earth. If Kesh Patel is not afraid of something, I don't know what fear is.
Another thing, if you tell a raven,
these people are running around, they're going to unmask everything and expose everything and whatever. Again, I wasn't the one who ran on that premise. They were, and none of that has happened. In fact, whatever cover-ups going on, they're extending it. They've now become a part of it. They are helping facilitate it. Every comment under everything these people post is, what the fuck are you doing?
Or he,
Speaking of a 7-Eleven, I don't think Kesh Patel could solve a robbery at a 7-Eleven without fucking it
or a
up.
woman who dances
By the way,
like
it
a
just,
which is a dish.
the guy's the head of the FBI.
Urinates in front of the dish.
I love Helix. I'm telling you, it's the best mattresses in the world. Everyone that comes and says to me says, why are these mattresses so great? And I say, it's Helix. You gotta go. This Labor Day sale is amazing. It's too good. I'm telling you right now. You'll never regret getting a Helix mattress. It is the best thing that most people are going to have in their house. I'm telling you. Everybody's sleep is better with Helix. You get some nice full air and a Helix. You are good to go. It helps with snoring, back pain, sleep apnea. It helps you sleep through the night. If you sleep too hot, it cools you down.
Should be on the
Go
mountain.
to helixsleep.com/timd. I'm telling you, helixsleep.com/timd. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know we sent you. Okay, the Labor Day sale is killer. It's 20% off site-wide. Are we nuts? 25% off site-wide. It just went up 5% in a second. That's how good it is. helixsleep.com/timd. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care if you hate Jimmy Kimmel. I'm pretty sure this administration, when they came in, they were talking about America first. They weren't talking about Jimmy Kimmel. But this is how they distract you from what's actually going on. Let's get rid of Jimmy Kimmel because he's pissed us off. By the way, Sam Altman, let's give him more and more money because we're in an AI arms race. Well, who does that help? Now, I don't know, 20 people? 20 Trump voters, and they were all at that dinner in D.C. You know, is your life better? Are you making more money? Do you feel better? Do you feel financially more stable? Are you excited about the Israeli real estate project in Gaza? Does that get you going? Do the renderings make you happy? Get the renderings up again. Do the renderings make you happy? You don't have health care. Do the renderings do it for you? They're nice renderings. But does that make you excited? Is that what you voted for? Is that what you're happy about? Is this what you're excited about? Do you show them to friends of yours who have recently lost their jobs? Do you show them the renderings and go, take a look at that? That's going to be pretty fucking nice. Imagine that. Some of them can walk right to the beach. They'll probably have a long walk, go right to the beach. That's what this is about. The city of the future that's being built on the mass grave of all of these people that we're funding. That's what it's about. An AI city of the future built on a mass grave. You're funding that. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel said it. A joke that people don't like. Let's see what this is. Well, not even a year into this administration, is very obvious that this whole thing, the wheels are coming off. Tucker Carlson has become a liberal hero. Is that because things are going well? Is that because things are going well? Is that happening? Because things have gone in the right direction?
So that's a major rule.
It's wild to watch. Every liberal friend I know in LA, okay, cocoons himself in a blanket, drinks a matcha, and watches Candace Owens for 19 hours a day. And I like Candace, but is that because they're doing a great job in Washington? Is that because things are going well?
He must explain.
You know?
Nicer compared to payout. Oh,
you know what I mean?
Why is that? Because nicer.
I'm just telling you.
It has to be.
You have a situation
fruit that's designed
here
to dye clothing.
That's starting to look more and
it also
more
has to be
like a very big
guarded, not
op.
It has to be
that a lot of people
whereas let's say mushrooms don't grow
are going to be easily distracted
when it comes to payoff
by
add two things.
Jimmy Kimmel.
It has to be
whatever.
You reap it in one
We're
shot
still
at
in
one
the
time.
Ukraine.
There's one period of time. Whereas let's say
we're
figs,
still doing
you don't reap
this.
it at one time. You can pick
We're
them off the shit
going
for months.
into World
Not
War
hydrogen.
III. I
And
imagine
finally, it
we're
has to be
going into
something
World War
that you
III.
store. And all
How do you
vegetables
get
are
out of
coming
this
because you don't store it.
without World War
That's why
III?
it's called goggle. Nicer.
How do you get out of the levels of corruption being exposed without a World War?
Rabbi Rothschild say
I hope we do.
that if
It would
somebody
be nice to.
never knew about
But how do you get out of it? It's clear that
That's
a
what
lot
Rabbi
of
was referring to.
people want a
That,
wider
somebody that
regional
knew about
conflict. I
China
think
and
Netanyahu
forgot
does.
about
I think
constitution.
Putin does.
Two things.
And it would be
Those
nice if there was
cases
someone in
are
our country who didn't.
Even somebody that
I mean,
never knew about Chavez. He grew up
I
in
don't
Israel,
know, but we're
never
heading.
heard
You
of
can
that.
feel it. The
But bring
pieces
the
are
part of the
coming
point to
together.
You know,
We see
somebody who never knew about Chavez.
different parts of the world aligning
It says the right.
economically. We'll see it
They
militarily.
didn't know about Chavez. They didn't know about
We see a lot of things happening
They didn't know about
that we don't have.
one carbon for each
There's not a ton of significance to some of these events, but there will be later. When you look back and you go, yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't great.
One bad says
That didn't make a lot of sense.
from all carbon.
Russian warplanes breach NATO airspace in dangerous provocation over Estonia.
Amazing it's called the fight that
Israel's bombing like 12 countries a day.
It's amazing he has an awareness.
We've got
Problems,
problems,
you
all over the world. We have a pamphlet being handed out, I believe, in Taiwan saying, everybody get ready. Get ready, everybody. Taiwan issues handbook to prepare citizens for Chinese invasion. What a lovely read.
Learns from
What a nice read.
It says,
Get ready. They're coming.
There's one
So,
halacha for shaking amazing.
during all of
He has
this,
an awareness of shaking.
all of this is
And
happening. We're
the
talking to Jimmy Kimmel. Talking about Jimmy Kimmel.
another
And it's important to talk
But
about.
in order to be high of hata,
It's important to talk about me being far from Riyadh. It's the most important thing, perhaps,
then
next
on
to
the
World War
shaking part,
III.
you bring chata.
You know?
You don't do it.
And the fact that
Have a
the
wonderful
people in
day.
charge of the
Wanna
country
stick
believe
around
it's
for
their
bonus
job to
material.
colonize Mars and make
Just
us an
explain.
interplanetary
What
species,
Hata is
and you're not getting a knee
what it says in
operation.
Rabbi Shmuel,
You're not getting a knee operation
never had no
before they
awareness
make
about
us an
China. You know about
interplanetary
China?
species and colonize Mars.
I've only
And a lot of people in America think it's
That would mean
cool. They
we
think it's
consider
cool.
wild olive on the list.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell
That
you.
is, if
I
somebody
really don't.
knew
I
about
don't know.
China, but forgot about China.
I don't know what to
That
tell
would be
you.
the second cloud initially.
It's the
And on
wildest
that cloud,
time that I've been alive, including COVID.
And cloud base that we have
Somehow,
dropped down to cloud Gimel.
there's
In other
more
words,
of an eerie
for
feeling
Shabbos,
now
Shabbos,
than COVID.
drop down to cloud Gimel, you can tie him.
Somehow it feels like we're waiting for something to happen. I don't know what it is. It feels like that.
Cloud Gimel.
And not in a crazy, Fibonacci sequence. What are the numbers? What are the dates? Not in that way. But just in a general sense of malaise that people have. People have this. You talk to people about it. How does it feel when you feel good.
Somebody that never knew about Shabbos.
Nobody
all
feels great about this.
Carbon.
We aren't.
Wonderful.
Listen, we've probably never been in control. Now it's obvious how little control we're in. It's really obvious. There's a group of people, there's a group of oligarchs, there's a lot of highly placed interests that all have agendas, and they're all breaking bread, and they're all carving it up, and and most people in this country don't have much of a say, and you just gotta hope that they have your best interest at heart. You just gotta hope that that you figure into their grand plan.
If someone were to ask you,
When Peter Thiel or Sam Altman or any of these people, or Bezos or any of these guys talk, Zuckerberg, when any of them speak, you just have to hope that they're thinking about you.
Person knows that what he's doing
They're
is
thinking
wrong.
about you and your family and your ability to pay for things. They're already going out of guns. Don't own a house. It's not for you. Doesn't make sense. Buy stock. Buy crypto. Why would you own a house? By the way, not owning a house
knows one out of the two. He knows the Shabbos.
hurts your social life. You can't have people over. You can't sit in the backyard with people. You can't talk to them. You can't tell. Hey, what's going on here? You can't share experiences with them. You live in a tiny apartment. You're embarrassed about it. Nobody comes over. There are no social bonds. That's the point. That's the point. You don't get to talk about the future of your community. That's exactly the point. You just sit there in your tiny little apartment. I have friends in New York. I did this for years. When I was doing comedy, you sit in your tiny little apartment in New York City, whatever city, by the way, Cleveland, doesn't matter. You sit in this little apartment, don't have anyone over, and you consume the internet. Get online more and more. It's a tiny little cell that you live in, and then you radicalize yourself on the internet. Some of us are schizophrenics, go do crazy things, then the draconian surveillance and police state comes in. They don't have an interest in people having a yard. They don't want you outside. They don't want you outside. It doesn't help them out. Putting your phone on, in a drawer and going outside and sitting down with 6 people and having dinner and talking about your community isn't helpful to them. It doesn't make any sense. They want you on the phone in a cell that you rent. They want you to pay more and more money every year for a cell.
So, what is he exactly?
And all of these companies related.
The answer is,
all these mega conglomerates, corporate landlords, everything's a mall. They build these malls, and then on top of them, they have apartments that cost $6,000 a month. So they live on top of insomnia cookies, pig.
He says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that. Or I'm not going to eat.
It's disgusting.
No
one should live like this. No one's supposed to live like this. And everybody thinks it's okay or whatever. What did Jimmy Kimmel say? You're paying a lot of money to live in a cell. You can't have friends over. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. For most of you to have your friends to your apartment, it's embarrassing and shameful. I've been there. I couldn't have my friends to my apartment, and my friends are animals. And it was still embarrassing to have your friends in your apartment because it's a tiny little apartment. You've got a corner of dirty clothes. You have the takeout and the garbage. It is you live in a cell. And then the behaviors of someone who lives in a cell are what they want. Someone who can sit in their backyard and have a glass of wine and invite the neighbors over and go, what's going on? How are you? What do we feel? What's going on in the schools? What's going on in our society?
According to everybody,
they don't want that. They want you to be afraid of your neighbor. They want your neighbor to scare you. That's what they like. They like that your neighbor terrifies you. I have neighbors, they scare me. I don't want to see them. I hope I don't see them.
Is not like cars. And
that's how you destroy an entire country.
You don't,
according to
you
the Rabbi.
don't just
Rabbi
do it.
Rothschild meets
You
with
do it with the first, with the way people live.
And
This is the
therefore,
way you destroy a country.
okay,
You make everybody afraid
what
of
if
their
somebody
neighbors,
found himself in
fearful.
the desert, lost track of
You
time,
tell everyone, don't assimilate at all. You don't have to. In fact, we don't want you to. We don't want you making friends with anyone. Why would you
Rabbi
assimilate?
says the moment he realizes that he's lost,
Speak your own language, have your own customs, do your own thing. Don't go near anyone else. Don't assimilate. Don't become an American. Don't think like a free American person. Live in the cell. Here's the cupcake ATM. Get the cupcake out of the ATM.
Okay, Rabbi says no, it's like other Marisha.
You know?
There's immediately the
You have to plan for the unexpected. It's so important, and especially for your family, your children, husband, wife. Ethos. You can get life insurance in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process. 100% online. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions. Get a quote in as little as 10 minutes. You can get same-day coverage without ever leaving your house. Life insurance is more affordable than you think. With Ethos, you can get a free quote and customized rate. It fits your budget. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies as low as $2 a day. Built on Ethos is a trustworthy company that disrupts the traditional life insurance industry. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos #1 no medical exam into life insurance provider. 3 million families have completed their application to trust Ethos to help find the right coverage. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 2,400 reviews. Protect your family's life insurance with Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/TIM. That's ETHOS.com/TIM. Many people are struggling with hair loss, and I'm telling you the best way to handle it is Nutrafol. Nutrafol is #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are packed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard and third-party certification for supplement. I'm telling you, see thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off the first month subscription and free shipping. You go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIMBILL. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com. Spelled NUTRAFOL.com. Promo code TIMBILL. That's Nutrafol promo code TIMBILL. TIMDILLOR. It really is just the way people live. So when these billionaires are telling you you don't need to own a house, it's not just that they don't think it's a good financial investment. Their interests are not served by you having block parties and seeing other people. They'd rather you live in a cell where people bring you Thai food and you watch YouTube videos about people or reality shows about people that do have homes. That's what people do. People in Los Angeles go to their cell on top of a P.F. Chang's, eat those lettuce wraps, which are good, and then watch reality shows about people that can afford to have a home. That's pornography now. You come thinking about having a place to see your friends.
69
They don't want you to have your friends. They want communities. It's the hollowing out of the entire thing that serves their purposes. And the only thing left is the bread and circuses and the gimbals and the this and the that. It's the only thing left. And you're radicalized easily one way or the other. You're pulling strings because you have less and less of your own shit. Don't have a community. You live in some global world where like every single thing is the most important thing. And then you go online and go, you're supposed to care about shit that's like in a 10-block radius of where you live. You're not supposed to be involved in the Middle East. You're not supposed to be funding a real estate project in a place you've never been, in Gaza. It's not natural. It's insane. You're just not supposed to do that. You're supposed to care about things. You're supposed to know who got murdered 2 blocks away. Why did that person get murdered? You're supposed to know that. You're supposed to be interested in the crime in your area. Why? Because you live there.
And the Torah says you shall die. What
but now that there doesn't exist. It's malls, cupcake ATMs, it's fucking
Or it says,
private
once
equity
you
companies that
many
build,
korbanos on one
mega structures that look like storage
30
lockers,
on
and
one
you
shop.
just sit
The
there
Torah says it
and
looks
get
about
mad all day on the internet, and you don't know your neighbors, and you don't care if they get murdered. In fact,
says
you might want them to.
all the
You
39
have
halachas,
no
the
stake
other
in the
38
game.
halachas, if one does it,
And all of this
you get skila.
isn't
You
new,
could be amazing without it,
and it's
you
being
get part.
expedited
You
at
show you get a
a
chatas.
level I've
Writing a tire
never
is
seen.
all you get is a lab. There's no part
It has never been more obvious that they're trying to get rid of human beings and human relationships and human communities at an incredibly fast clip.
Just makes more sense.
Human behavior puzzles them. Sam Altman doesn't know what humans do. Sam Altman's confused by human behavior. He doesn't get it. He finds it inefficient and messy. It perplexes him. Okay?
According to Rabbi Yossi,
this is and allegedly that guy that worked for him died in a real weird way. Okay? And Sam Altman, when Tucker pressed him about that, acted like I did when my doctor asked me if I went to McDonald's. So let's get real here. These people don't care, and they think human behavior is a problem. Cultural practices that they don't understand. They don't understand people going to church. They don't understand festivals and fairs. They don't understand people having a community where they exchange goods and services in physical locations. They don't understand people that care. Their job is to make you terrified and broke. They want you on the Citizen app. They don't want another person telling you what happened to Bob. They don't want that interaction happening. They want you on the Citizen app all day, hearing about crime that you don't care about because your communities aren't tight-knit communities where people know and care about each other. They're strange corporate hellscapes filled with part-time residents, and they've turned every city in this country into a foreign Dubai-like Disney Wonderland where people can launder money and then take a bunch of laundered drug money and go buy Labubu smoothies and Erewhon. They don't want anything resembling life.
That's it.
It's obvious they don't want anything resembling human life. You're supposed to just walk around and participate in some viral scam. That's the only reason you exist to these people. The only reason you exist to Sam Altman is so that he can monitor you in some way, and then you can take part, wittingly or unwittingly, in some viral scam that someone's cooked up. That you can buy some food item or little critter or cryptocurrency that someone is looking. That is the sum total of your humanity to these people. Why buy a house? You don't need a house. What a bad investment. What is that word even? Investment? What are you talking about? You know what's a really good investment? Sitting there with 7 people in your backyard having dinner and talking about life. They don't want it. It's a threat to them. It's actually a big problem.
Is wrong. Just you forgot.
So I mean, it's in a tremendous clip. It's
that's an awareness.
Frequency of which this is happening, how quickly it's happening. Everywhere. It's not just any one thing. It's architecture. It's business. It's political. It's cultural. So then, really, at the end of the day, it's all of these things working together.
So how's it possible that
to take you out of the world and put you on the internet, where they want you to live for a few. You're an anonymous source of data. You're something to be marketed or terrified, but they don't consider you a person with inalienable rights. They don't consider you in any form of reflection of God or greater intelligence outside of the thing that they're going to create. They consider you an obstacle and that the way you live is an obstacle to their ultimate goals. That's what they consider you. You are something that's in the way. Your football game and your couple of beers outside, or you invite people over to your home, your family, your faith, your community, your culture, your all of this. I don't care if it's liberal or conservative. I don't care if you're a fundamentalist Christian. I don't care if you're Jewish, Muslim. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you do the winter solstice. They don't either. Their entire thing is to get rid of physical communities that are based around these things and usher people into a digital landscape. I tell them not to own houses, not to drive cars, not to own things. To use ride shares, to be on the internet, to live in a cell, and to be happy. It is what it is. You'll own nothing to be happy. It's a famous article. We all bring it up. But it's true. And what Jimmy Kimmel says, at the end of the day, doesn't really affect your life in the way that you think it does. He should have a right to say it. He should be criticized for saying it. People should attack him on the facts, not physically. You should attack the facts because they weren't present in what he said. Okay? But there's something bigger going on, and everyone feels it, and it worries me that other people don't. There's something bigger going on all over the country, and it's not about Jimmy Kimmel. It's not really about left versus right. It's about this inertia that's moving humanity into a perpetual state of constant war, depression, anxiety, anger. I'm not proselytizing. I'm not telling you to do this or do that. I'm not saying to you that you can only find meaning in life one way. I believe there's many ways to find meaning in life. However, it's clearly obvious that the algorithms are manipulating us to hate each other and kill each other while everyone else is building resorts in other places of the world, in Gaza, in Qatar. They'll be building them in the Ukraine soon. Watch. And all the while, your life gets worse. You become angry. You lack the ability to live the life your parents did, or their parents did. And all they have to say to you is how lucky you are. How lucky you are that you don't live in a place like China. Wow, how lucky you are that you don't live in a place like China, as they make America more like China every hour.
But after Robert Heard attempted the greater from Abaya, he did it
you just have to understand what's happening. You have to resist it in the ways that you can. Don't listen to them when they tell you not to buy a house. Don't listen to them. Do not listen to them when they tell you that it's worthless to have a patch of dirt and grass and friends and a community. It's absolutely not worthless. In fact, it's the only thing that may save you. Don't tell them it's worthless to learn how to cook or grow food or be sufficient because everything is at the click of a button. Don't tell them that it's worthless. Don't listen to them when they say that it is worthless to try to see the humanity in somebody who doesn't agree with you. You know, it really is disturbing. The people right now that run the show are not people. They make these mistakes. They do these interviews. Guys, someone keep them behind closed doors. They keep being interviewed. Frankensteins keep coming out to be interviewed. I think Frankenstein was actually good. I didn't read that book. Was Frankenstein good? Yes. That's not what I mean.
And the other one was Panda Express. Having designs, they
Who's bad at Frankenstein?
together to create one whole design
That doesn't apply.
that you would be.
Why did they fire me?
Sure that
Not fair.
what
I'm telling you is this.
The other Russian is no.
Take a minute. Charlie Kirk was a human being.
And
He's
even
not a
if it means
dangerous radical.
that
May
half the
not
guys and half
agree
the
with
guys
him.
not
Who
combine
gives
together,
a fuck?
it makes it Cuba.
Guy was a human
Still
being.
goes with this.
You have to rediscover that you are a human being as well. You don't have to like me. You don't have to think I'm good. You can hate me. You know, I like if you didn't shoot me, but you know, at the end of the day, getting rid of human communities, replacing them with digital communities that are created via hate and algorithms and moving people out of these physical places and destroying the bonds we have with each other. Be very suspicious of people who tell you to not own a home. Be very suspicious of people who tell you they talk about investments and they own 12. Be very suspicious of all these people. I've been saying things like this for a long time, but it does feel now that we're getting to the point where we're getting close to the point of no return. And if we're easily distracted and we're just fighting each other, we're not going to be able to demand that we stay human. Because there are interests and agendas operating at very high levels that want to rob us of our humanity, and they're winning. And they're succeeding.
Before he designated the card. That's what the Machlokes is. The Machlokes is whether you feel this Machlokes.
I hope everyone has fun at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. I will continue to live like a Saudi in my own country because I can. I am now fully with Iran against Saudi Arabia. I didn't want it to be this way, but it is. Alliances shift constantly. This is the game. This is the game. I hope everyone enjoys it. And if you're a Saudi, I hope you continue to listen to the program. Continue to listen. Continue to support us here. And again, it's no reflection on you. I blame a few people who ended up being cowardly. I do not blame the Saudi people. Even the executioner who's doing the beheading. I don't even blame you. I don't blame you. But the mascot doing the beheading, I don't blame you. I actually don't blame you. I don't blame you. Truly, I don't blame you. Okay?
That the Machlokes is on after the
I blame Joker too.
And Rabbi Rothschild is going to say that Hafrosh is Machalik. And Rosh will say Kapara Machalik. That only once you shut the animal and you Rika, the Kapara. That's when you start all over again and bring another card. Then Al Khatasai, what is the substitute of Al Khatasai? They say that
From Comedy Central, it's the all-new government-approved Daily Show. With your patriotically obedient host, Jon Stewart. My name is Jon Stewart, and welcome to the Daily Show on, I'm going to guess,
I don't want to say anything, but that's what he's got. I know.
we have another fun, hilarious,
at least for me to give over.
administration-compliant show.
The word is described as the color of the violator. The person has a suffered whether or not he disobedience to his immune authority. And that's what he takes the number of the notion of ethics to the human experience. So he sets aside the carbon custom code. What is this type of he stipulated to make a plan? So if I find out I later time that what I ate was indeed hybrid, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge to agree with carbon. But it's not necessary to have knowledge to not have anything. So we are tremendous students. So if a person was born with something
Coming in time from the real shithole.
he's
The crime-ridden cesspool in New York City. It is a tremendous disaster. Like no one's ever seen before.
Relationship, he had a knowledge. How do you do that?
Someone's National Guard should invade this place, am I right?
I can name one player in the day, and he's shut the ball fire off. We're going to have to say, according to everybody, the designated the target for this act, that designation stops everything.
If you felt a little off these past couple of days, it's probably because our great father has not been home.
But it's one thing that people will argue about it. It says that they also
father has been gracing England with his legendary Portland Radiance. Gaze upon him with a gait even more majestic than that of the royal horses that pranced before him. He wowed the English with charm, intelligence, and an undeniable sexual charisma that filled their hair like a pheromone-packed London fog. And part of this historic trip, the perfectly tinted Trump dazzled his hosts at dinner with a demonstration of unmatched oratory skill.
But he ends up playing which is the top secret. According to Rava, this is not a Hakidi's perfected in the pages of wrongful punishment and therefore he's punished. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful punishment. But he intended to cut. And he cut his punishment. And therefore it's a striking for his cut. Rava wants to Abaya, Rava, from the Bryce that has a great shot in a second.
He didn't have to look down once.
Why Shabbos is more stupid than other Abayas.
As he name-checked his favorite authors from the top of his
In
head.
other words,
Trump employing restraint, not to quote verbatim,
versus
these great authors.
The
president has devoured voraciously.
He brings animal on the stand.
Incredible people indeed.
Which is less stringent than the safer.
I'll tell you whose client list Trump's name is on
Something in
to
other ways,
decimals.
other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance,
Of course, as great as those authors are,
without
there
kavanah.
can only be one most tremendous author
What's
in
the
the English language.
If he thinks that he's eating,
And I think we know that that author begins with the T
in other Averis mitzvahs, he's and in Shabbos he's talking. What's the case in Shabbos?
Oh, how fortune has smiled
That
upon us.
scribe
For that very scribe is also our dear leader.
thought he was cutting a fruit that's he ended up cutting a fruit that was according to Rava, or according to the Bryce, he's talking. That's exactly what Rava says. It's a good raya. Abai will say that the shagging over here is talking about a person thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat.
The whole room is enthralled.
And you'd be tired of the Shabbos. This one, when you try to lift the knife up, and by doing so, you cut the food, and that, according to everybody, he's talking. But he loves it.
That's
Where
resting
he's talking,
interest
cutting a
face.
piece that's already fat. So we're going to cut a piece that's fat.
It was a most beautiful recitation, Mr. President. It brings me to tears almost as much as your favorite poem about that man from Nantucket.
Even the buffers of Shabbos. Seriously, you know?
And the variety of things that man can do that rhyme.
Well, it would be equal. Shabbos, you decide to go and so the guys decide to go.
Although, Mr.
Therefore, what is
President,
forced
if
to
I
say
may,
we're talking about
humbly, I beg of you, take a small detour off this
now the
highway of
sake of not
adoration
talking about it.
you have so richly
First,
earned
with the
for a
shaggy,
bit of a comic
kind of
past.
the Zara, both shaggy and
What's on
part of
this
the
guy's
person
head?
thinks that he's bowing to his soul, but in fact he's better than the Zara. He's the beauty because he's part
Bring on the
of the
mistletoe you want.
and the person is
For
bowing
all
to the
opinion of
statue.
him,
And he decided that the
our
statue is
president's
of the Zara,
legislators
then
shall
it's of
never
the Zara,
grace
it's
your
amazing.
forehead.
And if he doesn't decide that
Or
the
is it
statue of the Zara, then he didn't do
It's
anything.
some sort of second-rate
What if
Harry
he
Potter
bows to the
scar
Zara
shit?
out of
What's on his
fear
head?
for his life, or out of love?
He's scarred with the mark
Now,
of
of
the
course,
fang.
he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul, should be wasted
Goodbye,
But
kiss
what if he can do it?
bromatosis.
He's also fine, according to Rava. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the same is talking about other rituals, and the base is talking about
The
other.
president,
Have a
almost
wonderful,
despicably
wonderful
humble,
day.
gave the royals a rare glimpse at his soft-spoken, yet prideful side.
We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today, I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it.
Nobody. Certainly not this guy, am I right?
Shabbos daf ein
You
gimel.
got something to say to me,
Yesterday's
King
amazing
Chuck?
sunnah
Only
was happening.
got
He had a
to bitch
case
on me out
where a
the
person
door.
thought that he was cutting something that's detached from the ground, goes fast, not something that's attached to it. According to Rava, that's not a practice of the extreme. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something, so he switches the cuts. They ended up, the also delivers the meat cover, it's not even a shot. But according to Adayo, since he's intending to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is also doesn't make him an assassin. He should be in a situation. One brings two more cases where Rabbi Rothschild argues, and they're a step more in this work. The second case is where a person makes, let's say, a ball, and tries to throw 2 ounces rushes around, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be tight. The shear is 4 ounces. Ball travels for
just an opportunity for President Trump to rub shoulders with lesser royals.
Whereas the first case, they didn't intend
like the British Prime Minister, who has to be reminded
Robin case says
has ended all the wars in the
and finally, the
world,
third case, which is
especially
worse
the
than
one
the
between
where he intended to throw an
Azerbaijan
object
and Armenia.
4 amas.
To
And
think
he
that
knows
we
the throwing 4
settled
amas is awesome. He doesn't know that he's standing with his rabbit. He thought he's standing
and
with his rabbit.
Albania
According
as
to
an
Rava,
example.
Spotter, according to Adayo, is when you go back to the middle, a person intended to throw an object traveled 4 hours. In other words, he intended to do a half a shoot, and it went the whole thing. Adayo says he's tired. And so we take this signal, we have this question twice a day, and it's on today's mission. Mishnah tells us that there are 39 always why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you can get up to 39 karbanos in one shot, so one awareness. If a person is a shayik and knows 39
actually pronounced
then he doesn't know what Shabbos is. He's not assuming it's like Shabbos is today, Shabbos is different than Sunday, Monday. Gemara says that for the Adayo, it's possible that he knows that all these halachos are also
Albania.
He's a shayik. He doesn't know what shear, not knowing the shear. Let's say the shear is 7, whatever the shear is. It's more. But according to Rava, it says that it's possible that
The war between
it's like he said one day, you're a person who doesn't know, it's like you did, he doesn't know the consequences of the parties. Or from the Turkish, is the 40th law for the people. So they believe because they're not on the law, 40,000 how much? Now, there is a famous Mishnah, which is famous for trying to set the topic. Describing the 39 ugly lovers. Ugly lovers are the headline category. There are many that are below the headline categories according to the each ugly has 39 ugly.
Finally, a country affording our
Each one
great
is
leader
highly
the
derised,
respect
just like the
and deference that any sun
we
god
break them down into groups. 11
We saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or
These are
America?
39 steps to do so. And one of them is steps to be
How dare you stop?
13 of them are to make private and private is really Judaism. 7 of them are for the high and the top of the
What outfit are you with, sir? The Antifa Herald Tribune? Why
And then
wouldn't
there's
you
another
lie my
6
parents' cage with your rag?
nets, hiding,
There's a very
untying,
reasonable
lighting
explanation
a
to
fire,
what befell this scallywag, Kimball.
And let's start
Jimmy
with
Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you can call that free speech or not.
And the finish is that even the second Arisha plowing is considered the next one is what we discussed in Zuraya.
You may call
So
it free
the
speech in jolly old England.
which is
But in America, we have something called the First Amendment.
more, so
Let me
that's
tell you how it
like for
works.
planting. Right,
There's something called a talent-o-meter.
Margaret's mean the divine Margaret is the breath.
It's a
All
complete
these
scientific
are all
instrument.
in one
It's
cell
kept on the
of
president's desk.
philosophy. All that
And it tells the president when a performer's TQ
Irish, as we discussed, is the plan. Then it can also
measured
favor
mostly by niceness
and
to the
pirates.
president
The pharaoh,
goes below a certain level, at which point the FCC must be notified to threaten the acquisition prospects for billion-dollar mergers and network affiliates. These affiliates are then asked to give ultimatums to the even larger mega corporation that controls the flow of state-approved content, or the FCC can just choose to threaten the licenses directly. It's basic science.
Rava says that it's
There are certain rules of free speech that we must all abide by, but in case anyone needs a refresher, we're going to go over them.
That's the beat flag.
It's not every right to have a television show where he lies his ass off to the American
All right, well, there are repercussions to spreading
If somebody
lies.
is Zimmer, who is a
Exactly.
That's a brand. He has two
And even though 2 months ago, our president, because of his grand ability to see the future, it's a curse. Somehow knew that Kimball would be next, as he explicitly said.
And the same thing with
You can't just make things up on television. People cannot just go on television and mislead viewers with made-up crap.
If you have a small
Millions of illegal aliens that pour us our hair is brought into the country will be voting. The bottom line is this: there is massive voter fraud. Global warming is a hoax.
Crime is at an all-time high right now.
50 million on condoms in Gaza.
They're taking people's pets and killing them and eating them. On January 6, 2 years ago, the overwhelming majority were peaceful. They were orderly and meek. These were not insurrectionists. They were sightseers.
Dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the person. You are
Oh, your lordship. Do not know whence these peasants come. That last roll of clips. Oh, especially that last one about sightseers, because technically anything you see is a sight. Even if that is you punching a cop. I see. Therefore, I am sightseeing.
Separating the dates.
But of course, even before this, the Jason Kringle situation at ABC, there were plenty of other people in America exercising their free speech incorrectly. So here's some examples of things you cannot say about your political opponents.
You can't call someone who you disagree with a fascist. Leaders cannot call their political opponents Nazis and fascists and enemies of the state.
How horrible and dangerous it is to view people with whom we disagree as somehow being less than human.
Thank you. You can't say fascist. You can't say enemy of the state. You can't say less than human. These are simple rules that any responsible member of a society can easily follow. The Democrats, they're fascists.
Shock is that $9. Within the 39 halachas, 3 of them are one of the same. Zohar, winnowing, Boirer, selecting, Iraqi, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are taking necessary processes for the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, we were to bring 3 separate components. But the pounding should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since more people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh will be the 40th, because since we have 3
people on the left are
separating the malachas, you take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kodesh in instead.
This is not
Mark brings up Raisa. That's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we can take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding Boirer on Shabbos. You can do Boirer on Shabbos. If it's food from within the waist and not the waist from the food. If you do Yad with your hand and not clean, and if you do it without your food, immediate consumption and not for even Jack Shabbos, but later hours. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was the Bryce says,
Pelosi, well, she's got protection when she's indecent. Apparently her house doesn't have a lot of
Boirer
protection.
and either Boirer and give it to your friend, and then the Bryce does 180. You cannot do Boirer, and if you do Boirer, you have to bring it. Perhaps the race is talking about for that
Well,
day.
maybe Paul Pelosi
That's
needs
what-
the hammer.
Do it for Sunday. That's a huge practice. What does that mean? There is no malacha. They can cook on Shabbos. We can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the Bryce is talking about a half a sheep. You do a half a Boirer, half an amount. That's okay. If you do the full amount, that's the practice. Chatzi Shir also, when a player of the Gemara says, it's impossible. There is no malacha that you can do a half of it. Even half would be awesome. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps Christ is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but you do it with part of the top foot. That's only this is the Rabbanon, with the funnel, with the plate. That's Kalachariya. That's not the real way of doing it. But do it the real way, with the real sifter, not with Bura. That's an Isgar.
That is what Santa is, right?
So it doesn't say any mention of Kalim in that Brisa. Perhaps it's talking about Oichol with the toilets.
I know he's good.
And that's what the soils with the Oichol is also, again, the Brisa doesn't mention anything about it. Says it by it, therefore, I say the shot is. La'alter. Says the Brisa that you eat it, you didn't eat it, and that's okay. If you do it for later on during the day, that's in this word that Brisa. Sure explains, Rabbi agrees the concept of the yad and oichol soils. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. More tells the story of Bibi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and soilers on the table in front of Ami and Rabasi. The Rabbi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because of Bibi's health. And even oichol the soils is also, and therefore he spread it on the table. It shouldn't be a problem of fire. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show a Hayin Yofa. He wanted to show that he's large. Threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that Tumasin type of bean is considered soils and 35. It can be taken out the actual food because it requires 7 cookings. And even after 2-3 times, if you don't remove the oichol, the actual bean, it turns into soils and can ruin other beans. And now we go to the days. The Lord tells us halacha, now we're done with fire. If somebody takes a bean and chops it up really, really thin, he mixes it, that is considered feichen, grinding. According to Shona, it applies to all vegetables. If you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also feichen, grinding. The Rashi says a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over on the top. Like the Mishnah, cut leather to a certain size, it's mechanic cutting. The Gemara asks, why does it kind of talk about afila, baking, when in the Mishkan, there's no baking, there's cooking, some amount because that's what people are familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah is talking about baking. Your flavor on the Israel is like nachos, even non-food items, such as wood, eggs, the person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and hardens it up, that's bishul. It can also be over on bishul if you take hard, which is hard, soften it up. Even later on, it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you soften it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different halachos when I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says the Gemara, it's possible to be over on the third, fire the third, Meraki, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, you're not going to smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mafashel. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called Makin Makadosh, whereas a barrel doesn't have Makin Makadosh because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no violence in Rashi, there's no opinion in Stira when it comes to table. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averos. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesa, you shape up in here, you put it, start it out in the 2 boats. Already, you put the reeds together and make it in package. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lid for it, you could be over also on kaifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlok is not driver mechanic, you be over on 3 things. God says, you're not fixed on taking it and feel spinning. But God says, since it's an animal, the animal is alive, so it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore, you're not over, and that's flashing. Even though in the Mishnah you had women that did the tefillah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's always been a special custom, but today it's considered flashing. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, the over on places, cut it specifically on the top, you're over on the chatav, and pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on menachem, smoothing it out. Where was there not in the Mishkan? the folks who were catching or trapping chicken lasagna to make potatoes, they use nets, and then you after the net, you go from the net, so they made cheers and they made lasagna under the net.
Your Operation
Now,
Warp Speed
can't say
got
the
us the
fact is
COVID
that with
vax,
two
which
knots and two
we
threads
don't
in the
like.
Mishkan, and
It
you
was a
undid one
great
because
thing,
even for a
but don't take
regular
it.
king,
Y'all
you
come
wouldn't
back
do
to
so
me.
certainly not after the birth. So you start sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, Donald, we love you, bro, because you're in the... Okay, oh, Donald, we love you.
Shabbos daf ayin hey. One of the Lametes Malachim. The Mishnah is Kireya Amanas Litor, carrying in order to sow. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as it sow it, we carry it even more in
For a
order to
limited
make
time at
proper
McDonald's,
stitch.
get a Big Mac, extra value meal for $14. That means 2 whole beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, and medium fries, and a drink. We really need to change that, Jim. Prices and participation may vary.
Together, that is considered sow. The first word paragraph from our logo.
Donald Trump
What is a
was
logo?
hoping that this would be the weekend that the Jeffrey Epstein story would finally go away. This would not be that weekend.
Stunning story raising new questions about Trump's past relationship with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
But I still have all the old questions. And those questions might go back. Go on.
The third thing he said
President Trump is lashing out at the Wall Street Journal for claiming that he once sent a 50th birthday card to financier Jeffrey Epstein that contained a body doodle.
Labor on the pasuk. They don't see
the body
the last
doodle.
logo, but no one likes his
As long as have you no decency? What are we doing the news in Victorian England now? Scallywag sent me a revolving daguerreotype. We got the constable. That's all you got, bloody doodle? Go back, get it paid.
And it's a cryptically written letter, a crude drawing.
It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman.
A pair of small marks denotes
The snail express, and the future president's signature is a squiggly dot below her waist, mimicking pubic hair.
Pubic hair! Oh my God! You broke Blitzer! Pubic hair! By the way, not to be, the grammar from the pubic hair.
If you were to chop an animal's head off,
That's
I
the way
didn't need to kill it. You know that
inflection. Pubic hair!
Pubic
Pubic hair! What's the deal with all the curls? A billionaire sending another billionaire a birthday card with a playful nudie cartoon isn't incriminating in and of itself. It's really the creepiness of the sentiments expressed. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, our late Meryl Streep was unavailable tonight, so performing tonight's creepy birthday card. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen,
Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Fanatic Gaff. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Normal I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it.
And instead, it's sort of decipher the height.
things in common. You can write all kinds of things you have in common inside me. outline
Well,
of
it says
nature are.
this thing is adding food package.
We're both gluten intolerant.
It says I'm not putting
We both prefer window seats on airplanes to private islands. Oh God. I hope Act 2 of this play doesn't make it worse.
Donald, innators never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, how is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
What did I tell you?
For instance, if the storm is ready,
there's another wonderful secret. I threw up in my own mouth. I don't even know what any of this means, but I do know that every line in that card sounds like the password you have to use to get into the orgy and Eyes Wide Shut. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Enigmas never age. All right, gentlemen, come on in and grab a mask. I gotta say, that birthday card, how much must it have sucked to be the next guy in the office that had to sign that Epstein birthday card? You want me to just, you want me to sign it right by the pubic hair? By the just the little things? What do you want? I'm just gonna write here's the 50 more. Now, the world, as you know, is demanding the Epstein file, and yet somehow, still has lined up behind Trump to diffuse this apparently specific file. Starting with the fact that Trump couldn't have written that birthday card. He doesn't know all the words that were in it.
Somebody did an AI search, and out of decades and decades of being a public figure, and now a political figure, Donald Trump has never used the word enigma.
We have in our mission.
I imagine he's used words that are close. Well, if AI cannot find reference to the word enigma in all of Donald Trump's communiques over the 212. I'm first, Carson second. Now, Carson is an enigma to me. Carson is an enigma. Is there any other exculpatory evidence?
The Wall Street Journal. They got the following on-the-record quote from Trump that said in part, "I never wrote a picture in my life." He then doubled down on his social media platform, posting, "I don't draw pictures."
Yes! Donald Trump neither writes pictures nor draws pictures. Which, as the experts will tell you, are the two leading causes of pictures. Obviously, that's not something you can probably search in AI. The only way you could disprove is with literal evidence of Donald's doodles.
Trump in 2008 in his book recalled donating an autographed doodle every year to charity.
Here is a drawing of the New York City skyline, signed by Donald Trump in golden ink.
That is not unusual.
What building in New York City has pubic hair? I guess this makes Donald Trump just another world leader we wish had just stuck with art.
didn't even know that word. Or he can't draw. And not, why would anyone think he would write a creepy letter to a pedophile? I guess that's because Trump bragged about busting into dressing rooms at his university contest and was accused of busting into the dressing room at Miss Teen USA pageants and told a couple of 14-year-olds he'd be dating them in 2 years. Yeah, and then there's this.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds? Oh, absolutely. Would you do it? I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
upper bracket
only with 12-year-olds.
I'm not agreeing. I just want to make it clear, that is what he's admitting to when he knows he's being recorded. Literally, you're sitting in a studio with a giant sign that says, on air. And you're like, I mean, 12 would be just too much. I mean, maybe it's a lot easier to argue over doodles and vocabulary than have to confront whether a letter like this lines up with Donald Trump's character. There are a lot of people asking if the person who'd sent a doodle to Jeffrey Epstein was also the type of person that would have said this in a deposition.
When you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what he said, girl.
It's true of stars.
It's true of stars is sheep. If they can grab one and by the pussy, well,
It's taken over the last 30 years. I guess that's been largely, not always, but largely true.
The reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples. I've never seen a lot of
Guy's such an
when it comes
enigma.
to different garments, different fabrics.
I just want to point out here.
So a regular fabric is talking about
Fortunately or unfortunately, under oath, he has to take a position on whether the coerced pussy grabbing is fortunate or unfortunate. None of this looks good. And as the temperature rises on the unanswered questions about Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the Trump administration was forced to respond.
Breaking news moments ago, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, releasing the 230,000 files.
Oh my God, that's from this afternoon. It worked.
There's a situation where
The incessant
samples
public
itself
pressure,
together
mainly
to
from,
find
I'll give credit, the MAGA base, has finally forced Trump's hand. Let's hear what's in those files.
230,000 files related to the assassination of Martin Luther
When it
King
comes to
Jr.
cured food, we don't consider the shell, the blankets, the little piece that
Epstein killed
branch
Martin
sticks
Luther
out.
King Jr.
Secret of this is fine grain, coarse grain.
Why are you
It says
releasing that?
that
What?
the peel of lentils and beans
All right,
are
obviously
desired
those
for the actual food.
different
But oat
files.
beans
Anything
are not
else?
desired because
This
they
happened
look
today.
like
AG
French
Bondi
fries
released
in your
files.
The coarse and the fine
This is all
grain
happening
are
today.
desired
What's in
for
those
sugar.
files?
Why?
Related to the FBI's handling of the investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server.
You need something kosher. That's not kosher. It's not considered food. And
Finally, we'll get to know the truth about Hillary's private email island. As the Epstein missile heads towards the fuselage, look at Trump firing off countermeasures from Air Force One, like Luther and Maverick in Top Gun. Maverick, sir, we got a bogey at 5 o'clock. Hillary Clinton's emails. They're still closing, sir. Good, Martin Luther King files. Good. Oh, sir, we're out of files. Surely it's curtains.
And oil enough to
I've still got one more trick up
with
my sleeve.
water in order to make it more
Boys,
for an eye
it's
and
been an
other
honor
liquids
serving with you.
and other waste liquids
Here we
in
go.
the ravines.
Trump threatens to restrict the stadium deal with the Washington Commanders. If they don't change their name back to the Redskins.
If you
Are
decided
you
to
fucking kidding me?
decide
You know, they always say liberals are condescending to MAGA. I cannot think of anything more condescending than the way Trump treats MAGA. Oh, you want to know more about how the super rich are trafficking underage girls with impunity?
So, a wonderful
Would you still want to know if I let you use an outdated slur for Native Americans? I
guess in Trump's mind, he doesn't have to keep his promises to MAGA as long as he continues to attack the people that MAGA hates. That's his get-out-of-jail-free card. Trump believes he has immunity as long as he remains a petty tyrant, demanding only liberal institutions surrender to his whims. And what's crazy is, liberal institutions have.
Columbia University is bowing to President Trump's demands.
ABC News settling a defamation suit with President Trump, paying out $15 million.
Trump collected a big check, $25 million from Meta.
A powerful law firm is caving to growing pressure from the Trump administration.
The president pressured two more law firms, and they have elected.
Wilkie Farr and Gallagher became the latest major law firm to enter into one of these settlements with the White House.
Really? Wilkie Farr and Gallagher. Real Gallagher would have put up a fight. Farr was always a coward. But this episode has long brought shame to the proud name of Wilkie. Oh, Wilkie! Nonsense John Wilkie Booth assassinated Abraham Lincoln. Too soon? But since we're on the topic of corporate capitulation, to the whims of a pussy-grabbing enigma, last week, as you may have heard, CBS, which happens to have the same parent company as the network this program currently airs on, unceremoniously canceled the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. And, yes, in this case, I'll allow it. Now, obviously, I am certainly not the most objective to comment on this matter. Many of you may or may not know, Stephen and I worked together on this very program, together from 1999 to 2000. Haven't changed a bit. And then Stephen began our sister program, The Colbert Report, also on Comedy Central, a show which remains to this day one of the most astounding accomplishments in satirical television, rendering a fictional character in real time 4 nights a week for 10 years so seamlessly. Many viewers believed him to be the boorish, high-status idiot he was portraying. They were heady times, my friends. We were two pretty good-sized fish in a reasonably small, basic cable pond. Both of our shows reached an inflection point in 2015. Stephen chose to challenge himself by seeing if he could succeed the legendary David Letterman in, quite frankly, a much bigger pond than the one he and I had been swimming in. And I quit. Stephen challenged him. I passed away. Stephen challenged his abilities in the biggest field you could, and I literally went to a farm upstate. It's true. I did it. Watching Stephen exceed all expectations in the role and become the #1 late-night show on network television has been an undeniable great pleasure for me as a viewer and as his friend. And now, Stephen has been canceled for purely financial reasons. And by the way, not just Stephen's show, CBS has canceled the entirety of the Late Show franchise. Gone. Now I acknowledge, losing money. Late night TV is a struggling financial model where all basically operating a Blockbuster kiosk inside of a Tower Records. When your industry is faced with changes, you don't just call it a day. My God! When CDs stopped selling, they didn't just go, oh well, music, it's been a good run. The fact that CBS didn't try to save their #1 rated network late night franchise that's been on the air for over 3 decades is part of what's making everybody wonder, what's this? Purely financial. Or maybe the path of least resistance for your $8 billion merger. What's killing the show, and you know rankled, a fragile and vengeful president, so insecure, suffering terribly from a case of chronic penis insufficiency. It's vicious disease. I believe CBS lost the benefit of the doubt 2 weeks prior when they sold out their flagship news program to pay an extortion fee to said president. At that time, poor Andy Rooney must have been rolling over in his bed. That's right. He's alive. Andy Rooney is alive. Probably buried the lead on this entire bit. Andy Rooney is alive. And he's just turning over in bed. You know what he's probably doing? He's biding his time. For when the network calls him and says, is anything else bothering you, Andy? Yeah, the thing is. Ask your parents. He was on 60 Minutes. Look, I understand the corporate fear. I understand the fear that you and your advertisers have with $8 billion at stake. But understand this, truly, the shows that you now seek to cancel, censor, and control, a not insignificant portion of that $8 billion value came from those fucking shows. That's what made you that shows that take a stand, shows that are open, and not to believe me. This is not a we speak truth to power. We know we speak opinions to television cameras, but we try. We fucking try every night. And if you believe, as corporations or as networks, you can make yourselves so innocuous that you can serve a grove so flavorless that you will never again be on the Boy King's radar. Hey, why will anyone watch you and you are fucking wrong? You are impossible it is to stay on Lord Farquaad's good side.
President Trump says he will sue the Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News.
Donald Trump is doing Rupert Murdoch, the owner of Fox News, the man other than Biden, maybe most responsible for getting Trump elected. Fox. Yeah, we fucking snuck that in here. Fox spends 24 hours a day blowing Trump, and it's not enough. Imagine suing someone mid-blow. How could you? Finish up down there, I'll see you in court. So here's the point. If you're trying to figure out why Stephen's show is ending, I don't think the answer can be found in some smoking gun email or phone call from Trump to CBS executives or in CBS's QuickBooks spreadsheets on the financial health of late night. I think the answer is in the fear and pre-compliance that is gripping all of America's institutions at this very moment. Institutions that have chosen not to fight the vengeful and vindictive actions of our pubic hair doodling commander-in-chief. This is to those corporations, advertisers, and universities and law firms, all of them, if you still think that bending the knee to Trump will save you, I have one thing to say.
On a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch.
I know you're scared.
According to Yuda, enough weed to take a measurement of the kid's foot and go to the street to make him shoot.
I know
paper, enough
you're weary.
That you pay your taxes. Once you show tax collector that you pay your taxes, you see that's no value. It does have value. A number of chuckles. According to Rubba, we're dealing with the main tax guy and the small tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code to need a receipt. You want to buy it? The tax guy, the main tax guy, is running. If the runner's cashing, you want to use your receipt. Okay, but you don't, because you got a memo, just go back to the main tax guy and recognize it. And Rabbi says, you want to keep taxes. Show them the other tax collector, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase the paper, that's what they'll spend right on it. So what they're doing, you can cover a small glass, so the shooter is the size of a small glass. Sometimes for leather, if it's the semi-bag, you provide a command on it, so it's the size of the command. It's loud, it's right, very fun.
That is a true point.
Enough to write the smallest part of the story, might as well show it to the buzz.
But compliance and complacency is not the answer. We reject the mindless, machine-generated sound that offends nobody. And we affirm our shared humanity. We must continue to have humans make things that inspire and promote other humans.
Small first grip enough to put on the opening part. The other that makes gold. You're afraid. And you protect the bottom of the eye. Which girls use for the hair one small short of them. You size enough to put on the hair to make it flat. If I look enough, you need the tears to stay. Which are good. First one is enough to make a handle for a basket. The sig are the strings that go around the country. You can put it in the funnel, and then press the center of the water. Oil and grease enough to form a back of bread. The size of the cellulose is a great yard. Enough to fill a ball. The size of a walnut. If you take out a star plate, the star that says, I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, you still tired, you don't even carry it back, and someone will look at the distractions.
What it looks like,
what
it
says,
media,
you're allowed to
looks
keep a
like
star
when they
plate.
don't work. Because right now, Trump is desperate to move on from the
You're not allowed to keep a star plate around. It could bring problems later on.
A major development just in. The Department of Justice says it's trying to set up a meeting with longtime Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison.
The Justice Department has made a new statement saying if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say.
Such a document, so the original star has value. And that's why they got the original star.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, it says everybody knows that you're the title. The point is this.
Epstein's accomplice?
What happens if the woman doesn't want to say?
The most pictures
meanwhile,
with?
the no
Wouldn't she be your first witness?
And this it out
Also,
just
stick with
throughout.
me here.
That
How funny
star
would it be
has value
if the FBI gets there And she's like, I'm finally ready to talk. I'm finally ready to tell you everything. She grabs one of the agent's guns and takes herself out. The FBI would have to come out like, okay, I know how this looks. But I swear, here's how much I want you to believe me. We did do the first one, okay? We did run up on Epstein and like held him down, shook him a little bit. We didn't do this one. But while we wait to see if Ghislaine survives this interview, Trump has been doing everything that he can to keep those files under wraps. He's even got his friends in Congress trying to help. Mike Johnson shut down the House just to avoid a vote on the release of the files. Yeah. Do you understand that they clear Congress out for the summer like they found a dookie in the pool? But trying to shut down the release of the files only makes them more interesting. So over the last week, Trump has been throwing every distraction he can at us. And I want to go through some of them to show you how desperate he's getting. Let's start with his go-to distraction.
Similarly, you say the same thing by Smith. That you should be talking about is they called President Obama absolutely cold. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. Irrefutable proof that Obama was sedacious.
Who's aside? Sedacious? It feels like he's mispronouncing a new black friend's name. I want you to meet my friend, Sedacious. Thanks. It's Sean. The problem with this distraction is that it's so old, Jeffrey Epstein wouldn't do it. Trump has been going after Obama for decades. He's going to need something else, something juicy.
The White House offering an unexpected health update on President Trump, revealing that he recently underwent a battery of tests and has now been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency.
Doctors tell us it means there isn't adequate blood flow to the veins in the legs, which can cause swelling.
Oh, no. Look at that ankle. When I said something juicy, I didn't mean it. A shoe should not give you a muffin top. And I cannot stress how big of a deal this is because they never admit that Trump has anything but impeccable health. Usually they bring out a doctor to be like, Donald Trump has big muscles and a girthy ass tip. Medically speaking, he makes Hercules look like a pig with cancer. Like, I'm not exaggerating. His doctors once said that his blood pressure was astonishingly excellent. That's not even how blood pressure works. Blood pressure is numbers. If you want to impress us, say 120 over 80. They made it sound like Trump could control his blood pressure like the settings on a fancy hose. His blood pressure is on this, but he can turn up to cola or jet if he so chooses. I get why they put this out. One, it's a distraction, and two, people can start to notice that Trump looks, medically speaking, like shit.
After these images of President Trump started to draw attention, apparent bruises on his hands covered with makeup seen in February and this week, the White House physician says it's consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin.
Well, problem solved. No one's gonna shake hands that look like that. Even that hand right there. You can tell that the thumb is like, ew, 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 ew. Trump violating his own human rights didn't get able to move on from Epstein. So now he's getting snacks involved.
President Trump says he's convinced Coca-Cola to change its recipe. The president claims that the company has agreed to start using real cane sugar in Coke products.
This is so insulting. Trump's treating Americans like a kid you can bribe with a treat. Allow me to demonstrate what Donald Trump is going for here.
The crisis says sustos is not enough to write a mezuzah. What's the sustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called
I don't care about pedophilia anymore.
You have the part closer to the personalities, but the sustos are the part closer to the fear of animals toward the flat. Or the crisis. And the crisis, you write on the conscience further away.
Delicious.
On the opposite side of the flat.
And if all that doesn't work for you, if you don't care about Coke or Trump's health, don't worry. He's got some true pride for you.
This morning, the Trump administration releasing more than 230,000 pages of records related to the assassination of civil rights icon Martin Luther King Jr.
That's how bad things are for Trump. His back is against the wall so hard, he's releasing more Black history.
Sometimes the cause of friendship feeling
This might be the worst distraction because all he did was remind us that he can declassify thousands of secret files, and people noticed.
Maurice King, the daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., posted this picture on social media with the caption that simply reads, "Now to the Epstein files."
Damn, that is cold. Do you know how much you have to screw up for Dr. King's family to go, no, we choose violence? If Trump wants to distract us, all he has to do is keep his promises. If you ended the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, that'd be extremely distracting. If you put up affordable housing, Americans would be like, what? Stay Epstein files, I'm too distracted memorizing my poetry. If you want to think of it in terms you can understand, think of it like a bribe, Mr. President. You're the deal guy. Make us a deal. We want to know what's in the Epstein files, but if you put some universal health care in your palm and hand it over, Epstein home, I ain't saying nothing. Let's kick things off with drug prices. They're too damn high. They're so expensive that rappers are balling out on a full prescription, okay? Singles are dropping like, I gotta drop top bands and a multiply Lexapro. Now, President Trump made big promises about lowering drug prices once he got in office, but all the haters said he was never actually going to get it done. Well, guess what, haters? His promises just got even bigger.
We're going to get the drug prices down, not 30 or 40%, which would be great, not 50 or 60. No, we're going to get it down 1,000%, 600%, 500%, 1,500%. Numbers that are not even thought to be achievable.
Yeah, I also thought it would not be achievable to lower drug prices 1,000%, because that's not how percentages work. Just so you understand, lowering drug prices 100% means it's free. Lowering it past that means they're going to give you money. Next year's Forbes billionaires list is just going to be a bunch of dudes with leukemia. On the bright side, we're actually going to be bankrupting insurance companies instead of the other way around. You know, if Trump had enacted this sooner, that CEO would have shot Luigi. Trump actually does have a plan here. It's not to put a cap on the drug prices. That'd be too easy and simple.
We're working very hard right now to get the other countries to lift up their prices a little bit and to get the drug companies to put it to them. And if they don't, the drug companies will have a lot of problems. And they are mostly agreed to it. And if the countries don't, then as an example, if it's Europe, I'll say that's okay. You're no longer allowed to sell cars in America. You're no longer allowed to have Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, or any of the other many cars. And they will say, oh, I love the idea of lower drug prices for America.
So the plan, just so I have it right, is to lower drug prices here, but forcing Europe to raise drug prices over there, or they can't sell us their cars, reducing our choices as consumers and making cars in general more expensive for everybody. And I know it's very confusing, but I've seen this before. This is crackhead logic. Crackhead can never go from A to B. Right? When I was a kid, I'd see a dude who needed $15, but instead of asking for money, he would try to sell you a tire. Which of course he didn't have, but he did have a bike chain, and if you would buy that bike chain from him for $12, he would put that towards the tire, and then one day, eventually, buy crack. And my point is, that's a better drug plan than what Donald Trump is doing. But still, Donald Trump is promising lower drug prices for America. That's the news for the day. I'm sure no one is going to talk about anything else.
Brand new bombshell reporting from the Wall Street Journal.
The Wall Street Journal reporting the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump back in May that his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files.
Your best friends. Your best friends with a pedophile for 10 years, one time, and the world never forgets it. But yeah, this whole time, Trump already knew he was in the Epstein files, which is a good reminder that if someone's acting guilty, they're probably guilty. No one's ever going to be like, don't look at my browser history, you'll see all the charities I volunteer for. But the good news for Trump is this is America. We don't read. As long as there's no video coming out, we should be A-okay.
CNN exclusive. Newly uncovered photos and video offers a new look at President Trump's past ties to GC. The two, the opening of the Harley-Davidson Cafe 5 months later, so photos of Epstein walking into a Plaza Hotel to attend Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples. There's also what was found in this review of archival footage from a 1999 Victoria's Secret fashion show, which reveals, as you see, the two men chatting, laughing with one another on the sidelines of that event.
Did so for his daughter.
It's getting to the point where it's harder and harder to find a photo of Donald Trump without Jeffrey Epstein. As Donald Trump, your only hope is to be like, hey, I take pictures with lots of people. Right? I'm in pictures with OJ, Danny.
So you're not going to do that.
Pictures with Harvey Weinstein. That's not helping. Stop. And they're not just in the video. Look at the chemistry they have. And this is genuinely unfortunate and unfair to Trump. But the way the camera highlighted the two of them makes it look like a giant heart on a kiss cam. What makes me feel terrible is I don't have a friend that I'm as close with as Trump was to Epstein. You know, we're making drawings for each other, laughing, showing up to weddings, going to shows together. The only way my friends hang out with me that much is if we're both holding Xbox controllers. The point is, CNN found all this new footage, and Trump didn't really appreciate it.
You actually called President Trump directly to ask him about this story?
Yeah, we weren't on the phone very long. It only lasted about 30 seconds. But when I got on the phone, I asked him about the wedding photos. He kind of paused and then said, "You've got to be kidding me." He then called CNN and me fake news a few times, and then he hung up the phone.
Because
hold on. You can just call Donald Trump
And he'll just pick up the phone himself. The president shouldn't be that available, you know? This is like pushing the call button for the flight attendant and then the pilot comes out. Aren't you supposed to be busy? Like, if you're here, then who's in the cockpit? I think this just shows how lonely Trump is. He's answering the phone because he just wants someone to talk to. It's kind of sad. Because remember, his best friend died in prison back in 2019. Once again, Donald Trump can't shake the Jeffrey Epstein news. He's going to lower drug prices 2 billion%, and the media still won't let it go. But old buddy Donnie's got another card to play.
President Trump again tried to divert attention from the Epstein files, this time by accusing former President Barack Obama of treason.
Obama cheated on the election, and we have it cold, hard, blue, and it's getting even more so.
I'm sorry, you can't just say cold, hard, and blue. Like that's a normal phrase about investigation. 400 seasons of Law and Order, and no detective has ever said, we got you cold, hard, But yeah, Trump is now going after Obama again, and this time he's got Tulsi Gabbard saying she's got documents that prove Obama tampered with the 2016 election, which is treason. But if you see what Obama was doing over the weekend, he doesn't seem too stressed.
How much bone do you have to take out from one of the this is controversial in my family? Like I'm a holds enough to make me small. You should not even catch him after the age of 8.
Does this man seem worried? You know, he's doing a podcast about ketchup. How is it that Barack Obama, the man Trump hates the most, is the most unbothered during 2 Trump presidencies? Like, I don't know what is pissing Trump off more. The fact that no one is letting go of the Epstein files, or that Obama refuses to be the adversary Trump wants him to be. This would be like if you took the movie Lion King, and right after Scar took over Pride Rock, Simba sang Hakuna Matata for the last 43 minutes of the film. Also, what did it say to take? You're not allowed to have ketchup after the age of 8? Jeffrey Epstein died back in 2019, but not since Tupac Shakur has a dead man dropped so many bangers. Yesterday, video of the government questioning him back in 2010 started making the rounds, and you'll never guess whose name came up. Go ahead. Yes.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
When it comes to estrogen, the mayor says that estrogen has to be a minimum of a walnut and says a minimum of the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. The mayor says
I'm going to put that down.
3 stones that are the size of the walnut and the 60%
I'm going to put that down as a I'll be honest, I've never heard anybody plead anything other than the 5th before. But this guy's so guilty, he's calling out every amendment he can think of. Like, I don't know what's going on with the women voting. 19 on that end too. This video was dropped less than a day since we found out Pam Bondi reportedly warned Trump back in May that his name was in the files multiple times. And it just so happens her next appearance was scheduled last night at the Summit Against Human Trafficking. Pam, show us what you got.
I do have a note from the Attorney General, publicly that I wanted to share. I'm sorry to miss all of my CPAC friends today. Unfortunately, I'm recovering from a recently torn cornea, which is preventing me from being with you.
Damn. Even Pam Bondi's cornea is like, release the Epstein files or I quit. I don't even understand this.
See,
But
now
why
I
does her
Sergeant
cornea mean
Chavez
she can't
with
talk?
Stone Cold Sam because
I don't know a lot about women's bodies, and this is embarrassing to ask, but is the cornea in the throat?
Take a border.
Like the only member of the Trump administration that I would believe has an eye injury is FBI Director Kash Patel.
It has relevance that somebody else used it before. So nobody can use this thing.
I can't tell if that man is blind or can see the future.
What if it got washed off with
looks like he just saw the Epstein
some
file.
relevance. Listen, look. Why is it happening? It depends the ability to have money.
A lot of people were suspicious about this excuse because now everything is being viewed within the context of the Epstein story. So bodies giving a panel on sex trafficking was bad timing. And speaking of bad timing, Roy Black, a prominent criminal defense attorney who defended Epstein, passed away on Monday at the age of 80. Yes. Epstein's lawyer died, but don't we all? That man was 80. That's a very low age to be pushed into an argument track. No matter what the reason was, Epstein's lawyer dying just looks bad. He had his whole life to die. He chose now. That's inconsiderate. Because of all this, Trump has lost total control of the situation. Even his allies in Congress are turning on him.
In an effort to gain clarity, 3 Republicans joined Democrats on the House Oversight Committee to subpoena the Justice Department to give Congress all of the Epstein files.
It's coming no matter, I mean, this is scary. I'm ready to take this vote. I think we should take this vote and move forward.
It's not similar to the case where it says, somebody got a piece of
Nancy Mace down. Trump is even losing the white women.
We don't care that
Which is great because it means we're getting the white women and we're getting those files. All right? This feels like when you're at the airport and Southwest has delayed you for 23 hours. You're standing in line at customer service and there's a white woman in line in front of you. Bubbling harder than Prosecco. She's even doing the
Shabbos is another issue. But these are back in the house because he went to the store and come home. And as we learned earlier, that consists of
and then she turns to you and says, I'm going to say something. And you're like, yes, white lady, go up there and get her. And it's not just Nancy Mace. This is an issue across the entire American community. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants the files. Lauren Wilbur wants a special counsel. She's like, I came to Washington to expose pedophiles and jack people off. And I'm fresh out of people to jack off. Now, it may be surprising that some of the most diehard congressmen are going against Trump on this, but you have to remember that they ultimately just want to be reelected. And right now, their voters are absolutely losing it over this Epstein thing. How much of it is just collaborating for more information about Epstein right now? It's probably 501.
Both these two are only
it's number one phone call so we get.
Says,
I'm sorry, 500 to 1? I want to know about the Epstein files, but that is wild. That means people are calling in 500 times about Jeffrey Epstein for every one caller who's just like, hey, my tap water poison. And I don't understand it if everything else in your state is going fine, but this congressman from Missouri, okay, they have real problems, but they're using all the boostable minutes on this thing. I'll talk to my kids next month. This Epstein thing is too important. And most of all, for Trump, it's not just his allies in Congress or conservative Americans. He's pissed off his most important base of support. Crazy-ass lunatics.
Can't leave the QAnon shaman who became famous for his horned outfit during the January 6th Capitol riot is lashing out at the man who gave him a pardon. Chanceling called the president a fraud.
Wow. Do you know how down bad you are when the guys who went to prison for you are turning on you? Like, I
Nelson Mandela came out of prison like, you know what? I'm done with black people.
Travis that big baby. The game from that's rather his son. I don't understand. Why don't you think his dad is so good? He's extremely smart. Says Robin, everything but you. Take a look. He also suggested that the president had to file divorce. Billionaire Elon Musk wasn't spared either. He's generally describing the world's richest man as a leader. Save yourself, how to keep your body intact.
This is so
has
bad.
two options.
That's the thing about QAnon. Like,
one is a stall and one is a shot of burglary.
At least you do a bunch of research on you and your family. QAnon just comes out and says you're eating spines.
Says we're going to use the stone rather than use something to fun. Says we're going to eat spines. It's going to use the shard and use
every time you've got some between your teeth, they're like, see,
it's
influencing babies.
I will say that rice is that burglary is not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What the question has two options. Grass and a stone, and according to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chisda, and Rav Hamnuna. The big problem is there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. When Rav talks about it, the Ramah
People with
says
blood cancer
that's what
want
people
more
do.
time to do the things they love.
That
means more time to be athletes. And accordion players, we are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer so they can do more of whatever they want. Join us and donate today.
Machlokes is what happened between Rav Chisda and Rav Hina. Either we'll have bad breath, Rashi explains,
Since we've been gone, the economy
will rise, or we'll simply have bad body odor from the breast. It's not fun that bad body odor. The person physically carrying in such concentrated number of trips. Whether a physically should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Yugi says I saw all kinds of paradigm. So, and he spilled out like he's hot and spills over. Rav Chanan says the person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but you also have to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break.
Basically absent from the
So
public
before
eye.
the meal, you need to walk 4 times 10 hours or 10 times 4 hours, which is hopeful that the Mishnah tells us that the person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware. What is the shade that he's hiding for himself, taking out for one Rishus, another Rishus? It says, enough to keep the clean to stack up. The mayor says, enough to hold a coal tight. Everybody says, enough to hold a revis of water. The mayor says, I have a zeicher and infinite burden. When the Navi talks about the korban, the Baruch will destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So see, earthenware, in order to be functional, that's all these things. It doesn't realize these things continue to the end of us. It says, and the Baruch will destroy to the point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rameir will explain what what's saying is, first of all, he will destroy everything that has value.
Trying once again to take credit for something
and then he'll destroy things that actually don't have value. So the concept itself, you can understand that the main shield and the entire is greater than the shield of the because it just makes sense because it starts off with a large item. I will destroy the large item. Then the one will destroy the smaller item. Since the value, that's how you have to clean our mission as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. Not one moment a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware can pick up a coal. You'll get hurt. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the Herod on way to Yayin and we begin the Herod on our we're dealing with a bunch of Shnayis that teach us weird and weird even elements. Not necessarily
Can someone please explain his physical condition to me in a way I'm interested in the style of perhaps a world-weary Brit?
His ankles swollen and straining over his oxens are just unsightly cankles, flashing neon signs of a body under pressure.
It's in a pattern. Just like a Rita. Rita picks something up and you can get a Rita. You become Tomei, as it says, this way, the one you tell me. You should throw out. Now we can up. Like Rita, say to my Lord, get out of here for that struggles. The Brisa says that if the people can walk And then another Jew
And as
built
night
3
falls,
walls
it's clear.
around his wall and made that wall that the Jew
The
built
lions
before
will
the
eat
wall
well
fell
tonight.
down. No longer he built that wall because he's looking at his heart. What is he doing with broken? First of all, it's a Christmas inside. Stones. They are with Hama, according to Akiva, Lemasa. Just like Anita. Rabbi explained that according to everybody, Rabbi Zara has a Hekdesh in Yehuda, and therefore
It's not
Rabbi
just the
Zara is
cankles.
with Hama
He's got
Lemasa.
the whole
Where is
meat
the
bag.
Mechanic?
Seems to
My
be
friend is in
having
a concept called Evan
some
Masa.
kind of drainage
Evan
issue.
Masa is a very large
Images
boulder
of the president have
that's
drawn
suspended,
attention in recent
and
days,
it is
showing
a
a pair of
Zav Anita
bruising
on
on
top.
his hands that
The
was probably makeup.
unbelievable Chiddush, Jesus right through the stone, which is typically not the the stone is
Put him
the
away.
kind of
Holy shit.
that's below the stone.
And what's with the makeup? It's not like you
The
can
point
treat
is,
leprosy at
we
Sephora.
learn that concept that is Hayida. We learn that concept that is on the pieces. Yes, and Chachamim say no because we learn from a sheriff. The sheriff does not have that code.
That we can say.
First, we can use that episode with the sheriff. Now, the assumption of
I got everything on that
Rabbi
body
Zara
not covered by
is not
clothes.
a Hama. The Masa is a Hama with Ma'adah.
For all we know, the guy's got full grimace.
It's a Hama Masa, but there is no Masa. Why? Because Chacham learned that actually Rabbi Zara does the concept of a
You
bar.
can see that there is sort of
That
a
is,
lumpy
if
situation
the
going
limb
on
of
on Trump's forehead.
is
One of his eyes is
that
half
limb
closed.
loses the Tumas Nida, gains a nickname of the Tumas Abraham Shai, so the Bahaya, the Masanaga, but not the Evan Misama. So too, Avodah Zara is not the Tama, the Misama, it is not the Tama, the
See,
Bar.
this is the problem with our superficial Instagram
The fact
culture.
that Rav Chama,
We have unrealistic
Rav Mar is not,
expectations in this
has
country.
suffered whether or not
The amount
this
of
is
fluid
regarded
our
if a
bodies
limb
should be
of
able
Avodah Zara is detached. One of these
to clear
attachable
subcutaneously.
Avodah Zara pieces come on and off.
It sends the
One
wrong
piece
message
came
to
off.
young
Is that
people.
become a baby part?
These
Maybe
really,
see it's not.
these really are
Obviously,
not medical appraisals. It's just more like insults. Like, hey, according to the
all the
Mayo
way
Clinic,
through, even if it means
why was I so
by saying that there is no tumor on the earth.
inflated for calling the president Skippy? Because under his
The point that
skin
everybody
looks a little extra
is no
chunky.
Evan Misami by Evan Misami. Even Rabbi Kiva is no concept of Evan Misami by Evan
Hey,
Misami.
the president's
So where's the place for Rabbi Kiva?
looks so much like
Whether or not
vagina
it's
than who
Masa by Evan Misami. He says, yes, it was Masa, but once again, I will be sure that this whole thing is Masa. And Rabbi Kiva learns the Hekesh, that from Sheretz, that the assumption of the Sheretz, the of Avodah Zara, is not a Tami Masa. And Rabbi are going to learn the Hekesh Tariga, that the Shmuel, wonderful day.
You clearly rejected the premise. Why should I? I came with the. Now, normally, we might be able to dismiss these symptoms, but Trump himself seems very focused these days on securing a prime piece of afterlife real estate.
I want to try and get to heaven.
Sure as you do.
You
know, hey, look, first step is always admitting you have a problem. Maybe you can turn this thing around. If there's a will, there's a way.
How do you know these halachas?
For you to get yourself back up that golden escalator to the heavens.
Just moments ago, Democrats on the panel posted this image with a caption that reads, quote, "Here it is. We got Trump's birthday note to Jeffrey Epstein that the president said doesn't exist."
Going down.
This is the reason because we want to learn the high dealing with the player. How do you know that because fathers
It's not just the physical symptoms that make you think the president is transitioning from his horrible life. It's that whenever any of his biggest supporters are with him, it sounds like they're saying,
One, remote control of a foot on your hip. Grab a band around and another band tried to watch the band change colors from red to white.
I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners from this country, where you said they didn't make beautiful coal.
I didn't know that on your paper. Now, when you said now, it's oil on your body for something else. Because the word shoving the water comes and causing the fight, the mind you keep on shut it back to myself. You might want to weather, and I'm going to
And have you ever been to one of those funerals where there's a video of the recently departed? Well, 6 days ago, the White House released one of them.
All these years, some of the biggest lessons I've learned from a lifetime spent building dreams. First, if you think that you're too young to do something great, let me tell you that you are wrong. You're not too young.
There's no such thing as too young. I'm having trouble getting a read on this film. If you're watching this video, I'm already dead. But by the way, once you begin to notice this pattern, you begin to see really the whole vibe around this president is very Make-A-Wish kid. Everyone who shows up to his office tries to make one of his dreams come true.
We thought it was only
He is Mr. Real Marshall. This is even better than when they let me drive a garbage.
5 times 12.
Hey, let me say to yourself, the Make-A-Wish thing is a little much. A grown man would recognize when people are condescending to him, treating him like a child, tiptoeing around his fragile ego, with the idea that this person is so easily manipulated that even the cheapest of gestures could be persuasive.
Wednesday,
you
plus another 48 hours.
Friday is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins.
He's wondering what he hit on Friday night.
President, and then those are winning can touch
they are not completely targeted
because it's for winners only.
All that has to wait until the single game, but you have to make it happen something. They never have to wait until the following night. The problem is that the Rosa Cairo was shot this morning. They were in a state of coma. She's going back to the ground. However, that never happened. There's not a single one in the fight saw that was in a state of the judge. They always make it a real goal.
But only the bravest boy can pick it up.
And they were once down the fight again. They were no longer.
Oh my God, you did it!
I wonder if
you picked it up!
Why couldn't it be close to the title? Because it's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday. Until
I'm telling you though, man, this goes way past trophy fondling and cereal box deputy badges. The people around Trump know that he is a never-ending, insatiable black hole of wishes.
It's well past time that President Trump was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
When Operation Warp Speed was started, it was a massive success for our country, and I do agree that President Trump should get the Nobel Prize for that.
I'm thinking that since he's basically taught the world trade economics, he might be up for the Nobel on economics. Oh, Donald Trump, the first recipient of the Nobel Prize Variety Pack. Economics, chemistry. Oh, here's one from monogamy. It's really enjoyable. Sure, well, just fire up a 3D printer and print all the Nobels for Donnie. Or perhaps they sell them at Spencer Gifts, which still exists. Killer bookstores Bezos, but in America, we still shop in person for a lot of lamps and our dildos that suction come to the wall. Word to the wise, the seal is unreliable.
president screams Make-A-Wish Kid. Oh, you'll meet your favorite celebrities and they'll dress up for you.
On Shabbos.
I know while you're president,
on Sunday,
you won't be
and
able to
Rabban
sleep
told that
at your
the
home.
Shabbos was on
It
Monday.
feels a little scary
According to
and a
everybody,
little
the
uncomfortable.
day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything twice. So all he
Make-A-Wish!
said is they have to relate anything that was
Oh, and did you get
told
an
him to
owie?
twice. So because
No, it doesn't look weird at all. In fact,
was
we're
of the way,
all wearing them. It looks so
he told them,
cool.
but
But if you think there are some government institutions that are above this kind of insulting of seriousness, you would be
the following
wrong.
day, he told them
Today, the Supreme Court bent over backwards to grant Trump even his most unconstitutional wishes. Like, maybe you can arrest people for looking Mexican.
Breaking at this hour, the Supreme Court again has backed President Trump's approach towards immigration. It is now ruled that they are allowing federal agents to proceed with raids in Southern California if they target people for deportation based on their race or language.
Hey, the good news, the Supreme Court supports affirmative action based on race. The bad news is that action is ICE deporting you. What kind of a Make-A-Wish kid wants to nullify the Fourth Amendment? I'm beginning to think Trump isn't a benign, suffering child at all. I'm beginning to think everybody treats Trump like this, not because he's the Make-A-Wish kid, but because he's that Twilight Zone kid. That anytime somebody made him mad, he sent them out to the cornfield.
You're a bad man. You're a very bad man. And you keep thinking bad thoughts about me.
And Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the Pasuk says that Hidashtem Hayoyim Lachar. Only 2 days
I'll play you
separation.
2 clips.
If so,
And I'll bet you won't be able to tell the difference between scared townspeople trying not to be sent to the cornfield and Trump's sycophants.
It's good what you got there. You've been doing an amazing job.
Swell. Just swell.
Great job, sir.
Okay, the production values give it away. But you gotta admit it. It's weird.
Tomorrow,
And it never ends.
full day, 24
You've
hours.
done that always real good.
People were
Sometimes 24 hours. I have to have another
You're a
day.
good boy, Anthony. You're not just great, you're actually fearless. Everybody loves you, Anthony. They love you, son. The most consequential president who's ever here, if not all of American history.
Only American history?
When Moshe Rabbeinu
To
separated
the cornfields! This is where we're at, America. This is where we're at. For your consideration.
all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me. I certainly should separate from my wife, and I wish Baruch Hu agree with him. You see that top, I'm waiting muddy, or hell, Daber boy. Baruch Hu said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, Baruch Hu was with Saba and Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a teshuvah. If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, somebody that's off the derech, certainly Klal Yisrael or mumar, they did the egel, they should receive the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarto, Yasher Pechachosh Shibarto. I agree. The fact that
Don't try to catch up since we've been gone. The economy hit a brick wall.
Talking to Klal Yisrael about the Torah, about the Schar and Oynesh. It was the 3rd day of the month and the 3rd day of the week. For the Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the 3rd day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. So we must say this goes according to Rabbi Yosef. By Yashav Moshe's Divrei Hamal Hashem, these 2 psukim. One says, Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says, Vayagid Moshe's Divrei Hamal Hashem. Number of Pshatim.
2024.
Yosef Reida says that on the 3rd day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael and Akbala, don't touch the mountain. Rebbe says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynesh. Shibuk. Vayashav is Lashon Shibuk, Shoivavim, distance, keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the Sechar, about the reward, like Vayaged is a Lashon of Agada, things that pull people in. when you teach them Agadah, people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu taught them about the Sachar, about the award. But Yoshev is Lashon of Mashivin. And then afterwards he taught them about the Oynesh, about the punishment. But Yagid is Lashon of Gidin, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right? It says Shish on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month and the sixth day in the week.
Yeah, just a heads up, we got some new neighbors next door. They get a little loud from time to time. It's not that bad. Whatever, we can deal with it. Let's get into it.
You're watching the day that they rested is the day that they left.
At your mom's house.
How Yisrael received Shabbos. A lot of Shabbos before my time. The question is, what did they receive? All the halachas is explained in these things. So,
welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here in Studio G, doing it at your mom's house. I'm Ryan Sickler. You can find me online at RyanSickler.com. All social media is Ryan Sickler. You can see my calendar there. I'm going back out with Tom Segura in October. Make sure you sign up for my email list. And I want to say thank you to everybody who came out in Baltimore. I had another sold-out show. Man, you guys were fantastic. I love all of you who came out. Had a great weekend there with you guys. Our boy Josh Potter will be there in Baltimore in, I believe, November. Go to check him out there as well. For everything Honeydew related, honeydewpodcast.com. That's where the merch is. Everything you want to know is there. And as I always say, thank you to everyone for all the support, the messages, the emails. I really appreciate it. I enjoy doing this every week. And if you're new to the show, I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller is, he's a legend. He's the legend. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Honeydew, Mr. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, everybody. I know right where we're going to pick up. By age 9, you had already seen dead bodies. You'd already tried to get your mom's friend to blow you and then wanted to beat her ass for not giving you your money back. I mean, you've lived an eventful childhood. We're going to pick up there. But before we do, please promote whatever you would like.
Chicago Theater, next Friday night, the 27th, with Dean Del Rey and Kate Quigley. We're taking over that fucking city. We fly in fucking Thursday, ready to rock. Steaks, beef sandwiches, fucking beef sandwich in the country with a sausage in the middle. I'm going deep. I'm eating baby aspirin all week. I eat my garlic, parsley pills to clean out the arteries.
I was going to say, take care of
I'm taking care of the arteries. No late night eating. I watched fucking Autopsy with James Gandolfini last night. And I learned something. That when you have a big meal, the first 2 hours after a big meal, you have a big higher risk of getting a heart attack.
Really?
For the ball, that's when they started being
after a
korbanos
big
and the tzibur, like the public.
Because
That's
just
when
all this
fire
fat
came
cholesterol
from
gets
Shemayim
released and
16
shit.
was
And it's funny, like I don't eat meat at night.
in the closed area.
I like eating meat.
Something
I don't
is
eat meat at
the
night.
Shekhinah, the Shari, the Midah.
Just too much digestion.
Start doing great.
I just saw that last
Ninth thing
week.
is there's the
No,
Israel
that's important. Just want to let the people out there know.
That is important.
The honeydew is also education.
Here's the rule. That if Yom falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year Yom, the
Well,
same Yom
thank you for coming back. It's
year,
always a pleasure to have you on here. So last time you were on, we went to age 9.
Second year,
So let's just pick up at age 10. Where are you in life? And we can move forward from there.
on a Wednesday.
Age.
And if
I was
Rosh
thinking
Hashanah fell
about
out on a
this on
Wednesday,
the way up
the
here.
following month, ER
I had
always falls
two
out
hours at
2
age
days
9.
later in the
I
week
had my- I
because
had
the
2
son
lives.
is a Molech. So
I
it
had
fell out
3
on Erev
lives.
Shabbos.
I was the
And
kid
then so
on
the
88th Street.
following month, Siva
And then I
falls
was a
out
kid
one
on
day later
48th Street.
because
So
ER
on
is
88th
a
Street, I had
chassid.
to be more
So
reserved.
Sivan
I
fell
was
out
on
on
88th.
Shabbos and Sunday.
Mom,
That
dad,
fit in. That
stepdad.
was Rabbi Yossi.
I had already,
Both Rabbi Yossi
because I had picked up
answer
kerosene
similar
at the
answers.
bar.
Rabbi Yossi
I
going
had
to say
already
that
pulled
year
over
happened
like
to
a
have
mom,
7
dad,
missing
saying no
ones.
cursing
And
in front of
Chafar
my
going to
kids.
say that there was
When you're an
missing ones.
immigrant,
And that fills in the gap.
kids don't teach you
Wonderful.
the fucking nice words. They teach you suck my dick, pull my hair. They don't teach you something useful, Abe Lincoln. They don't talk to you about George Washington. They tell you all the curse words first. So I went fucking nuts those first couple of years. Cocksucker, motherfucker. I was going nuts. So I had to get more reserved. I acted like myself. But then when I went to 148th Street, I had to play like a poor kid.
Is that where you just hung up there, or there was a family up
I
there?
had my godmother up there.
Okay.
So when I hung out with those kids, it was different. They had no fat to them. They breathed from what they. I mean, they were young kids, and they were already shaking down businesses. Well, 148th Street was their neighborhood. Everybody on that block knew that they washed their windows, they pulled out their garbage. These kids were dirt poor. You know, like when you give your parents give you $1 to go out at lunch, these guys went out with nothing. You know, with 9 to a family. Whether you were Irish, Puerto Rican, black, you know, they had a bunch of kids. It was the 70s boom. So these kids had nothing, so they would have to make whatever, like they eat lunch. Like I was watching Sleepers a couple weeks ago, and I remember that there were 4 kids on the roof, and they're like, "What are we gonna eat?" And they're like, "We're gonna either do this or we can rob the hot dog man today." And you know, like that was your option. You know, you could either fucking rob this dude or rob the hot dog man. Nah, we robbed the hot dog man 2 weeks ago. Like, you know, shit like that. Those are those kids, and I learned a lot. You know. And got me like I tell a joke. It's not really a joke. It's the truth. One of my scams. I used to be a nerd. Like I was so insecure as a child. So I played with marbles. My whole life was spent with marbles.
Model like
cars, Spider-Man, the original,
not Snap.
Yeah, glue. Fucking.
Before they realized kids were getting high on glue.
Before people were getting high with glue. So I'm a young kid. And underneath on 148th was a hobby shop, you know, for stamp collectors, coins and shit. And he had he sold glue and models. He had like a little area where, you know, we would break this ball. I don't know what his name was. When he said Silver Surfer, when he got the Fantastic Four, you know, we put ships together. There was this other nerdy kid, and we became a model team and shit. But when I go to fucking get models from model glue, like when I first got up to 148th Street, there was always this guy in front of the place, like Twitch. And he would go, come here, go in there and buy me some glue. Really? Yeah, he would go buy me a tube of glue. You fucking owner's a scumbag. You won't let me in there. I'm a fucking nice kid. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be liked. I'm trying to be accepted. Right, yeah. So I'm like, okay, you know, it was like a quarter for a glue. So this is like every other fucking day. Because we would just go in there and look at models. Like this kid to go, that's the next model. Right. You know, I gotta get 895.
And was it in a tube, like, looked like A and D ointment?
Yeah, it was like, it looked like, you know, like, where you pop the antibiotic, right?
Exactly.
Rub on your fucking
exactly what I remember. But so what, you would give this guy a tube and then he'd be back the next day?
And like 2 days later,
so he was taking that whole ball fucked up.
And his name was Charlie. We became friends after about 3 weeks. But when I started hanging out with the other Spanish, not Spanish kids, every nationality kid, they would go, fuck you, Charlie. They would pick on him. I would go, what are you picking on Charlie for? Charlie's the last guy you don't follow over. He goes models. Just like me, and they're like,
I bet you don't have one model.
Oh, yeah. I'm like sticking up for Charlie. Right, I'm sticking up for Charlie. Charlie's a good guy. And then we think Charlie's twisted. And then, so finally, the owner of the place would go, don't get that guy glue no more. He came to me, he's like, don't buy that fucking guy glue no more. I'm like, why not? Because that fucking guy snorts glue. I'm like, what do you mean? I knew people smoked pot. I had seen my mother do bumps of coke with her friends. People drank. I wasn't hip to pills. I didn't know anything about pills.
Isn't it crazy when you find out there's a different way to get high? And you'd already seen so much. Like, I didn't see it.
I had seen it. So I'm like, glue? Right. I didn't believe it. So this went on for about 3 more weeks. And then one day I'm like, wait a second. Why am I? All these kids were hustlers. This was a big move for me. Because I don't really know how to work people with money. Like I was at the bar, but let me finish the Charlie story. Fuck it. So one day I look at Charlie and I'm like, wait a second. What if I bought glue and just sold it to him? Like for 10 cents. Like 10 cents was a big profit.
The entrepreneur took over, yeah.
You know, like it's like 1969, 10 cents was 50 cents, you know? Right. You could buy fucking 2 packs of gum or whatever. So I don't even know. It was like I just knew I marked it up. So through the fucking grapevine, you know, you hear more stories about him. I found out he was a Vietnam vet. He had been hurt over in Vietnam. He got hit with a missile in the head or something like that. and they sent him back because he was a little fucked up. His head was a little fucked up. You know, and I was looking at him for years. I'm like, this guy don't look right, but he's a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? So I went to my mother one day and I go, Ma, you know, I got like this place. I don't even know if I went to my mother for that one. I just had the money. So I asked the fucking guy in the glue store, I go, how much for all the glue?
It's like,
they go, I'll sell you all the glue for whatever, $8 or something. I gave me $8. And I just had glue in my pocket. Every time I'd see Charlie, I'd sell him glue. Now, I knew he snorted glue, but I didn't know nothing.
This is one of the most famous, amazing.
5 months later, one of my jobs when I stayed with my godmother was to help her take the garbage out of the building. She owned 3 buildings, so on a couple nights a week I would have to pull the garbage out from this basement area. The rats would scatter. I mean, it was fucking mind-boggling. And it was a little
and you say, I deserve it, I
maybe
want
6 feet wide and maybe like 15 feet. It was like a little bomb shelter, but it had a door where the tenants went in to open up the garbage can and put their garbage in, and I had to pull out the garbage cans. One night, it's got to be 8 o'clock. Then his my godfather's godmother's husband's name was Raul. Me and Raul would stay up at night and watch fucking TV and the same, you know, cool shit. And I went to the garbage cans and as I'm pulling it, there's Sticky Charlie. This Charlie's sitting there with a bag, just going. And he saw me and I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing? And he got up. And when he went to fling the fucking bag, he had glue on his hand. So the bag stuck in his hand. So he's trying to get rid of the bag. And I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing in the hallway? I'm like a little kid. And I'm like, you motherfucker. You don't build no fucking models. Like, I believe you. Like, I fought for you for fucking months. I'm at home thinking you're doing the models and this is what you do to me. You dirty motherfucker. So from that time on, he was Sticky Charlie, right? So he would check. I broke it down. The reason why I wouldn't see him, he had lapses because Sticky Charlie got a check at the beginning of the month. On the 5th from the governor for being a half the time. And then he would get glue, and he lived in his mother's basement. That place where he lived, magically, years later became like a fucking popular street for marijuana. On 48th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam, in the fucking late 70s, they had 2 types of weed on that block. It was called Sense or Tide, Buddha Tide. And then they would mix it, and they would call the magic mix. And then they would give you a card with a punch card. And every time you come, they punch the fucking card. So in the, this is later on, I didn't smoke dope when I was a kid, but I didn't know nothing about that. Nothing but that block. So we would walk towards that block, and we were going to walk to like a park or something. And one day, there was some kids like at Sticky Charlie's house. So Sticky Charlie lived in his mother's house. But there was like a basement, and Sticky Charlie lived down there. So what they would tell me is when Sticky Charlie would get this check from the government, he would get like 10 tubes of glue. He would stock up on glue and go over to the house, and there was some crack hose there. There were glue hose. He had a couple glue hose, and he would be down there listening to like black music, snorting glue with the hose. It was crazy. And then when the money would finish, the glue hose would disappear, right? So he'd be walking around all fucking lonely. So we called him Sticky Charlie for years. That's great. But everybody had their own personal scam. Like Nelson, there was this one family, the Cedeños, there were like 9 kids. They lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. They had a fan in the living room. I would go to their house in the summer. You know how bad I would feel? I had an air conditioning with carpeting and cable TV in my room. There was 9 in the apartment. So all these shit had to fucking work, Jack. So I know Nelson in those days used to deliver to the pharmacy, like walking the books. He was like 8. You know, he was a young kid. He was like deliveries for the pharmacy. Our job was to go to the business owners, take the garbage out. It was like the glue shop, a barbecue place. There was like a bodega. Our job was to take the garbage out, sweep the front of their businesses, and clean down their windows. They would give us like $1 a day. So every day we started the day with like maybe $4, right? And that would get us hot dogs or barbecue beef sandwiches and all that shit. But those kids were wild. They got into fist fights. They knew about fucking knives. So I bought a fucking knife with them one day. It was called the 007. If you look it up on Google, it's a huge knife from the 70s.
Is it like that survival knife that got popular and like
not Rambo?
Yeah,
not Rambo knife. Look at it. It's a 007 on the size that big. So think of being 8 years old, 9 years old, and that's what I had. I would buy special painter's pants so I could put the knife in the side pocket of the painter's pants. Okay, because this is how these kids ran. They were looking to stab motherfuckers. They protected their block. They lived and died for 140. This way before gangs or sex or this is just 7 or 8 kids that lived on 148th Street. If we went to 149th Street, 149th had their own kids. So either we were tight with them or we were at war with them. So everybody knew you had your own turf. So we were 148 Broadway, Amsterdam. That was our little turf. We helped out the dry cleaner, the pharmacy. There was a movie theater on 147th Street in Broadway called Tapia. We never paid to go to the movies. Like Crime Don't Pay. Like we used to just walk in there and say like, "What I'm paying," burn the joint down. And we were like between the ages of 7 to like 10. And we're like, "Crime Don't Pay." Like we're going to the movie theater. So my life up there was completely different.
Such a different angle.
Well, my mom would play sneak attacks on me. And she would take a cab up there. She'd take a cab up there. And then in the middle of Broadway, she'd start yelling, "Los Antonio." And if I came back dirty, she'd go, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Look at you, I work fucking I own a business. I work hard to close it. And you run around with these, she would call it dog killers. She goes, "You run around with these fucking dog killers. Look at the shape. I would have blood on my shirt in those days. It was always something." So one day she goes, "What's in your pocket?" And I go, "Nothing." And she went in my pocket and she took out a knife. And she goes, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And that was it. She went ballistic. She put an APB out that nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar. One of my mother's friends, because my mom had a bar, so I had to scam.
That's what I want to ask you, what the hustle was.
The hustle at the bar was, I waited till about, my mom would say, "Do you want to go home or do you want to hang out here? But if you hang out here, you got to stay till 3. And I go, "I'll stay till 3.
And you're what, 10, 11?
10, not even. My mom had a bar with an office in the back with a little cot. And I would go back there, take a nap for an hour, and I get up like at 1, ready to work the crowd. You know what I'm saying? So I would take comedy.
Comedy. You always had that comedy.
So I get up like at 1, and I'd bust out conga drums. And I'd play conga drums to the music of the jukebox until somebody would come knocking on the conga drums.
Oh, you irritate him?
Yeah. And if I didn't run that scam, I would see a bookmaker that I knew, like a bookmaker that I knew, talking to a chick. That I knew him and his family, talking to like a woman. He was trying to get a piece of pussy. And I would just go up to him and start talking about TV. "Hey, you see the latest James Bond movie? You know, His Majesty's Secret Service? Yeah, fucking this chick's in it." And the guy would look at me like, "Yes, Coco. Yes, Coco." And after a couple minutes, he'd pull me by the arm and go, "What's it going to take to get rid of you?" And I go, $5. But that's for 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back in 10. But if you give me $10, I'll disappear from you for the night. So I would leave there. And then I would rob a roll of quarters from my mom. She would have those boxes of quarters, the bar, and I would take one, and she'd ask me like a week later, "You know what happened to that roll of quarters?" So I would have money from that, and I would buy illegal things. So they made, her and my stepfather made a rule. It was called shakedown. I got shut down before I left the house. And when I came in, okay, anywhere they see me, they go shake down. Or I'd have to raise my hands, take my socks off, take my fucking shoes off. They look everywhere. They were professionals. Every time I thought I had a hiding spot, they would bust me under my nutsack. You know, I would everything I had, they would always bust me. They always knew when I was up to something. So it was shake down, shake down, shake down. They would just pull over on the street, go lift the arms, and they would shake me down. My friends go, "Why did you shake me down?" You know, like nobody knew. That's how fucking crazy I had become with those kids. So my mom said, fuck it, we can't. After the baby sitting next to them, there was just too many incidents. There was
a lot of incidents.
There was just too many little incidents. My mom decided, my mom's plan was simple. My mom's plan was for me to get out of high school,
What is the amount?
go to college, join the service as officer. Because she wanted to give back to the country what the country had done for her by giving her a home. And then she wanted me to become an attorney. So she was already thinking about that when I was
went
saying,
all on
you're like, oh, I tried. I'm a hire. What is this? What is that? So she wanted to send me to the Loyola Military Academy in Miami. And I think that was too hard for her. Like, for me to be away from her. She settled on Sacred Heart School for Boys in Kearney, New Jersey.
This is where the third life comes in, the Jersey life.
My Jersey life was always there in Union City.
Okay.
But this was an extension of my Jersey.
How old are you now? 14 going on?
No. I'm a kid. Oh, kid. Let's say 8, whatever. Now I start going to Catholic school. I was always a Catholic. Always. Like, the first time my mom would always have church services with my dad. She'd give the priest like a 50 and a bottle of Dewar's. And he would put like a phony casket in the aisle, and my mom would throw every like couple months. My mom would have a special service from somewhere in Manhattan, like some fucking small church. So I was really Catholic. I made my first communion, and then it was time to go to Catholic school. And I was all in, guys. I was all in. I was a little Catholic guy, I believed in the whole thing, you know. I also had my Santeria roots, but I was still a fucking Catholic. I thought God was watching over you, the whole fucking thing. And then, you know,
So you've been baptized and confirmed at this point.
I didn't get confirmed.
I mean,
I was baptized, communion, and I think that is confession. It's the 7 sacraments, and then
I did it all. I got it all.
Yeah, I made my confirmation when I was 28.
Oh, you did it. Episode 4.
I was sitting there fucking sweating bullets. You know, I'm sitting there. I can't stop snorting coke. And the last resort I know is the Holy Spirit. That's what it was. I need the Holy Spirit in my life. So here I am every Saturday in a fucking classroom with a bunch of 12-year-olds coming down off coke for the night before. Hilarious. 6 fucking weeks. I had to take a confirmation class with a bunch of 12-year-olds, and here I am all coked up the night before. So I made my confirmation, but it didn't work. It didn't help me. So I went to Buddhist school instead. I went to the Ropa Institute in Boulder, took walking meditation, but that came later. So I went to this Catholic school. This Catholic school was a blast because it was kids of parents that had money.
It's all boys, though, right? Are they ever male and female?
Well, this was the 70s.
But I mean, even today, they're not, though, are they?
Yeah, it's weird. Like, my wife is thinking about sending Mercy to that one in Hollywood.
And it's a
progressive girls' Catholic school.
All girls, though? That's what I'm saying. Usually it's all the same. Even today, it's still all girl, all boy. Okay.
So I went there, and that was, I met some fucking
You said these are kids that parents have money?
Had money.
Okay. How'd you get in? What and why? Why was it so important? Because you were acting up so much, you thought this would straighten you out?
I think my mother had fear for the direction where I was going. I was getting exposed. I mean, I remember what I'm telling you. There's 1,000 other things I don't remember. So I could just imagine what, you know, I was getting this big exposure. Like, I look at my daughter, Mercy. She's a sweet kid. She has, I look at her and I want to cry. Because at that age already, I had been to sing to visit somebody in prison. You know, I had fucking, I knew about drugs. My godfather had taken me after a fucking movie to his girlfriend's house. And they had a girl there and they ate each other out. And I'm sitting there like a fucking fruitcake, you know. I mean, it was all these fucking things that I've been exposed to. And I think my mom was like, I think it's time to slow him down a little bit. I think it's time to pull him off the street a little bit and let him. But it was, those kids are savages. Right. It's like, I spoke to a friend of mine up like Malibu High. This kid went to Malibu High and he had to leave there. This is all rich kids that have pills. They're raised by nannies.
All see where we were, it was always the rich kids. We had the weed and the alcohol. The rich kids always had the coke. They always had the pills because they had the money to go buy
And they had the party. And they supplemented the party. That's why guys like you and I hung out with them because we brought the party. They didn't have the balls to go out and pick up an 8-ball. We knew what to get the 8-ball for. So I think my mom put me in there because she was just fearful. She wanted to slow me down.
And are you living there?
I'm staying there. So I get dropped off on Sunday afternoon, okay? And I get picked up on Thursday afternoon.
All right. So you spend Friday, Saturday back
at home. So Friday, Thursday night, I would go to the bar. Friday, I would run with them. Whatever their duties were. Friday night, I go to the bar. And Saturday, I go to the bar. By this time, I was becoming friends with kids in that area. Karate friends. Like, I would join karate, so I would go to karate on Saturdays. And these kids were nerds. All our life was about was going to karate on Saturdays, lying to our parents, and going to Chinatown. Buying fucking iron palm, technique, juice, stars, you know. And I got the karate, I got the tournaments and shit like that. Those 3 years at Catholic school were pretty peaceful. Except I was having a hard time with the nuns. Like the nuns were just a little too violent for my taking.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't like getting hit. You know, I don't like getting hit like that. And you know, she would buy it like milk. To this day, when I see a low carton of milk, my heart stops. Wow, because I don't like milk, and they would make me drink the milk. Every night when you have to finish your tray and show it to the teacher. Listen, at the age of fucking 5, I knew what I liked and what I didn't. Listen, I was so bad at this as a kid. The other night, my daughter, my wife made crab cakes. She makes them with Alaskan king crabs, and my daughter says, "Oh, I can't wait for crab cakes." When my daughter tasted the crab cakes, she went, "I don't like it." That was my mom. My mom would have pulled my fucking hair and made me eat the fucking and I got kind of mad. I got kind of angry at my daughter, but it's 2019. It wasn't that I was angry, it's that my feelings were hurt. And I thought back to when I was a little bit older, like between, we still lived on 205 West 88th Street. I discovered a company called Chicken Delight. Don't cook tonight, it's called Chicken Delight. And they'd bring you 3 pieces of chicken, crinkle fries, a bun, a thing of jelly, and I would dip the jelly in the french fries, and they would deliver it right to my door. When my mom cooked something I didn't like, today I would give a fucking hand for one of those dishes. But when I was 7, if she cooked something I didn't like, I would just call Chicken Delight. And we'd be sitting there in the living room, and all of a sudden the bell would ring, and I'd just get up, and I'm like, "It's for me." And she'd go, "What are you talking about?" And it'd be Chicken Delight, like it would dip and everything. And I'd take the chicken into my room, and they used to have a soda called the Tahitian Treat. It's like a fruit punch. I used to get a Tahitian Treat. And now, knowing what I was doing, I was really hurting my mother. Like, I was really hurting her because my mother took pride in her cooking her food and stuff. But that's how fucking crazy I was. Like, every day we were getting to eat dinner like a dinner party. And I'd walk out with my little tiny whiteys and tip the fucking guy like $3. I was like, "What's going on here?" 205 West 88th was a great building. I had a great time in there. What I forgot to tell you last time, I don't know if I told you that there was a couple in the building named Mojito, and her name was La China. God, you remember that? La China, they called her La China because she was a Cuban Chinese woman. And she was really good looking. And her husband was really good looking. And she lived like on the 9th floor. And she would come down at night to visit my mom before my mom would leave for work. And they would do like a couple lines of coke together. So when I came down, Chino would say, "Go upstairs, Mojito's waiting for you." My mom thought that I was upstairs watching like a secret agent movie, Mojito. Mojito was a highline thief. So he had one of those key makers in the house with the grinders and shit. And he would take the things that you gauge a spark plug with, the harder ones, and he would make keys from that. And then he would tell me, "Go to the other doors on the floor and trying to keep the dog just telling you what they did wrong dog. So I was already at the age of 6 and 7. He was teaching me how to take the pennies and pick locks. He was teaching me how to open up a door with a credit card. But my mom didn't know this. And we would fucking grind keys all night. Like, keys up there. I'd work for a meter. We'd grind up there. And then I'd come downstairs like nothing happened. My mom would go, how was it? It was great. Me and him, at the end of our work, he would reward me by giving me an orange soda. They were away from practice. I would dip the crackers in the soda. I was such a fucking hillbilly. You know, I would dip the crackers. I didn't like milk. I didn't like milk. So all that shit, I had all these fucking tools. My mom didn't know that I wanted to be a part. Like, I didn't want to be a part-time thief. But that was already set in stone with me when I was 6 and 7 with this guy. But now back to Sacred Heart. At Sacred Heart, I just did. I like the kids.
Did you do well at grades?
Yes, I did very well with grades. No problems. I always studied. I was always good at math, all that shit.
And were you taught by only nuns? Were there?
No, there was a teacher, Mrs. Clark, in the 3rd grade.
Oh, right. So there were nuns.
Regular nuns and teachers, but there was a teacher, Mrs. Clark, that was good looking. And she would sit with her legs spread with a skirt on. You could see her panties. And we would sit there, all of us, and look at her panties, walk in front of her desk and throw pencils and look at her fucking snatch and shit. So one night we all got together and told Sister Anna. We all got together like, Sister Anna, Mrs. Clark is hot. We didn't know. We were just ratting ourselves after Sister Anna. The next day we went to class. And Miss Clark said, raise your hand if you're in Sister Anna's dormitory. And we all raised our hands. She's like, I know what you guys said last night. So she put a poster in front of the hole.
Oh,
so you could see it's how it's smashed up.
You guys are ruined.
So, Catholic school was great. I made friends with a bunch of kids. A couple mafia kids. Like, there was a couple mafia kids and their parents. There was one kid in particular, his father would pick him up every week and stretch him up. And then to walk out of the car, you'd have to walk up to a guy named Jack. He was a disciplinarian. He had a stick and a dog. And sometimes he would stick the dog on you.
This was for the school or for this guy, the mom?
The Catholic school. The Catholic school's disciplinarian, his name was Jack. And he walked around with a pointer.
And what, like a German Shepherd or something?
No, he was a little much dirty dog.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes he'd either hit you with the stick, or sometimes he'd stick the dog on you. And the dog would grab your pants and go, and he would hit you with the stick at the same time. So I told Jack, if you ever touch me, I'll fucking have my stepfather in like 3 weeks to knock the fuck out.
3 weeks?
You got
21 days.
You got like 21 days to knock the fuck out. So I pretty much, I told Jack, like my 3rd week in that school, like already in the 3rd grade, I was that hit. I could touch her with that fucking pointer. And my stepfather being I would have fucking put a ball in your head. So Jack and me never saw eye to eye those 3 years. Okay, so when you with this particular father, he was in the mafia, and he would walk up, and a nun would be outside, and then they would like walk and talk, and then you would come out of the dormitory, and then the nun would tell your parent how you did for the week.
Oh,
okay. And let me tell you something. Every fucking week, that fucking Italian kid would get a beating all the way to the car. And I'm not talking about smacking the face. I'm talking about the dad would just punch him and kick him. He would be rolling down the hill while the dad kicked him in front of everybody. All the nuns. It was fucking sad. It was the 70s, guys. It was a different mindset for a parent. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine 2 days ago when we were about to get Richie Vanacek. His father was fucking Czech. Just the name Vanacek scares you. They had like 6 brothers and sisters. They were all big, and the father was a cop with a stick. And I remember when Richie was bad, Richie wore glasses, and he had big glasses. And I'll never forget that. One day Richie was in the hallway with Mr. Levito, and Richie's father was talking to him. He was telling him what Richie did. And without even moving, he just like this. Backhanded Richie. The glasses broke. There was blood coming out of the eye, and the kid went down. And nobody said a word. I mean, this was the 70s. You're not doing that today. I mean, he just backhanded you guys. Just damn, the glass is broke in the bridge, and they cut him under here. I don't think he got stitches or anything, but there was visible blood. I mean, that's the type of parent. Parents were completely different animals than what we have today. Well, you can't have peanut butter. In the 70s, you ate it, whether you fucking choked or not. You know these little faggy kids, I can't eat shrimp because my fucking throat closes. Kids were dying all the time when I was a kid because parents didn't give a fuck.
There's a full-on assault on peanuts in the school system. I just talked about. I said in Baltimore to everybody, and there I go. Did we just not know? Like, of all you people who were in your 30s and 40s, did any of you have a peanut allergy? Like, I don't ever remember any school I ever went. And they're all like, no, it's all a newer thing.
So
I'm like, we're dying.
I don't eat shrimp because my throat opens up. Let me tell you something. His dad was a bus driver, and he drove up and down Broadway for a living, and he bought shrimp, and you told your dad you didn't like shrimp because your throat was closed, you can't breathe. It looks like you're dying. You're dying. You're going to eat a shrimp and die. They didn't give a fuck. There was no allergies. Like, there was no allergies. There was no allergies. This is a new fucking thing. So, I mean, it was just a weird time to be a kid. Like, you know, I was a kid at Sacred Heart. But it's not like,
What's the worst discipline you ever got there?
At Sacred Heart?
Yeah, that you remember, like what really stood out. You said 3 years you were there, and they hit hard.
I got hit with the paddle a couple times.
On the ass? Is that where they hit you?
On the ass. She would make, you know, and it's demoralizing.
Is it in front of people?
In front of people.
It is. It's
Yeah,
not just
like bent over at the desk, they would hit you with the paddle, and you would walk back to your fucking chair, crying. I never made a point to cry. I made a point never to cry, just mentally as a kid, just to let her know she didn't beat me. That's big shit. That's Spanish shit. Like, I'm not fucking crying. You're gonna have to beat me to fucking death to cry. So I would, even though they had the upper hand, they would hit me with the paddle. I never fucking cried. I always kept it together, walked back, and had like a straight Ted Bundy look on my face. Like, I'm not gonna get you today, but I'm gonna get you, fat bitch. The main one being Sister Hyacinth. Sister Hyacinth, Sister Angela was okay. Sister Patricia was okay. Sister Anna was old. But Sister Hyacinth was the one that would bite her tongue. She was a fat fuck. And she enjoyed hitting me. You could see it there. She knows the lack of calm or whatever it was. She was just angry. She was just an angry woman. You know, she never had a nice word to say. You know, never. It was always like once a year she had a smile on her face during the holidays. But besides that, she was just a miserable woman. And I just, you know, she would come in the classrooms and go, hey, yesterday there was an argument, both of you just get up here. And while she just occasionally would backhand. It's like that type of shit. So 3rd, 4th grade, 5th grade, something weird happened in the 5th grade that I just started talking about on stage. There were these two brothers, the Bravo brothers, Raphael and Nino, nice kids. I shouldn't be saying their name because the fuck was 40 years ago. And what happened was, Raphael was the brains of the operation.
I love that there was an operation.
Yeah. Nino was the one that would go, he's right. You know, like that guy, you know, like, yeah.
Co-sign.
Yeah. He was the co-sign. Not the sharpest guy in the world, but a sweetheart of a kid. And we had a dormitory. 12, you know, like 24 kids in the dormitory.
Were you bunks and stuff?
No, we were beds, but the heads of the beds were together.
I see, okay.
So, there was this kid from Brooklyn. His name was Lazarino. And Lazarino was a nice kid for all we know. I hung out with Leslie Rubero. I hung out with a lot of kids that were from Jersey. Peter Fergozzi, Jamie Exard. And I'm still friends. Jamie Exard just came to my show on Atlantic City. So, all these guys were all friends.
About a person who steals a pouch of money. As he lifts it up, he's over in Geneva. He takes it out from
slow, brother.
Those two things happen at Geneva. However, if you drag the pouch out from stealing the money, and Mr. Chavez comes over.
Right.
And then we say,
just laying here going,
Mr. Chavez, which is a dude, he's a person
I had never watched porn. I didn't know what sex really was. I was a young kid. I didn't even want to have sex at that time. Like, it wasn't even my thought process. I was just trying to survive, I was
The
insecure,
opening of the pouch
and I was
faces the
overextending myself
has
to hide
access
those
to the money.
insecurities.
He's high on Neva before the pouch
One
comes out.
night, in the middle of the night, I hear like,
So they don't have it simultaneously. However, if the pouch is
I hear
flipped
this
over,
moan and I hear a little
although he
crying,
has access
and I see
from the back, but we're
the
dealing with
half-wit brother walk
larger
out of the
pieces
bathroom.
of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go
And
by
then
the
a couple
money.
minutes later, I
Since
see
some of the silver
Lazarino
is
walking out of the
100%,
bathroom.
he's not high until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the schnutzer?
No,
Raw springs.
the one
That
kid
close the
that was
pouch.
slow, the kid that would
Part
always
of the
go, I got a
schnutzer.
big
They
oh
start to
God,
say, okay,
I got a big thing.
that would
The kid
be
that kept telling me I got a big
and
thing, I got a big
entire
thing.
pouch
I
is
didn't
considered
walk
still
with
have to say,
them fucking
the schnutzer
yes.
will fold it over,
Wow, this is
or the
crazy.
part no,
Yeah,
the
that's
schnutzer
crazy
at all.
shit.
A
I
guy in
never
Rava
really forgot. Like it was one of the when I
refers
saw a lady
to later
get
on in
beat up,
life.
domestic violence from her husband.
Rava
I've
holds
never taken that
that
knowledge out of my
Megan
he burned it with cigarettes. I mean, it was
and
the
the
big
says
guy.
Megan
My
therefore
stepfather
we
had
have
to come out
to
with a gun and tell her I was going to get back. My mother had to take the woman in the house, and it was just, it was like it was horrible. To this day, I can't get that out of my face. But I could never get out of my head. There was a rumor going around about the real and fucking, there was Lazarino and fucking. And then the kid started acting.
And Abaya says,
like he was always like an insecure kid.
now we're going to be dealing with
Now the insecurity from him.
You all know that
Lazarino fucking
although
yes.
perhaps you're not
So
high,
the kid was walking around a little like autistic at
or
this
high,
point, like
I
he
mean,
went
so
backwards.
in the typical manner.
So I
Carry with your right
don't know,
hand,
from
your
my
left hand,
roots on
carry on your
148th
chest,
Street, I
baby,
learned
carry
that
on your shoulders,
what those
like,
kids
in a
had over
custom
88th
vehicle.
Street
What
was
if you
that they
carried
lived and
something
died for
on your
one another.
feet? In your mouth,
could
it's not
not
food.
you could not touch one of
In your
us
marpeg,
without six motherfuckers jumping on you.
or in your
It
elbow,
was, when we only had money for one sandwich, we broke that sandwich six
or
ways.
you have a upside
If I
down
got a soda,
money
we drank it six ways.
carried between your
And
belt
like I said, from time
and your
to time, I
garment,
bring a little money with me,
and
and I just say that I found
sandal,
$5 and I buy them all sodas
there, and you are
without being.
What says?
I didn't want them to think I was better than them. I was an equal field. I never wanted them to feel not care that my mother had money. I didn't want them to know that I didn't flaunt it or anything like that. I didn't want to make them feel bad. So
and that's because
it was just I learned to stick up for people from that neighborhood.
all of you
I learned that if you want to respect karma,
and they
you have to throw down without
their
even
shoulders.
thinking about it like that. There's no family, there's no nothing. Like before you at 4 in the morning, we got a beef, you just get your gun and do what you're told. You shoot the first, that's how those kids were. Like, they would get bottles, it was just petty. They were just savages. You know, when I first made it with them, I got to tell you guys, I wasn't up there, I was there. I was a motherfucking pussy, black guy didn't have a lunchbox. And that smell runs through a lunchbox, and it snapped me out like it hit me on the right side. Tells you you're a pussy. It must have snapped me out or whatever.
Let's say that all the Levine were
And then I run into these kids.
6 feet tall.
And they polish me up. Like they really, till this day, I look them all up on Facebook. I Googled them. I tried to hire an investigator to find this Daniels. Whenever for years, whenever I go to Hollywood, whenever I go to the city, I pick up on the A train up.
And the
And
ground
I
because the
just walk
shoulders
the
are
neighborhood.
constantly
Always smile. When I just went back to the
even
I went up there 3 times.
carry things on the
You just
head
get off.
of
I'm
wine.
off the neighborhood. I'm gone.
Someone like that
like
went out
150.
on Shabbos
And then I
with
walk
something
back
that's
on Broadway on the other side, and all these memories come back to me.
are the minority of
Anybody's still there at all that you know? Anybody's still
I
there?
went into the pharmacy, I didn't know what I was talking about. The movie theater's gone. Sticky Charlie's long gone. You know, God knows this
not the
Sticky
best
Charlie
way.
is.
Much better Shmira, and therefore he's certainly higher. But
There was one kid
try to put it
that I got a hold of through Facebook.
he's putter because it went
We
from Shmira
communicated
to Shmira.
for a while. Trace McDowell was.
Because your laws are, it's two
He had a
different
couple of fucking
arguments.
brothers.
The mission says
There
that
was one black kid that I was tight with, but I wish I could see him play. Give him a big
a
hug.
woman who wears some
Thank
sort
you
of
for what him and his family
pants
did for me. Like, that was just an
like
amazing
a spoon or
neighborhood.
something, you know, pants in herself.
So what was it like? So you get out of the school. Where now you're going? You're ready to go to high school.
And therefore,
No. So now I
is
jumped
high
another one.
because that is the it says even
So,
the male
5th grade,
running
you know,
letters for the king. They have a two
when I got to that school in the 4th grade, we were watching Happy Days. It was a show called Happy Days at Fonzie. And one day,
everybody,
in the middle of fucking Happy Days, a commercial. There was a commercial for the trailer of a movie called The Chinese Connection. Now, there was 24 kids in this fucking room yelling and screaming. You know, throughout the commercial. Because that's when you can talk. Hey, pass me the chips. Hey, fuck you. Give me the ring things. You know, shit like that. We'd be able to eat food while we watch TV on the big screen. Like that. You know, having a regular TV, no big screen. When Chinese Connection hit the United States in 1972, I was in the fourth grade, Jack. That whole 24 kids went silent. Like, we all just went silent. Like Fist of Fury came and went, it really didn't stick. I was still thinking about what happened to Kato for the Green Hornet? What happened to Kato for the Green Hornet? Where that motherfucker was. And if you ever watched the trailer, like watch the trailer for Chinese Connection, it's on YouTube, you'll die. Like, that's what you saw on Happy Days. And everybody knew we were fucked, and that's it. That brought a different era to this country. That changed society forever. You know, I love what a couple weeks ago. Oh, well, Tarantino put out Bruce Lee. Yeah, he did, but you guys listening up to Bruce Lee, you don't know nothing about it. You didn't live through Bruce Lee. You didn't live through Bruce Lee, so don't tell me about your stories. I lived through Bruce Lee. You know, I know that before Bruce Lee, Chinese people were fucking walking around like shy and scared. They would only bow. Once Bruce Lee came on the scene, Chinese people were like, what the fuck did you say, motherfucker? Even they didn't know. Don't be calling me no yellow nigga. I'll fuck you up. Because in Harlem, they were calling me yellow niggas. It was fucking crazy. Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy. So then once Bruce Lee came, you couldn't fuck with Chinese people no more. Now I can't go on Saturday Night Live. That poor bastard. That sends a horrible message to somebody. How young comics are going to be scared to be edgy or to tell what's really in their heart because they're not going to get on Saturday Night Live or Slave Letters or whatever. Monday was the best day for me because I'm on the television. And if not, I'm out now. Yeah, I'm out now. I'm out of TV. But that's the truth. Like, the Puerto Ricans, the blacks, the whites, and shit in those days, all the Chinese yellow niggas, it was fucking crazy. And it bothered the fuck out of me. I didn't like it because I like black people. I love black people. If it wasn't for black people, I wouldn't be in the position I was in. We're still right down on 48. I love, you know. But once Bruce Lee came, that's it. It tamed things down. People had belief. People that were insecure were going to Kung Fu now. Right, you know, like people who were getting bullied. Like, I can do that. I can do that. Everybody had new chucks. When he pulled the new chucks on the Chinese Connection, the country went bananas. You know, you would go to Honda, you would go to a martial arts store called Honda that had those new chucks. They weren't just singular. And then we started making them at the house. Everybody was making them on a broomstick with an eye thing. They opened it up, put the chain in between, and you had new chucks. And then Karate, the Hong Kong Cat came out. After Bruce Lee died, that was even bigger. Now you put copper tubing at the end of your new chucks when you hit somebody. Instead of hitting wood, you hit them with copper tubing. Anybody that hears you that's 50 years old never learned party today. It's because they practiced the new chucks. Because every time you had to do this move, the new chuck would fly up and hit you right in the bottom of the cranium. So if you see a 50-year-old that stutters, like he's a little fucked up, nobody ever talks about no chuck balance. Chaplain, like, oh, he's got PTSD, he got punched in the head. What about all the retards that are walking around during my age? Because of fucking new chucks. Because we had to practice new chucks. The back of my head had fucking balls on it. And then that other thing came out, the two balls. There was two balls that you fucking pull like this. They were called something, and they were made out of like fucking fiberglass. And you go ding, 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 and then when you got done, you go ding, 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 and they would go back with this forward. Kids would walk around with eye patches. It was Halloween every day. Kids were losing eyes, but they were still playing with the fucking balls because they were chipped. They got banned in the United States because they were chipping and going at the kids' eyes. So half these kids, if you see somebody over 50 that's retarded, we got an eye patch. Because of that. And they didn't sue nobody. Did they sue a new Chuck fight back then? No. They took the retardation with stride. It's true. I'm retarded from all those knocks that hits the nunchuck because it hits the bottom of your cranium right here.
See, I'm a little younger than you are, but for me, that same movie was Enter the Dragon.
Yes,
and that's when we found throwing stars and nunchucks and butterfly knives. All that shit. We started getting into all that, but all that came from there. Yeah.
So it was
all right. So wait, you started telling a story. So the commercial comes on for this during, and
that changed America.
But what you said, you jumped the nut.
So that's what happened was, everybody got America, jump karate, blah, 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 blah. A couple things happened in 73 that destroyed America. First, it was the passing of Roberto Clemente. Destroyed. You start the new year with gold. Like, you start a new year with gold. And all of a sudden, January 1st, 1973, Roberto Clemente dies. Everybody who was, even if he didn't like baseball, he was a hero. The guy would hit at will. We didn't need a triple, bam. We didn't need a double, we didn't need a stolen base, coconut juice. The guy was a fucking, the guy never did an interview and didn't know fucking Spanish. He didn't embarrass you as a speaker. He always spoke the best. He always wore a suit in his interviews. The guy was a gentleman. I remember waking up and hearing the news and just holding my mom. Like every kid cried. Everybody, America, fucking, Pittsburgh was fucking, what did WC Field say? I went to Pittsburgh. It was closed. Yeah. Then Roberto died. That's why. He went up there. It was closed. Pittsburgh never recovered from Roberto. East Coast never recovered from Roberto. And then what happens on July 23rd or July 16th? Bruce Lee goes under.
Was that 73?
Yeah. Bruce Lee died either 8 days before Enter the Dragon came out or 8 days after Enter the Dragon came out. It was like mind-boggling. So they took a piece of you. So now my happiness had turned to anger. Now I turned into Bruce Lee. I wanted revenge. Everybody had a little fucking coin on their thing. Out of respect for Bruce Lee, because the Chinese did Mr. Fury Chinese. He made a promise. And he had a green thing on it. So everybody had a green thing that if you fuck with me, I'll kill you like Bruce Lee. Mr. Fury. So I myself put one of those things on my chain. My mom couldn't figure out what it was. But my revenge was for that fucking gun. Like I made a little paddle. One, she abused me. She poured milk on my head. And she did all this shit. So what happened was, we're in the 5th grade. I don't know what class it is. She was teaching. She had like a new teacher come in every hour and teach you a certain subject. This dirty bitch coming in. And I'm looking at these fucking Bravo brothers. And they're crying. But at that time, I knew Nino had gotten fucked in the ass. And we had already had a plan to take down Lazarino. Me and the Roberto brothers and a bunch of guys were going to wait till he was sleeping, put like a pillowcase on his head and just beat him with everything we had. Because he did this to this kid. And their mom was having a kid. They were twins. Their mom was in labor. And they asked, they were crying, and they asked Sister Heisen if they could call the hospital. The phone was fucking 30 feet from the glass of the payphone. And Sister Heisen said, no, wait till class. And they're like, but our mommy's in bad shape. You want to make sure you call. And she goes, why didn't I just tell you? I just told you fucking. At that time, I was already starting to hate her. And I was already starting to get that attitude on the 48th Street. I was running down, and I looked at her straight in the face, and I go, fuck her. With a little bit of a wow. Like, it was like April, and I go, fuck her. I go, you know what, man? Your mother and your father worked really hard for you to come here. I go, Jesus don't pay for the bills here, your parents do. Like, I was already that head. You'll get up and go make that fucking phone call. I'll get up with you. And she looked right at me. She goes, what you said, Mrs. Diaz? I told her to go make that phone call. And Mom said, man, who the hell are you? And she goes, all 3 years, get up and wait for us after class. That pretty much meant she's gonna fucking light you up after class. You have like 5 minutes to get in between class to class. So I don't know if the other teacher came. I don't remember exactly what it was. But I remember we waited in the hallway for class to finish. And then she came up, and the 2 kids were still crying, their mom, And she's like, stop crying. But I'm like, I'm going to tell you. And your attorney, Jose, stick up for you or something like that. Talking about you, yeah. And I go, listen, man, I just told him the truth. Their mom's.
Shabbos after the kitty.
And she goes, shut up. And she like smacked me. And then she pulled Raphael's hair and just started violently smacking him.
As the first email.
And Nino, she started smacking him. You know, I wrote a joke about it. I pushed Nino. He just attacked Nino and Raphael. And I'm like, man, I don't know what I said. Is this necessary? What the fuck is going on? These two kids' moms are in the fucking hospital. You beat them up in the day at it. It's expensive to go to fucking private school. Then she turned her attention on me.
So we wish you.
And she goes, what you have to say, man? And she bit her tongue. She started reaching for me, smacking. And I was young. In that school, they had a thing. If they smack you, put your hands down. Take it and take it.
So let's jump
just
into
like my brother at the house, my mother had a rule. Put your fucking hand down. Put your fucking hand down, or I'll burn that fucking thing. So, this particular day, I put my hands down.
That's
she goes, put your hands down. I'm not putting it down. And she would bite her tongue. And she goes, put them down. Put them down. And she kept pounding me. And I kept standing my ground. And I go, no, fucking put it down. And then she grabbed me by the head. She was getting to the utility closet. And it was well known. Utility closets where they bloody job. Like they bloody job. Like that's where they closed the door. And then she started smacking me. She made you with books. She hated whatever she could do. And I went to the utility, and I'm walking to the utility closet. I said, this is not going to happen to me today. I was 10 years old. I knew where I came from. My mom was a tough bitch. My mom wouldn't accept this. I go, I'm not. Today, I'm not letting this not beat me up.
Or making cheese
and we went into the utility closet and having
the way to water shut down. And she got it, which means to take the rolling
and she threw me against the wall. She started violently smacking me. You put your hand, I can put my hands up, and I feel the blood coming from my lip. Once I tasted that blood, I was asleep. I looked at her, I said, I'm going to go for this bitch. I was professional karate. You're fifth grade? Fifth grade, I was a purple belt karate. Whatever, small school, Mr. Black on 98th Street. I was great with kicks. I had really good kicks. My hands were kind of weak, but I was a pussy. I was scared to fight. I was scared to get hit. But I was getting the hang of it. And I said, today this is not going to happen. And in the middle of her smacking me, I just grabbed her. I'll never forget, it was like metal shelves that had notebooks on it and like old school utensils. And I pushed her with her back in the middle of one of the things that was sticking out. So when I pushed her, I hit her hard. And she went, she goes, what are you doing? And I go, you're not going to hit me today. You're not going to hit me. And I smacked her with every inch of my body. Like I was crazy. And then she went and pushed me and she fell into a fucking red lock. So, where does it happen? Like 50 pounds, 60 pounds, maybe 100 pounds. She was a big fat bitch. And I had her by the fucking head and I knew that I couldn't let go.
And the dust goes down.
I knew that if I let go, I had to run for that door.
Hell yeah, man.
So I'm holding on to the door. She can't get out of everybody right there. And I'm squeezing it. I don't have it under the chin like that.
Like you're going to jaw.
I didn't know nothing about joking people. I just knew about fear. What it was to be a scared little boy. And I just grabbed her. My adrenaline must have been pumping because she kept saying, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. And I'm like, fuck it, you're dying today. I'm like, I didn't give a fuck. You know, and I kept squeezing. And then I turned her around, and she fucking kept in the headlock. She could not. I don't know how I had like that. I was holding on to like a fucking thing. By this point, the veil had off. Everything came off. My heart's pumping. You know, my heart was fucking beating to that. And I got to open the door, and the kids were exiting the class. So now they're seeing the, they're looking, they're just like, oh, I'm like, get out, get the fuck over here. I'm out of time. The ship is fucking sinking. And I knew that I was just going to run out of there and keep running. That was my plan. Yeah, run out of there and keep running. Get to a payphone, call my mom at the Barney City, which which is about 20 minutes away. That was the plan. That was the fucking plan. To run out of there, guys. I swear to God. And as I came out, these are New York City kids. The same fucking California people. The same kids. These are fucking suburb raised kids that are crazy. So what they start doing, they start clapping, go, 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 go. Now I gotta kill it. Now I gotta kill it. I can't pussy out for these guys. I'm representing 148th Street. And I'm representing Unity City. I'm representing the East. I'm ready to pussy out. They yell, go, 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 go. I'm choking to death. It's like, let me go, let me go. And now other kids start jumping in. Thank God for Puerto Ricans. Thank God for Puerto Ricans. She is not going to be your teacher. Mr. Rothschild. All my Colorado takes his hand, recognized.
They possess the ball 18 times this year. They've scored 15 times on 18 drives. Only 2 weeks later, and catches right into today. They take a look at it here, and bad news.
Oh no. Oh fuck, he's got the quotes. Fuck.
happened to the reason they were taking it up, I put it in some sort of other way. You didn't know. Relatively less than relatively water is this. Oil that floats on top of water. It is whether or not if it's too long and it's too long, sometimes the liquid is coming trouble is waiting for a pair of shutters for something to go down to too much part. One touches oil. What comes from it? According to good times, oil are coming and the shop is something that I love touches water on top of water. And the just the oil is present and the shop is there's not floating on top of first down chance. I said you try to Says the mission of something grows in an ocean, which the ocean is a turbulence and goes down Amazon spotted. The second polar attack line like a giant pole surrounded it still has a lot of love. It's just a rabbit as long as it doesn't have Amaya says that this attack is down on us. And I think that people down on this walk around it. If you walk around it, it's not Rashi says it's not a full problem. And I think because people can jump right over it. But it's larger, you won't take over it. Rashi, yes, the same thing as Rashi says. We have a bridge. We have a second project. We don't like this. It looks over. And it's by itself. Nevertheless, there's a problem with that.
No way.
Aaron Rodgers was done there. Okay, so touchdown for Pittsburgh, but now you've got this sequence that happened as the second quarter began for Green Bay. That was third down. Pass goes incomplete. Nice defense there to break up that pass. So on fourth down, they bring up the kicking unit. Brandon McManus, 38 yards it goes through, and Green Bay draws first blood 3-0 in Cleveland against the Browns. So going to get the football back here and just check back into that game. She gets to the red zone.
Fuck. Good job, Brandon. Cannon. Fuck.
Harlan has so much to do with the national TV before Saturday Night Live. So me and him both said, so now I have to capitalize on this drive. We draft pieces, number one place for live betting. You make the call to find the end zone next, and when they score, so can you just download the app and use promo code RedZone for a live team profit. I still have said that. It was so good. You can't understand. I just know that. I just Friday night, you fat motherfuckers in Chicago, do that. I'll be with you. these little fucking with the skinny pussy that want to take over Chicago. We got a tremendous body. It's non-existent. It's looks like that lady Rihanna with that white sheet. I know you all got shit. But that's all I got. I got Chicago, the 27, and I got Denver, the 12.
This season, Carolina up double digits against Atlanta. He's doing a nice job. He's getting a little bit of help out now. He's got 95. Very good.
Ranger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on great.
This episode of the Honeydew is brought to you by Upstart Away. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but I want to let you know about some dates here in town. February 22nd, at Miami X House. March 19th to the 21st, I'll be at the House of Comedy. March 26th, the Hornet Comedy Store. And April 23rd to the 25th, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Vancouver. Come on out and check me out, guys.
Into the stadium from the side of the Honeydew, y'all.
Behind like the low light show, story behind storytelling. Today's storytelling is about the part 3 of the saga. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Joey Diaz is back. All right. Saga, brother. I know exactly where we left off, as I told you. This is before I knew this was the club as well. Everything was get out of the way. January 22nd, the second show since I was back in years. And I know you're going through and talking about it. You know, before you broke up with the club. You're saying like it's clear. Listen, I don't play that George was open. I did anything after me. I called you right away. I got me checking on you. That was off the phone. Some flash. I'll tell you exactly right. I went to the Friday. Why this show? I went to the Thomas Book Pick Up. I saw Rack out there. It's like the store.
First half, Cleveland only giving up 91 yards to the Green Bay Packers.
for the 2-0 Cincinnati Bengals. Usually something like that, they would not call that a goal. You would be real. With a linebacker, they would never call that a goal. That's how James will show you. Somebody called me and says, hey, you've got I hear
Good job, Austin. Stafford just overthrows it. Breakout game for him. Keep me updated on any signs of him coming. Catch them. Oh, fuck.
There's got to be something to be doing your work with Zach and Jay Riley Joe. Let me tell you that Bob and Chuck and you watch the game on the fucking watch who he's supposed to fucking be doing. So, no, but that's one draw, just like class. How long it was. So I'm grateful. You know, the holiday season, something strong. And I was amazing. I got some spots to lose. I got some strong there. Zach Taylor's offensive unit, Cincinnati Bengals only has 63 yards. In the first half, it was 3 points so far for Cincinnati. So what I've got, every can, second and 15 from Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. Sometimes people tell me that snaps is when, someone, something telling you things. I was playing when I wrote.
Oh, thanks, brother.
They had a softball, so I was like, yeah,
second. Next guy hits a single. I'm up for the third. Second and third, right next to me. I'm shot. I hear the pop. That's how you get him off there. And I felt something. And I heard. And I felt. And I did. Here's your hand. I was like, ah! And I just, I got the third. I called timeout. And I took the ball. I just wanted to walk back to my phone. I'm done. I just walked. I had to sit for a little bit. I stood up. I moved over. I barely tried. Same thing. I came home. Blood. Oh, I saw it. I called and I was like, hey, that's what that off. I broke the rib. And the thing off. And it's,
And as Harrison Phillips knocks the ball out, as soon as Baker gets a good shake, you got right hand on it. We saw it against earlier. He puts it in
Come on, Fannin. Come on, Fannin. Come on, Debo. Right, that's right. $2024. Somebody score? Jacoby.
once again, he's one of the things. And stand him up. You walk in for glass and the glass. And I don't know how he's not on my time. This guy's one of those great guys. No drugs, pretty good. Heavy metal music, stones, shit like that. Makes the party up. This will be a match up on a wall. It's open my eyes up. I was on the floor. You're on a strong wall. I'm on a strong wall.
Ricky Higgins. Oh. Ooh. Devo. It sucks. Get him. At least you're not playing fucking Vikings, dude.
Interesting first half season here. We told you that all 9 2-0 teams will play on Red Zone today. Currently, the 2-0 teams that are in it, the Green Bay Packers leading over the Browns. The 2-0 Cincinnati Bengals trailing huge to the Minnesota Vikings, albeit with Cincinnati's backup quarterback play. The Rams and Eagles head-to-head match was a bit of a surprise to a lot of people. Philadelphia has 33 total yards in the first half. That's the first half yardage-wise in the challenge rounds. You're not going to go back 10 years to the Philadelphia Eagles to see what yardage output. You saw that the Jets just decided to take the knee there. The Buccaneers will go for the Broncos with a 2-touchdown lead against New York. And now we pick up the first of the second half kickoffs. First play of scrimmage back in Carolina. Eagles get the second half kickoff. Rams have a 19-7 lead. Protection has been outstanding. And then he's well, that's They got it. It was Jared Hurts, the young edge rusher, coming around the red tackle and planting Jalen Hurts. Instant red zone for the Rams, just like it's instant red zone. And now inside of the 5-yard line for the New England Patriots. By the way, Lane Johnson, the normal right tackle, the all-pro right tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles, dealing with an injury, was not in on that play. They're going to go ahead and touchdown passes in his tremendous Super Bowl winning
Cincinnati game. Cincinnati loses the football. He had bounced back on it after he lost it. It comes out a second time, and Minnesota comes away with everything going wrong for Cincinnati. Now 31-3, and there's still a few seconds left to go in the first half. In that Vikings game, second half underway between the Browns and the Green Bay Packers. And the quarterback, Rashawn Gary, gets home. The edge rush, you got Rashawn Gary coming up inside. He's been a Pro Bowl edge rusher. Got Micah Parsons on the other side. Joe Flacco keeping his head on a swivel. But he goes down. After the second quarterback sack. His kicks. It was the first one by the Indianapolis Colts. And then there was a confusion at the end of the first half by the Titans on trying to get a field goal. The Packers lost their position. There right now, Patriots. Vikings have taken a couple of snaps. It's 3rd and 7 into the field position here. This would be an extremely long field goal. If they don't get any further down the field, he's going to have 2 timeouts. Maybe 6 seconds remaining in the first half. Down the left side of the screen. Stevenson is fumbled again. He lost it before he hit the goal line. This end zone has some marker on it or something because 3 inches before he gets into the end zone there. Patrick Queen gets a hand on it, ball's out, mid, bounces on top of it. He missed twice. But again, they have gotten the hand as well. 2 times. This is insane. Yeah, the Patriots get on the break and still maybe more. I'm pulling off my cap. I got a voice now. Hold off my cap. There we go. There you go. 6 seconds. Better defense right there. Jefferson. Now you're going to go ahead and try to run it about 62 yards.
They asked me to leave. No, they did. Because it was on. Those little boys were coming back to bring it. They would bring a case of beer and drove the hospital furniture. Molly Crew movie. I was watching a Molly Crew movie when they threw the TV out the window. They threw the TV out the window. They were going the fucking hospital staff didn't know what to do. It was smoking hot. And in the room, in fact, there was a girl who just came to LA with the Yankees wanted the playoffs. And I told my wife I have to go. And my wife goes, "What do you like this girl?" I don't know. She was one of the girls that came to the hospital when I was 18 years old. Yeah. So I went down to Hollywood, met her and her husband, the Catholic school. He went to Catholic. None? Yeah, went to Catholic. ABX, that's one of my favorite stories. That's in our highlight episode. When something really happens and I want to make my house was haunted. I'm a very spiritual person. When I walk into something, I just feel vibes. This is the Jersey house. The Jersey house was always haunted. It was just a bad feeling in that fucking house. I liked it, but I didn't. Do I ever see anything or feel it? I felt it. And then something happened. Something happened. And my mom did something to the house she wasn't supposed to do. She did a Santeria ritual that they told her not to do it with the person that wanted to do it. Said if she did it, he would take care of the financial burden. He was a dear friend of mine. I loved him. But I didn't want him to do that in my house either because I knew where he had come from. He was a real shooter, this guy. He was carrying, 20 dead bodies with him, My mom did that, and that changed the dynamic of the house. Months later, we started to feel it. She started going broke. The house started breaking down. legs were breaking. Getting infested with mice, and I got sick. And I got out September 28th of 79. And the first thing I did was take a hit of acid. Yeah, weed, they had a party for me that night. It was out and shit. The next month was weird that my mom ended up in the hospital. My mom ended up in the hospital with some kidney stones or something. I had a visitor in the city. While she was in the hospital, they came to her and they said, the alcohol has to stop.
Come on, give it to Fannin. No, you don't have a fucking ball, dog. You're so desperate. Every player I have underperformed. Get in. Get in. What the fuck happened? Right, we've seen it like 12 times.
scrimmage yards on 14 touches, but this Falcons trail 17-0 in Carolina. Last week, TV timeout in that game. Starting to get some of these second half kickoffs going. Already got it to the 4th and 22nd line there in that game in Cleveland. As we look around the NFL, there the Buccaneers and Jets game has just kicked off into the second half, and we're getting second half kickoff in a few minutes between the Bengals and the Minnesota Vikings. We haven't seen the name Travis Hunter yet today, but we will right now. It's outside and it's rated out for trophy rating. Number 2 pick of the draft slithers his way into one of the defenders. Beating the first defender makes a 21-yard catch. That's his first catch today. Trevor Lawrence struggles over 111 yards for Jacksonville. Performance between those two AFC South foes. Jags still have the lead. 7-3 is the score. Here in California. Defense needs to maybe we could see that shape up more towards the defensive side. And this matchup with Houston, we believe it's going to feature Houston Texans here at CJ Johnson. So being taken to by the Atlanta Rams. What's on tiebreaker odds? Just considering it's on Travis. Chase went great. They went down. First play for scrimmage for Tampa Bay. Keeper Vikings finds the back over 16 yards on Tampa Bay's first snap. Buccaneers, 5 straight years they have started 2-0, but in the previous 4 years they've lost in week 3. Look to turn that trend around and get this victory at home against the Jets. You keep you posted. It's been such a sloppy game for the New England Patriots on offense. They put the ball on the ground. Yet again, it was Ramondre Stevenson last time. This is Antonio Gibson getting the run in between the tackles, and he loses the football. Pittsburgh playing some short pads on these Patriot running backs, and yet another turnover. Okay, out of the TV timeout, first and goal. Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Upstart. When it's getting the gym, eating cleaner, or learning a new skill, there's a lot of ways to better ourselves. But I just get it one more important start the year all packed with this credit card debt. My friends Upstart.com are here to help. Upstart is the revolutionary lending platform that offers smarter rates that helps you pay off high interest credit card debt. Upstart goes beyond the traditional credit score when assessing your credit worth. Yes, more you every job is in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart will use your mortgage to credit score. Yes, that's what's going to get your rate. Since it's just a soft ball, one effective credit score. The hard pull happens is that you set your rate. That's hard. Once you Green Bay looking to get to their first time since 2020. Next step, over $400,000 credit cards for makes financial goals. Free yourself to burn the highest credit card debt by consolidating everything from one month to chase Upstart. Why Upstart is number one, and that is a find out how low your Upstart rate is. Our next sponsor is Wix. One creates local products from a lot of travelers. It starts with purchase and now they offer a rate that's accessible all the way to free travel. I use no wasted days. I don't just use it for travel.
what I love about it, guys, it's a very organized bag. After they take over here where you store back in or whatever you want, and over here you close.
Let's start.
Seal it up, couple of battery chargers, rotating shields, great edges, adorable. I don't travel with that, throw my stuff around. So it's a great piece. It's thoughtfully designed, like I said, very adorable. The features of everything organized. You can carry up and downstairs. It's so lightweight. It's a really great bag.
God, I've never been down this much. This team sucks.
We're bringing the Jacksonville Jaguars, who now have it in scoring distance, not for the red zone just yet. You see the replay of what just happened. Actually, I wouldn't call it scoring distance just yet. They're over midfield. Here goes a third and 24 for the Jags. Here's the second-year kicker. So it's a full touchdown.
College.
Speaking of the AFC South, Tennessee just ran it into the red zone. It's a second and goal for the Five coming up.
Come on, Pollard. Pollard. Terrible. This is a fresh and announced now second and up. Pollard. Are you fucking serious? Why can't that be deeper?
Across the street, the liquor store, waiting for somebody to get us like that. There was a pinball place next to that, Wizards, and they sold like obscure drugs like heroin, bow and arrows, and shit like that. Bow and arrows, I don't know what it is, you want to kill yourself, whatever. They sold that next level drugs, you know. Creepy people playing pinball. Wizards was a pinball place. I wasn't a pinball guy. So I didn't go in there, sold my own drugs. And we went to this meeting place and got a keg and we were all outside drinking in November. Cold out and drinking all of a sudden we see cops in the lights. They got the high school fucking surrounded. They knew about a little party. So I see a hole in the fence. And I grabbed like three of us and we run out. One of the chicks I run out, this chick named Denise. We keep running and we're dodging. I got acid in my pocket, I got beers in my pocket. And I got a beer in my hand, I throw it away, we're running. Finally, we end up on like Smith Avenue. And she goes, the cops are on, and they're being blinded with lights. She goes, if you want, we can hide in the backyard. Now, by that time, I have a lot of the block on the track in my head. And last time they're running, everybody's coughing, and the acid was on fire. So we go to the backyard, mosquito hunt. We meet in the 70s, and we go. And then they go to the gazebo. This is like a little small family of four pieces and eat without mosquitoes bothering you. Yeah, daddy. So we went in there. I'm tripping on that.
We need some Ralphie May. Honeydew sucks.
Touchdown was overruled upon scoring review. They said he was down at the 1-foot line, so it's a live edge. Well, that was not a question. The Titans go right up the middle.
Pollard?
Power football, and they score to put the points back on the board. So touchdown, not getting the touchdown for the Titans.
There you go.
Yeah, that's Tony Pollard on the touchdown run right up the middle. Tennessee pulls it back to within 27-12. Defense, and this is a big one.
There you go.
Inside the 10-yard line. Take a look. So the first down is right at the 10. He catches it well past, and then they're going to say that was a football move trying to duck back inside. And I think everyone in the crowd is kind of excited because you all know what's coming. They get to do the setup
What else we made? What is this?
$5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, so you can turn that $200 into something bigger.
This episode is brought to
Are you
by
fucking
Express
serious?
VPN.
People always said, it's too small. You got to go balance. But Steve though said in the draft room, I am not passing on a guy that I think could be the next rating share.
When they were in college, I would go in there in high school. I was
Chantry, 3-yard loss. Fuck.
A lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with, you know what I mean? Alright, some people say they need the goddamn
Come on, Fannin.
different types of delis.
We're all stoned and it sounds great.
It's crazy what today signifies.
What happened?
Well, I mean, our good friend George got.
Yeah, we know Tony Pollard.
She passed this shit. You know, it's hard, man. Uncle Jim passed this shit. It's hard. You know, it's one thing in life. Cancer is a
You know, did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids. Cars get together. It's like a beautiful car show, and they back up and they open their trunks and they hand kids and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what,
Is it like a lowrider club or hot rods and stuff like that?
no, it was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh yeah.
You know, whatever they are. I don't know what was. I didn't talk to them. I talked to maybe new parents and the principal.
Man, you know, I've done that same thing with Facebook High Clubs, bro. They had the nicest. They had a whole okay. I mean, it was the real deal. All ladies was making tortillas. Okay, they could hand out cookies and stuff like that. Having a blast. They had a band, a salsa band. It was on, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, that's it. It was a great trip. Yeah, there's no fucking salsa band. It's out there. They all white kids now.
There's no salsa band. There's no Beatles.
There's no white people.
What? Bannon.
Just what I know. They found videos every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh. It's like the Beatles fucking chocolate. Holy shit.
Man, that's like that. I tell all my kids, hey, Daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all of your shit.
Friday night, I got so high. I went home and opened the bag of candy. I just sit there and I just started
He scored? Well, fuck.
That's something. There was something when I was living in your pocket in a bag, in a brown bag.
Well, that's it. Game over, folks. Okay, here we go, baby. Debo. No. Get down. Debo. Debo. Jacoby.
Toledo. And I got an ear infection, right? Oh my God. And I was sitting there, and I'll tell you, man, I'm lucky. Big picture, 9 games going on around the National Football League. About half of them are now into the fourth quarter. A weird, wild day, kind of some stops and starts. We only have 3 one-possession games at the moment. It's a touchdown difference between the Jags and the Texans, a 5-point difference in the playoff rematch of the 2-0 Rams and the 2-0 Philadelphia Eagles, and a tie game between the Patriots and the Steelers. But ladies and gentlemen, we're reaching into the heart of the show with half of the games into the fourth quarter. It is the witching hour. Time for wins to become losses, and losses to become wins.
Witching hour, bitches. Witching hour. $20.25. Woot woot.
Sometimes I take out for the one night with my ear infection. I go, you know what?
Yo, what up? How are you?
And Carolina, that's where I like no surprise of the early window here, trying to add to a 20-0 lead.
Coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even call ahead and be considerate of what kind of coffee do you need. Can I bring you some breakfast?
I do all that. I do all that on my own.
All of them.
I do that all on my own. So 7:30 when they get there, I'm prepared. When I get back to that hotel room and I get high, I'll sleep like a baby.
Right.
But after 2 shows, the weed,
there's too much energy.
There's too much energy.
After the show.
So I know for a fact that I'm not going to sleep Saturday night. I know for a fact, even this week, I'm not Portland. My flight, I got to be at the airport at 5:30. I get back to Burbank at 8 a.m. I come out. So 5:30, if I got to be at the airport at 5:30, that means I'm working at 4:30 in the morning. So I am prepared for that 3 hours sleep after the comedy club. So what I do is Saturday morning, I get up, eat breakfast, I walk around, I get high, do whatever the fuck I do. I get back to that room about 10 o'clock, Jack. And Ralphie does the same. Because Ralphie will call me on Saturdays for the road. Before the next snap back game, let's show you Sunday. And the 1 yard line. Carolina Rico Dowdle with the touch from Carolina. Carolina is 11 minutes away from getting their first win of 2025.
And then
Approaching the halfway mark. Cleveland is down by 10. We'll keep you posted on the Browns. Patriots still trying to break this 14-14 tie.
there you go, baby. There you go.
Rihanna and the Eagles, the Rams turned it over on downs, and then a handful of plays later,
just teasing. This is a joke.
He's going in. It's like, really, it's just for the experience.
I didn't get the post up. I don't know.
Well, with a today grown hair like that, yeah.
Eagles turn it over on downs. Back to Los Angeles. We go back to Cleveland in the doghouse.
Man.
Some of those buses for that long.
Get to their feet here for the touchdown on this possession.
Southwest, I love them. I'm not saying they don't have Southwest is
Jacoby. That's fat.
Washington.
Fanning. Fanning. Wow.
Before the TSA bypass on the
Fanning. Fanning.
first class line.
Right.
Fanning.
Go up there. You don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking belt. Yeah. Actually, you have to give them like access to your social media or something. No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? Here's the that's bullshit. But you know what? Be smart and imitate every business doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, Wi-Fi router, the largest one you can get on the so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. Alright, but what happens to a lot of kids is they get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up that's how I do it. I provide, it costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange and then get free internet. You know what I mean? It's really cool. That's what you gotta do for people. But this is all around the world. That's what you're talking about. It's like on Southwest, if you got like an iPad or something, you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can find channels in real time, and that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boing or something like that. That's like, that's $22 for your goddamn shit. They work Twitter or nothing. That's garbage. That's what you fucking watch.
On the right side of the double box, outside, face the catch, and then get the first down, but he has it into the red zone. The Rams lead by 5 in the fourth quarter, trying to add to it.
Bannon.
Okay, we got it. Green Bay Packers down. They're going to stop the clock, I think, there on the field.
I don't live in a hub of it, but
Shot
I
to the
live
end
in a
zone.
hub
Then goes to the
for
maybe Devontae Adams, the intended target. Could not come up with it. Fourth down now for the Los Angeles Rams. Conservative field.
Nashville, because Nashville's such a great hub. Yeah, they get all to the south and right there from there. Like, that's not your works. Like, when that was at the ice storm, Chicago's fucked up. Like, they have extra flights to other big cities just so, like, it's Miami, so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy. Like, that's what they do. They're smart, you know? They do like they do, right? Houston still have life. They're down a touchdown. Cleveland Browns coming just a moment to get you back to Cleveland for their fourth opportunity in Cleveland in a moment. Second and 16 after some fits and starts between the Steelers and Patriots.
Without drugs.
Like if they bring Southwest is almost a 24-hour airline, and especially with its all its international flights now. But I'm telling you, America is the smartest in the business. They were the right of what they could, and they run them all the fucking time. To the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you come to that money. Like especially, there's no fucking reason why I mean, all right, if you are just the worst person in the fucking world, you'll work at the airport because no one will expect you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking get on your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, oh, that guy was a dick, and they watch him get plane. It's free. It's so boring.
Sounds so bad about agents. So I said, listen, I know people who are shit agents.
Yeah. What do you mean 4,000? How much they cost?
That's how it's
I mean, but how much TV does Stephen, Joe, and Kevin do anymore? No more. I mean, is Joe going? He's still throwing people around in UFCs, right? Right. But that's
Offensive special teams has not been complimentary to this excellent defense. They have a chance to tie this game up right here.
Driving a hot ride to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice ass quarter that it is fucked up. Oh, women run to it.
this guy that was, we were talking about work ethic a couple weeks ago. He got that job at the UFC. There's a lot of he called the guy and said, I'm fine. Sometimes someone comes out. You guys have like every UFC page. What is the company of that channel? What is that shit? This company trained like a 18 years into of fucking he stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. So if you have this job, right, guys, this is how he looks. And I don't like to say, right? You got this job.
Another day, folks. Jacoby.
You know how hard it is to be around. Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my blood? How many needles can I stick in my head until my kidney blows up? Because that's how the public needs to see you all the time. Went on some show, Monday, I was saying, 20 pounds of fish a day. That's all great, man. Okay? But you gotta stick your head in your body for that fucking thing. You got to some sushi spots. We got to go out. We got to go out. So, I don't know. That's right. Right now, as a family, we just don't want to come down and go, well, you're going to be listening. What do I want? I want the Joey B. show. Show for 5 years and my glory to stick away from my kids. The kids are fucking. He's fine. The UFC is a great way. He goes on the road. When he wants to, the UFC, so it's all in house. Oh yeah, so what's gonna take? You're gonna come to my club. I don't want to say this. God, come to one fucking day. He doesn't want to
Oh, fuck. Jonathan Taylor scored again. Well, fuck.
Everybody did it. Was the first one that broke the fucking model. The clubs had control the whole time because it wasn't after comedy died after the 80s and 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. So when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs.
This sucks.
So they would fucking keep the money down. But now, the dumb fucks, they got greedy like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power. It was fucking Kenny Cook that showed the way. He said, well, fuck you Wednesday. He's a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, no, you know what? I'll come in Thursday for Friday morning radio. And that's it.
It's a 3rd and 2 coming up for the Houston Texans, and a 3rd and 13 for Drake May and the New England Patriots. It's a 2-down territory here for the New England Patriots. Trying to spin out of the tackle as he's stripped away, and Jacksonville turns away Houston. They were in position to take the lead. Philadelphia on the right-hand side, handed off to Barkley, and they snuffed that one out. Jared Cook is there immediately. He needs a first down. Get in here. It's 4th and short. The Pittsburgh Steelers can close the game out here if they come up with a defensive stop on 4th and 2. They are 4 now. Taken by the Eagles. What do you think is the element, Lisa? Bad motherfuckers. Make sure they give themselves a best shot. And I'm looking good in here. Yeah, they could. Tried to commercial breaks, so you're not missing anything in that game. Triple box here. Upper right hand corner, Philadelphia. As we take a timeout. And it's a 2-minute warning, actually 2-minute warning. So we'll bookmark Philadelphia. We have bookmarked the Green Bay Packers. We're now back and forth between this 10-10 tie.
Jacoby.
One day, this is way before I was 75. I went over there one day for a party, and the only young kids that were invited to the party were me, Othello, and this kid Gandhi. And at this party, they took the garbage can, and they filled it up everything they had. They put Hawaiian punch in it, and they took beans. At this point, they told us here, brothers took beans, and they were like, not missing anything in that game. Like 1-3 take a time out. There's a 2-minute warning, actually. 2-minute warning. And I had chunks of fruit in it. And I'm back there smoking pot. The next thing you know, I'm getting woken up. And Cecil in the front yard. And Cecil in the and I'm getting woken up by Ray and Nesto. Ray and Nesto was a cop in this movie that would come down here fast food on Sunday. We always wore colored socks. You know, we raised it. At the end of the basketball game, that was the argument. Ray, you gotta go home with your colored socks. I'm gonna put you in the butt, you Ray. You're not missing anything in that game. Fuck this stuff, right? Ray was a cool motherfucker. Ray take a time out. Drive you home. I fucked up. I found sleep once. So I was like, I wasn't a big drinker, but I drank a little while. I drank early. It was a Sunday morning, so I got home like at 5. I passed out. You're not missing anything in that as we take a time out, actually doing it breakfast for lunch. And she had it like a class in those days towards the end. She used to try to watch her and give herself the best shot.
lettuce off the celery. She would give me she loved tomato juice back for you. And she was waiting to go see the head by Cookfield. And she goes, she looked at me for like 5 minutes. She took a piece of salad and she goes, you know what I feel like in the morning? And she fucking walked out. And that was like a prolific thing in my world. Like I never thought about it. Okay, so it's all this stuff fucking. All this stuff fucking whatever. But she said it every time that I walked. You know what I feel? She's the bully, okay? September, October, November. I get invited to a Halloween party. It's a Saturday night. Fucking crazy. Oh, it's fucking made it, yeah. Between there, it was this fucking party. My girl pulls me aside. That's beautiful. What do you think of this girl? I go, why are you mad? She goes, she wants to get together with you. You want to know? And I go, sure, but she had just broken up with a kid. And even then, 1979. I went up to the kid like a man. The kid was a dumb kid. I went up to him and I said, I go, this is me. You know what I like you. What I do when I come to love you. Just okay, fuck you. I just, you know, every time I went to 79, and I was 50, and I already knew that I was young and all this stuff that goes with the Camille's garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous. At 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her, and some girl came and said, she's not coming, you have to go get her. And I was like, what? And the girl was hot. And I went to walk in. In fact, get me out of the way. Sometimes you just listen to this by Robin Thompson. Robin Thompson started walking out with
Shabbos Daf Confess, this week's Mishpacha magazine has a 14-week write-up about the official from the official catering in Baltimore. He watches our show every single day on Zoom, a big supporter of the show. And he writes in the beginning of the article, it says that he contributes a big part of what he's doing here, galvanized by an important life lesson he learned during Elvis Levan's popular 8-minute daf shir of Brachos 53. Referring to our Arabian shir as a beautiful life lesson, you look it up, Brachos Daf in Gimel at minute 42. So, way to go, the official. One of that life lessons, today's daf, is one of the most fascinating davening shots with so many different life lessons. Before it starts off, the famous like is, how many meals are you going to eat on Shabbos? If I'm going to say 3, but the Tikva says 4. From our Mishnah's mashma, that it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says that if you only have 2 meals to your name, which is very important, you shouldn't take from the country, which is the daily stuff. He has 14 meals, that means 2 meals per day, times 7, 14 meals, he has enough to eat. You shouldn't take from the weekly stuff. The issue is that on Shabbos you need at least 3 meals, so it should be 15 meals or 16 meals according to Rabbi Rothschild. We must say like Rabbi Kiva has the concept Asih Shabbat Shekol about the star for Brios from Tzedakah and not have 3 meals on Shabbos. There's a Mishnah that says that if a poor person is traveling, we must give him at least a tikkur b'kunyan, it's a weight of a bread and enough for a bed and a pillow. And then it says for Shabbos give 3 meals. Not 4 meals like Rabbi Rothschild. We must say that we're talking about a situation where he comes with him. When he leaves, we're going to give him an extra meal, save him a there. You're permitted to wash dishes on Friday night. You need those dishes Shabbos morning. You have to wash morning. You're not allowed to wash dishes when it's after Shabbos. And here starts that the sugya. If you keep and you are very careful about the shalosh sudas, the 3 meals on Shabbos, you'll be saved. You're going to get for the shalosh peronims, from the Mashiach, Gehenim, and the Muhammad Goyim. If you're Ma'anik Shabbos, meaning you delight in Shabbos, and the Gemara is going to explain what that means. They give you Nachma B'minut Sarah, heritage without boundaries. It says, it says, Nachmas Yaakov. But not what happened. Not what happened was promised to Yom HaTevah. So nothing will be saved. Yeshiva Goyos, the oppression of Golos. God says they'll give you anything your heart desires. What does it mean to be Ma'am Shabbos? In those days, it was beautiful dishes of meat, fish, or large fish with garlic. Every generation, in every place, with their own food, doesn't matter. And a person can't afford it, even if he makes one small dish of pasta the covered Shabbos, that is his earning Shabbos. So the Rebbe says, if a person keeps Shabbos, he'll also, with all the Kabbalah halachas, even if he did have a desire like in the generation of Enosh, they'll forgive him, as it says. Ashrei Enosh. This is Kados Mechaloi, we don't read it Mechaloi, but Mochum Loi. Famous Gemara, if Israel would have kept the very first Shabbos, then the nations wouldn't be able to rule over them. And Shimon says, if they would have kept two Shabbos, they would have been immediately. Gemara says, brings Rabbi Yossi 7 different things that Rabbi Yossi says he wishes will be part of the Yaneda. He wishes will be from those who eat Polish Judas. He wishes that will be from those who finish Hallel Day. Now, it's supposed to say Hallel Day. What we meant to say is the two is Maryam and Six Zero. Hallelujah Hashem Nashamayim and Hallelujah Chaos Kotor. The other one says there's a great mitzvah to daven Shacharis with the nates as the sun comes up and the Rabbi Rothschild as the sun goes down. So as Rabbi says, I wish I could be from those people. He says, I wish I could be from those who died from intestinal disease. He gives forgiveness to the Averis. He wishes he could die as he's performing a mitzvah, and he wishes he could be from those who accept Shabbos early and let Shabbos out late. He wishes he could be from those who bring people into the Mitzvah rather from those who beg on the people and say, time to stop, it's lunchtime. He wishes he could be from those who collect from other people money to get out the stuff up, rather than to be from those who get out the stuff up, because you can come into great trouble by making mistakes and giving stuff to the wrong people. Wishes to be from those who are accused falsely, but the Prophet said, I was falsely, I mean, it wasn't right. It turned out to be wrong. Some slave that a couple was fell off a ladder, and he asked why did he have a brush of death, and he said perhaps he needed stuff down here, and he went wrong. Or came a story where a guy said he's down on the bed, and he used to sit later on he found a dead baby under the bed, but nevertheless they accused him of killing the baby and had to run away. So Rabbi Yossi, I once had 5 relations where I repeated the relations, and each time I planted an arrow. Meaning, Golagar, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Lozer, Rabbi Rabbi Kilas, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, these are all sons of Rabbi Yossi. Prices explains the famous explanation that he meant that he had 5 Ibamas. In other words, 5 of his brothers died, and he had to Yavin 5 sister-in-laws. And he told Yavin each one once, and he had 5 sons. And he says, and it's not recommended to do this today, to say this to your wife, but he says, I never called my wife, I always called her a house. What he means to say is that the wife is the main part of the house that cares about. He never called his ox an ox. He called his ox a field. I never looked at my bris milah. So why wasn't it called Kaddish, as Rabbeinu on Kaddish? Because Rabbeinu Rebbe, the Yudah Nasi, the author of the Mishnah, not only did he not look at his bris, but he also didn't put his hand below his belt ever. So Rabbi Yossi, I used to get dressed in such sneers that the ceiling has never seen the inside of my shirt. I never had to give to my friends, so if my friends told me if I didn't even know I'm not a fight, I'll get up and get them. But Lashon Hara, if you say something that can be explained 2 ways, and you say it in front of that person you're saying it about, that proves that you're not saying Lashon Hara. So you're going to say, I never said something that I had to take it back. But it says, or even on the right that said, I excelled in a certain mitzvah, and that should be my sakar. Like Rabbi Nachman said, I excelled in 3 million shabbos. Rabbi said, I excelled in doing tefillah, having a one of my davening. Rabbi Shimon said, I never went Kaladamis without a head covering. Rabbi Shimon said, I was extremely careful with tefillah. Rabbi Nachman said, I was extremely careful with tzitzis. Rabbi said, I was very Rabbi was very careful with tzitzis to the point where he was once on a ladder and one of the screws ripped. He refused to move until he was replaced the screws. Abai was very careful that he would make seal for different amount of time that finish the seconds. Have a wonderful day.
It's a good success that you're at, Mike. These are
poor man. This is my boy with that shit. I mean,
Shabbos that requested email comes to us from T5, a very inspiring email. He says he just recently made out and his son died from a family without stuff. Finally, during Corona, he decided he was forced to stay home and decided to join this year. Now, at the age of 75, I am finally hooked on this year. I make sure to wake up early so I don't miss any of it. On the day that I cannot join live, I listen to what I can do. It always amazes me how the people all over the world will make it so interesting and even fun. I hope to be inspired by you for the long time to come. It's going to be fine. It's never too late, and it's never too early. And today's a perfect time to start the job. We continue with the amazing series about Kavod Shabbos, Shabbos Kodesh. Rabbi says that I'm a chacham. Judge, he wouldn't go to sleep until he found something to make a source for him and go in his direction. Rabbi Rothschild says, I can't even judge him because I am biased towards him. Rabbi Hanina would put on his highest clothing and would go out and say, the Shabbos Queen and the famous singer and singer from Lady Viviana would say, Rabbi Rothschild would make a tremendous amount of these boiled wafers. We saw with Abba who would buy from 13 different butchers. And tell his chefs, be energetic, hurry, make this one, and then I'll bring more meat later. Rabbi Rothschild, he was very wealthy. He sat on an ivory chair and he fanned out the fire. The weird black clothing in there of Shabbos to show that even though he's getting dirty, he wants to get dirty in public Shabbos. The famous saying about Safra Makar Resha, Rava Malach Shekida, Safra would singe the head of the animal, get rid of the ears. Rava, which anybody can do the service that he would want to himself. Rava would salt the fish, with light candles wrapped up with wicks. Rabbi Isdo would dice the beets. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef, which with the word of zero, would light the fire. Rabbi Yitzchak would look around heavy boxes of things for Shabbos. He'd go back and forth. And he said, it's as if Ami or Ravasi would be my guest. What is like schlepping their things? And the Gemara says, some say that Ami or Ravasi would be schlepping boxes there for Shabbos, and they would say, if the judge was our guest, would we do this? The famous story of Yosef Meiker Shabbos. He was a guy, a wealthy guy who went through the stargazers and he was told he was going to lose all his belongings. Yosef Meiker Shabbos, he had a trick. He took all his belongings and traded them for one jewel. He put that jewel in his hand, walked over the bridge, the wind came and blew into the water, a fish came and swallowed it. And the fishermen took the fish out right before Shabbos. There was no one to buy the fish. They had a great idea. Let's go to Yosef Meiker Shabbos. We probably traded this unbelievable fish for the fish that he had from so it was, and he became wealthy. He was so that 13 addicts near the gold. But he says that's an exaggeration. So I know he said the idea is that whoever borrows will come Shabbos Kodesh, Shabbos pays him back. Whereas other people being well in their soul, they have the concept of Aser, which feels to this Aser. Give nicer food, come well to this others you don't have food, give nicer come. Over here, it's because they are in the Chavi Shabbos. What else the story about? The Kir Abba was a guest in Kutzlar, and they brought out a golden table that needed to be carried by 60 people that's already there. And they had 16 chains of silver with all the beautiful dishes and food and desserts and fragrances. And when they put it down, they said, Hashem ha'aretz u'loya. And when they took it away, they said, Hashem Hashem ha'aretz u'loya. And he asked them, why do you think we're resigning for this? And the person said, I used to be a butcher. Any time, an amazing piece of meat, cut a meat finger, I put it inside the traffic. And so I would do the entire week. It said, Ashkefa, she's a piece of both. I'm not going, she's a technical attack. Rabbi Rothschild for the Caesar. You smell that unbelievable aroma? That's a very special spice called Shabbos. It only works with people Shabbos. Because it says, the place of Shabbat Kibba, from the Kippur, is going to be the Chavi Yekiri food, and the Chavi with the nice clean clothing. If you buy it though, Rav says that if you eat at a certain time, you should eat the Shabbos meal earlier. Shmuel says that you eat at a certain time, you should eat the Shabbos meal later. Rabbi says, those of us who are used to eating meat and wine during the week, on Shabbos, depending what you do during the week, you eat at a certain time, you eat the meal earlier, we can meal later. Our shakes in line want to make sure that on eating into the meal on Shabbos, at right now, the morning is short, so you put a meeting where the sun would hit. In the summer, or the shade would hit in the winter, they would have to get up and run away and go eat the meal for Shabbos. The zero would teach you come in and arguing learning. We'd say, please, I'm begging you not to be without Shabbos. Are you talking learning and not enjoying the meal? You're not being behind the mitzvah of early Shabbos. One says that an individual is saved by Yichud. It's as if he's a part of his Baruch. You don't read about Yichud, you read about Yichud together with his Baruch that created the world. You see from the creation of the world that the words have power like action. It says in the Apostle, Dvar Hashem, the word of Hashem, Shemayim Nasu, the skies, the heaven was made. When a person says like food, Friday night, food, they come in and they put their hands on the sand and they say, the Sarah Abinata. One of the malachim is a good malach, the other one is bad. They come and they find a candle lit, and the table is set, and they give a bracha, the good one gives a bracha that you should find us the following week, and the bad malach is forced to say amen. They don't find that he makes the klala, and the good one says amen against his will. A person said the Shabbos day, even if he's full, and he's not going to eat only kazayas, like a mouth as well, he set the table for like a mouth, to eat hot water, bathe in hot water. When you eat fresh baked bread, hot baked bread, it has powers of healing. The Ravon was a chef, a young calf, a third born calf, so that he, on the Shabbos, he checked this so that he could be part of the kidneys. So when son of Avinu came over, he said, I don't understand, why didn't you just use the one that you used for Shabbos? They're trying to save the kidney from the Shabbos. So he tried it out, and he put the one animal that he was supposed to chef, on the Shabbos, he left it alive. And on Shabbos, the lion came and ate that animal. They didn't gain any. So the lady says, the thing is saying, whoever says, coming and issue rabbi, the whole Kodesh, really, with all his kavanah, with all his intent, they destroys 7 years of Zardin. If he has some sort of a desire that he did, the Torah says, if you say amen with all your kavanah, open up the gates of the evening. Amen stands for Pelish Mega Nekamah. The Lord says that a fire is only found in a place where it's still Shabbos, and it happens on Shabbos where you cannot put it out. So I mean, the 7 reasons why your Islam was destroyed. Because you were Chal Shabbos, they didn't say Krish on the morning evening, they stopped the children from learning Torah, they didn't have righteous money, they took bribes, they didn't give each other Musar, they Chaffa, they were Madaisht on Chaffa, the Raps is looking at Madaisht on Chaffa. There's no remedy for that. They stopped being truthful in business. Ashik and Yeshiva don't touch. My one means that children that they Torah or the Bia Al Tareyu is referred to the funding the world only exists because of the Torah that children learn. And Abaye says that the Torah of adults doesn't appear, and the Torah of the younger ones having a wonderful day.
The school is open on Sundays. What was the series when the absolutely
Shabbos after this month, she's in the first of Larry Jackson and City Street Maryland. He says, already 55, started Dafyomi a number of times. This is the first time they've reached this far. All the graphics and diagrams, they really help you see the life. That's not for Larry. So it's been shots with everyone. The sugya of saving different things from Israeli diet. The Mishnah can save even 100 meals if they are in a basket, or an entire barrel of wine, or a whole cake of figs. And the question is, why is this any different than the Mishnah we had a number of days ago, where you could save only 3 meals? One shot of the Gemara gives us because we're dealing with one basket. One basket is less work. It doesn't matter how much is in that basket. If so, if you have an open blanket, and you take smaller baskets according to that open blanket, since you're only removing one blanket worth, that would be 100% longer, even though it's only 3 baskets here. You see something similar. If you have a barrel of wine that has a hole in it, it's dripping, you let it take another barrel, put it underneath, and you catch as much wine as you want. It's not limited to 3 meals. Another traffic margin is the difference is if you're bringing in for this cluster, you let it sit as much as you want. If you're bringing in for a different cluster, you're limited to 3 meals. Says an issue. You let them call in for help and tell them save the food for yourselves. Now, if they were smart about it, they'd give back the food and charge that person for their time. What Jesus says we're talking about chassidut. You don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Yes, he's mastering everything, but he had no choice. He's forced to. So you don't want to take advantage of that. He says, no, if you're such a chassidut, they wouldn't take money for working on Shabbos. Rather, says Rabbi, we're talking about Yerushalayim, not chassidut. You don't want to take advantage of somebody else. They don't want to take from other people, but they also don't want to work for free. They want to be compensated for the time. They understand local Shabbos. They understand that since all this food is really theirs, when they give it back to the person, all they're asking is to be compensated for their time. And that's not considered Star Shabbos. The mission tells us that in order to save food, it has to be into a culture that has a proper area. The Masir says, over here from home, we said it doesn't have to be a proper area. You can save different items that you have, not necessarily food. And when it comes to clothing, you put on as many of the clothing you have, you put in 5 coats and pants, walk outside, undress, go back in, and keep on doing this. Jesus says no. You are limited to 18 clothing that were standing in those days and only one time. Now, what are these clothing? The Gemara says it's an outer coat, an inner coat, a belt, a shirt, a robe, a vest, socks, the garters that hold up the socks, shoes, aquilios, a robe, like a mask, or a mask, another type of belt, a hat, and even a scarf that goes around the neck so people can feel off their mouth and their eyes open. Says the Mishnah, Rabbi Rothschild told with the concept that you're allowed to eat around people, causing at a later stage the fire to be extinguished, like by filling up a jar with water, and when the fire reaches that jar, it explodes, and the water puts out the flame. You're not doing it deliberate right now, it's at a different stage around people. Therefore, he also says, what's an aggressor is ignited to the flame on an aggressor, sheet of paper window, you can take a piece of leather, put it on the other side, and when it reaches it, it cinches the leather, the fire doesn't complete. According to Rabbi Rothschild, Rab says, I hold that if there's a fire that's on a piece of garment, you're allowed to pour a liquid on the other part of the garment, and when the fire gets there, it extinguishes itself. If you also know, the round people use also, you're not allowed to cause at a later stage a vessel explode or whatever it is, even though the person says the word Asiya doing, and this is not doing, this is at a later stage, this is the concept we have throughout the whole parent. A person acts irrationally when it comes to saving his property, and he might not put his claim, therefore we live in it. If a person puts a candle on top of a plank of wood, deliberately, that plank of wood becomes a faucet to the candle, and therefore it's also a challenge to leave that plank of wood, even just to shake off the candle would be awesome. If you forgot it there, then you are permitted to shake the wood so the candle falls on the ground, even if the candle is lit. The candle might continue burning the floor, it might extinguish itself, but it's not 100%. Therefore, it's welcome. The Brisa says, you're allowed to open up a door, or to ration the candle right by the door, or to place the candle on the door itself. And if the flame goes out from the wind, then it went out, it's not. Rab first knows to do so, and he said, even according to Rothschild, that's both brother, shade, and Scott, and local, you don't have any intention for it to go out. But in this case, since it's obvious that it's going to go out, that's called a situation. And to Rothschild points that in case of 100% it's going to go out, it is awesome. You open up a door, and the wind pokes a fire, let's say, a fire pump, fans it up. Well, it depends. If it's one of these fires, one of these winds that's economy, then according to Rabbi Rothschild, it's smoker, according to Abaya, that it's also because if it's a wind that's uncommon, that's also. So I think all winds awesome. You have to explain it Brisa. And say that Brisa has learned upon an older judge. That is, the Brisa says, if you build a wall out of vessels that don't contain any water are not going to explode, for instance, a vessel made out of metal, or even earlier that comes from different places that are very strong, achieving, very different. If a person has Hashem's name written with ink on his body, well, halacha number one is you're not allowed to stand unclothed in front of Hashem's name. So you have to make sure that it's covered. You're not allowed to go into the bathroom with Hashem's name. And you're certainly not allowed to erase Hashem's name deliberately. However, you're allowed to go to the mikveh, you're allowed to go to a bath, as long as you don't rub the name off and it comes up by itself. That's called a grama, and that would be mutter. You don't go to erase it because it says the possibility says you're allowed to do so deliberately, but the grama is not. A person has a condition, let's say he's a zar, and he has to go to the mikveh. Since he's not allowed to stand unclothed with Hashem's name, he must put something on it, such as a bandage or a bead. But he has to make sure that it's loose, that the water can get through, so that the bandage doesn't create a chatzitza. Don't cover with your hands, because you might forget that you're covering something and put your hand up and it's supposed to be. Now, what if a person doesn't have something to cover for? According to the Chachamim, that even is not go to the mikveh when the time comes. It's a mitzvah, you must go right away. Don't say it's not a mitzvah. Therefore, go around, look for a bandage. But according to the Brisa, that it's a mitzvah to go right now. Therefore, don't look for a bandage. Go in and cover with your hand. And finally, if the ink is dry, then that creates a chatzitza. Same thing would be with blood, honey, milk, and ink. If it's moist, like in our case, then it doesn't cause a chatzitza. Having a wonderful day.
You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there at 90. I love them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball. The kid would go for a foul ball with a stone out of my ball. Instead of me squashing that kid from the foul ball, I broke the seat.
Shabbos that Kufas Aleph, today's email, Kufas is destroyed. Right. I have to let you know how therapeutic this storm. I was riding back from the castings and was sitting in traffic on 7 people more than 6 hours. I started from the beginning, now I'm up to that. Zion, trust me, there's no better way to spend time alone in traffic other than the Rabbi Rothschild. It's again Yisrael King is a Chaya. Famous concept of Anura La'akin Shus. It's also held on Jew, or even prohibited on Jew, to do malacha for you on Shabbos. So if you have a fire, and the fire department comes down, it says the Mishnah, you don't have to prevent them from putting out the flame. You know, direct them and tell them to put out the flame. But if a minor, obviously we're talking about, if a minor comes to put out the flame, you must stop him. Because he's doing it out das other from his father. Let's say it's a situation where he's doing the wacha, not for that's other, for his own sake. Let's say he finds easy to surround him and he wants to pray with him, you don't have to prevent him. If we ask him that Chatan Oshel Belos, if a Chatan Zid, or at least specific asking, Chatan Zid Belos, they express them so that you're not required to prevent it. The Lord tells us that there's a fire in the yard of Yosef and his wife, and the guy came to put it out, his friends, the Roman friends that he had in the government, and he said, no, please don't put it out. It's Shabbos today. The Lord tells us to put it very nicely. And the next happened that rain came and put out the fire. Chacham said, you didn't have to do so. As we went to the Mishnah, when it comes, you don't have to put it out. The Bani says that when it comes to fire, if there's any loss for that matter, you can announce and let it be known that whoever helps you is not going to lose. They will compensate. You don't say so, you say you won't lose. That's the halacha, but you cannot prove it from our Mishnah. Says the Mishnah, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over a lit canvas so it doesn't cause damage, over waste. Or to explain, probably that's chicken waste, which is so it's about a child should punch it, and over the bowl, flip it over, put it over the trap, the scorpion. The word says that according to the Yosef Mizantai, he saw somebody do so and trap the scorpion. He says, I'm afraid that it might be high of a conference. You know, it's luxury. So, the Yosef Mizantai holds like really a child. What does the story that the elder gave a couch So 2 out of 3, yes, Rudolph, but not the Chanan, son of God. And Rudolph took exception to that. And when he heard that other teaching his son, our Mishkan, he said to not cover the waist of a child so that another child shouldn't touch it. He said a very strong lashon. He said, Oven Shakia, Oven is a shaitan. And he's teaching shtusim to his child. Because the feces, the waist of a child is not good to a dog, it's ready for a pills belly. So therefore you just pick it up and put it in the there's no reason to cover it. And there's no issue with the red life. Since you're anticipating it, you expect it to happen. Therefore, our mission is talking about the waist of a chicken and its mukta. Yes, there's a concept of rational thing. Anything disgusting, you let it move. You want to bring the story that there's a dead mouse by Rav Ashi, by Summit, and he said, pick it up by a tail and move it out. It's a rational there, it's so too. The waist of a chicken to be looked at the wall. The reason why over here, and I'm moving, I have to put it down, it was already getting piled with of trash in his own fucking. No head to move it to rational. Trump says that any animal that can cause damage will have put on top of his chases. Now there are 5 animals, and if they don't chase you, in one direction, you're allowed to kill them. And they are. The chicken fly, very dangerous. The midday hornet, the scorpion that lives in Khadiyah of Iraq, the snakes that are destroyed, and a rabid dog, a mad dog, anywhere in the world. There's a comment that says on the other Buddha that if somebody kills a snake, you are he's not in the spirit of the person. So he said, what you just said is not in the spirit of the family. The family are not happy with these things. So his own father, said that when he told him to finish with all the bees are as many friends. In other words, it's not a good idea to go to them. What says an amazing thing? If a person has an opportunity to kill a vicious snake, it's a big skill. It's a delicate skill. But if he had a brush with the snake, and his life was in danger and he wasn't able to kill, that's the reverse side. That's a sign that he was supposed to be harmed by the snake, and he's working with a race that should be harmed. So he has to start thinking what he might have done in order to deserve this. And that, the Lord says, is only a situation where the snake was pissing him. She was in a massive upset about it. One was a story that once a snake fell with his pregnant. When Vasi, somebody from New York, came up and killed the snake. And Rick said, the snake met his neck. And I wasn't sure, was it a good thing? And he killed the snake? Or perhaps it wasn't a good thing. The Gemara remained nothing. So Yane said, you're allowed to kill a hornet and certainly a snake, but you can't be the right for that. Why? Because there's a concept called the fitula. If you're walking and a snake passes by, you don't have to go around the snake. You can continue walking in fact, you might step on it and kill it on purpose. What's the fitula? He's just walking, he's not going out of his way to kill it. And that's what the Shulchan Aruch passing. When it comes to still, for instance, Shulchan Aruch says you do have the concept of the fitula, but you can't have kavanah, you can't do it on purpose. What does the story that Abba Bar Martha owed money to Rish Dollars? So people in Rish Dollars brought him in and they were tormenting him so he should pay back. And it was on Shabbos. And the Rish Dollars noticed that he spit on the floor. He said, cover the spit. So Abba Bar Martha said, why don't they cover it? You just walk the people in mud. And himself, no problem, the boina of Mashkazuros. So Rish Dollars said, these guys come from let him loose. Don't bother him. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos not good for base. Today's email comes to us from Alton Morel. He said he's been in and out of the hospital for the past year and a half. He finished Shabbos once before going on the train on the way to Manhattan from Long Island. I was in such a physical state that he not continued down until the end of 2019. But the new cycle started, I decided to try to get back to the job, and I discovered that 8 mini dots, even when I'm having a hard day. I cannot thank you enough for this incredible opportunity, and I fall behind in the learning of that learning is a lifesaver. This little mitzvah up in the valley, you have a full shleima, it's to finish shots many more times. Smart tells us that a candelabra, that's one piece, or a wagon, that is small, you carry with one hand, you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. Rabbi Chanina said that wine that comes in on the non-Jewish wagon, even if it has a gold seal, Rebbe's families to drink it. Some of these old Rebbe is the Russi and the guy with fear, camping with the ones. Or perhaps the halacha is like Eliezer, that one seal is enough. Says the Mishnah. Up until now we were discussing Amir Lakum. Finally, the good our mission discusses what happens with the good forms of halacha. Not a lot of benefit from the halacha, typically, that the does for you. If even one idea comes out from today's Shabbos, I've seen many times people tell God to turn on a light on Shabbos and say for your means of the kid. But the halacha is that if a God does turn on the light for you, he doesn't have his own amal from it. It's not the benefit of him. It's also to use that light for anything else that a God will perform for you on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah. If a God turned on a light, or he filled up a pail of water, maybe from his stay up, or he built a ramp to get off a boat. A Jew makes the God did for himself. If he did it for the Jew, it's also to you. The reason why we have two faces that are very similar is a concept when it comes to a candle. There, it's a God turned it on for himself, did it for himself, then it provides light for everybody. There's a reason. When it comes to a pail of water, perhaps the God said that you're waiting for water, you had a little bit more. So I just wanted to use the water as well. A ramp is the same thing like a candle. A ramp for one person is enough for 100 people. But the Mishnah tells us a story. When Gamliel and the student were on a boat, which got on Shabbos, and actually used the ramp on Shabbos. The Raisa adds another case. If a guy gathers grasses for an animal and is left over, the Jews use it as long, says the Raisa, the Jew doesn't know the guy. He knows the guy, and he's not allowed to use the grass for him. Now, luckily, you're allowed to take an animal and bring him and put it right over the grass that's attached to the ground. Now, grass that's attached to the ground, for the Jew, it's also a branch, others from the foot. The animal is allowed to eat it, but when you are charcoal, it's sorry if he doesn't eat his spices. He's allowed to eat, he's allowed to be cursed. However, it's also for the Jew to bring the animal over cut grass. That's a mitzvah today because it's cut on Shabbos. And the reason is, since it's only a mitzvah, the Rabbanan were concerned that you're going to touch the grass with the animal. If you just lead the animal up to that grass, that's 100% okay. The Gamliel, he used the ramp of the guy built on Shabbos. Either we're talking about that the guy did it not in front of him, he did it through it for him. Or we're using the concept of since the guy already built it and it's just for himself. So it doesn't matter that someone else is going to use it. It's just like a candle. When it comes to a bad place, or even a candle, so it depends. If the bad water was warmed up on Shabbos, but most of the people in the city are guided, you could use it immediately after Shabbos. Most of the people in the city are Jews. You have to wait for the day Shabbos. Enough time after Shabbos that would take you to warm up the water. The benefit from the fact that you guide heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, you must say that the guy did so because he had in mind to do anything. Otherwise, it's never the F of never there. Once he heated up the water, what's the difference? If he was going to use it. But since he did it for the Jew, now we have a problem with different ways that they should ask. What else is the story? A guy came into the shul. Let's say schools that have some fancy place and hotel. The guy comes in, turns on the light, and Shmuel did not want to benefit from the light. So once he saw that the guy was reading his newspaper, the light, and he said, okay, the guy's in it for himself, and therefore, let's remember not to benefit from the lights that we put on God, unless the guy benefits from that light that we finish. How can Allah focus? Says the whole very collective. The mission starts off saying that we're going to be discussing different types of muktzah. Now we're talking about the Shemalakulah, a vessel that is designated and designed for something that's allowed to do on Shabbos, allowed to do something with it. So all came that are permitted to do on Shabbos. Not only that, there's doors as well as if you have a passable door. Even if the door is locked, you're allowed to move the door, you're allowed to move the box. But a house door, since the house is moving on karka, the door is moving on karka, if it came off the hinge, you're not allowed to touch it on Shabbos. The mission starts off. We're going to see the Gemara whether or not we're talking about a hammer to crack open a lock. If you're doing to crack open a lock, or an axe to cut, to fix, a saw to cut cheese to be a sauce, or a hoe, a shovel to shovel out to fix, a pitchfork to feed a small child, or some sort of spindle to spear a piece of fruit to put in a strawberry, says Rashi, or a needle to take out a corn, or a larger needle to go through the sacks to open up a gate. Abaya explains the Mishnah that even though, as I said before, these doors that fell off, even if these doors fell off, early, the Brisa says that a sheet of paper made of certain dressers and boxes take the door off, we can't put the door out. So when it comes to chicken food, you can't take the door off. So Abaya explains that there's a concept when it comes to vessels, you're not allowed to build them on Shabbos, you're not allowed to take them apart on Shabbos. So explain the Brisa, not that he is permitted to take the door, rather the Brisa told him when the door came off on its own, I would have said that God. Certainly, you can't take it off. You can't take it off, you can't put it back on the other side. There's no issue to build on Shabbos and clean and pick up the apart. So therefore, you can take the door off. The only issue is to put the door back on, that's zero. Perhaps if you're better, you put some sort of nail in there, very, very hard, very well. And therefore, that's it. It's not going to happen. That's also have a wonderful day.
Taking a while on that venue and trying to get a play from the shower song. He hooked up with his play. She broke up with her husband before the game, and they had like a thing like these being
Shabbos after Gillen, Ezekiel comes to us from Shalom, Los Angeles. He says his grandfather was 95 years old, just as Hazir Rehoboth, he was from Shlema, Broken Esther, big tzaddik, a person for 75 years did not right here. It's always the first one who ever seen it with foolishly. In the amazing city of Muktzah, he said that according to Rabbi, Shamalakulah is designed to do a malacha that you're not doing on Shabbos. You let it such as a hammer. You let it use that hammer if you have a malacha that's looking like you crack open a nut. But so the question is, why is a water pestle which is designed to crush vegetables as a Shamalakulah? If so, it should be permitted to move. It's a kufa you want to use it for a permitted malacha. And malacha is according to the Brisa. It's only permitted if you have garlic in it. You carry it in the garlic. As much as that goes on the Tanya, is more strict than the Constitution. This one says you're only going to carry a clean for its design purpose. This is not the design purpose for a hammer. It shows that the Shammai, that I know that you are allowed to crush, according to the Silo, with pestle, but you're not allowed to carry it for no reason. And we must say that the shot is that when the new books are called Kisar, this means that if you have a clip that has a designated place for it, and you don't allow people to use it, you're concerned, they'll get hurt. That's what you want to say. Yes, that's even more common than traditional operators, such as a spindle for a weaver, mallet, and clothes press. The Reverend says that our mission is talking about a goldsmith's hammer, and Shimon says our mission is talking about a hammer or a bason that's a person that makes perfume. He's more strict because of perfume hammer. You don't want to get dirty because that's not good for the perfume. Very interesting halacha. If you have food, such as a steak that's underneath the pizza, pig, or let's say you have a pig that's covered by extinguished coals, which are muktzah. One Manona says the only way you can take that out is if it's sticking out a little bit, you grab it by the mukkah, you pull it out, and it falls to the wayside. Another Manona says no, you can actually pull it with a stick or something and pull it out. The fact that the poles, the hay, fall to the side, that's people on that side. The Rambam says, in fact, that is how. The problem is, though, Rambam once said, if you have a radish in the ground, you're allowed to pull it out if it's not attached to the ground, provided that it doesn't move the dirt. But if it's upside down, for instance, and you pull it out and all the dirt moves, you're not allowed to. You have to say that Nachman took that back. What Yosef says, the fact that you could take out a splinter from the finger with a needle, you don't need the eye of the needle. The fact is that the needle doesn't have an eye, it's not coming out. It's that needle becomes a non-clean, and the Torah states. Abaye says there's a difference between Torah and Shabbos. By Torah it says clean massive. It has to be a clean top to bottom, has to be completely clean. Rabbi says, I don't understand. If it's not considered halachically a clean, when it comes to Torah, then halachically it shouldn't be a clean by Shabbos. The problem is the Bryce is the exact opposite of Rabbi. It says there's a big difference between Tumah and Shabbos when it comes to a needle. If it doesn't have an eye, it's not a clean for Tumah, and it is a clean for Shabbos. So Abaye comes to Rabbi's rescue and says, perhaps the shot is, yes, it doesn't have an eye, but it's prefab, it's before the person had a chance to put the eye into the needle. But let's say the needle had an eye and it broke off, that's much worse. Then he already designates it for the recycling bin, and it loses its free designation, and the couple falls off, and it's not a piece of Shabbos. So straightening out a baby's limbs on Shabbos is much. According to Shimon, it's mutter. There's no fixing a body on Shabbos. It's not like a thing that you fix in the second one. According to Nachman, it's also just like you're not allowed to take medicine to use about it, because that fixes the body. So too, you're not allowed to straighten out the baby's limbs. It says in Shimon, what's the connection? To do Shabbos, that's not the derech. To do so, to straighten out the baby's limbs, that's very much of that. In fact, out of the riot, it says in the Mishnah, you're allowed to take out skin from your fingers, and that's fixing the body. But that one says, that's the thing. Taking out a splinter is a fucking. The splinter is right down the surface, ready to be removed, whereas the baby's limbs need a lot of work. Says the Mishnah, if you're having stick that stirs the olives to the back, sometimes it's uncomfortable, sometimes not dependent. If that stick has a knot where it's a big stick, people put that stuff, put the stick into the juice and see if there's enough oil in it, is it ready to go to the press, then it's a clean, it's uncomfortable. Otherwise, it's a simple piece of wood, it's not uncomfortable. Says the Mishnah, that are 22 PLC, all Taylor are not muktzah, besides those that are muktzah, not necessarily kids. These two examples. A very large saw and the blade of a plow, these are things that you don't quickly lend out to other people. You're careful with the things you get for. Or there's other examples, like a 1 year's riddle, this piece of metal that has a bunch of holes, that you can go with a tanner's knife, a butcher knife, and a special tool for carpenters. Once upon a time, there was no muktzah. Everything was bigger for touch. But Chacham saw that people were being relaxed and they were doing shots. Comes along the Femno, the Chachalio, and he says, everything is possible for touch. Besides reaching, that is a small knife, a knife to cut, thick cake, and a layer. Then at different stages, when they saw that people started becoming cheerful, they added more and more until everything became bigger. Besides, basically the initial saw and the blade of plow was not trusted. What exactly did they have and how did they have? What they had is plates of binary evidence, what they added in the 4 stages. And Abaye says one thing and Rabbi adds one more thing. Rabbi's always one step ahead. Abaye says the first thing was, they said that anything that's actually the header, you could use it serves for its for its function, but not for its place. And Rabbi says no such thing. So the two kind of go together. So they're not together. This is a Abaya. They said, okay, they allowed even, let's start at the Torah. Says Rabbi, they allowed that the first time. But they allowed one more step. They allowed it to save it, when they put it in the sun, to put it in the sun. Says Abaya, first stage was, they said, you should have left it with this, like a hammer, if you have a block and open it up. But only the Torah, says Rabbi, so you're going to put it all together, you allowed both. But only allowed you to carry with one hand, it's very light. So the fourth stage, says Abaya, they allowed you to carry with two hands, says Rabbi, they allowed even two people to carry it. The price that says that if the order in pencil is matzah. So according to Abaya, it makes sense. It was mitzvah because you want to move it a certain time. Rabbi said you want to move it the panel itself into the shade. Wonderful day.
And I actually had one say that the most earlier. Like it said like we stayed together as the kids. I even right then, I thought it would be better just to have like a this is let's get some that's comics and it's a great show. And it shows a lot of comics. I'm sure you want to play some so last year was already had a lot of people. It's already had a lot of people. It's going to see him. It's just accelerating. Right now, it's going to become somebody. Now, already somebody. Ralphie Martin was already somebody. I've got so much less stress, so much anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night. So big that I had pneumonia and I broke into ribs and coughing. It must have caused a blood clot to go right where it was right here. And they said that a radiologist was going to come in and set it in and enter this vein to go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, you have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia. And it's inside you. What's in there, man?
Hey, look who it is.
Rabbi